Chapter 8 of Following the Color Line: An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This recording is in the public domain. Part 3: The Negro in the Nation. Chapter 8: The Mulatto: The Problem of Race Mixture. I had not been long engaged in the study of the race problem when I found myself face to face with a curious and seemingly absurd question. What is a Negro? I saw plenty of men and women who were unquestionably Negroes, Negroes in every physical characteristic, black of countenance with thick lips and kinky hair, but I also met men and women as white as I am, whose assertion that they were really Negroes I accepted in defiance of the evidence of my own senses. I have seen blue-eyed Negroes and golden-haired Negroes. One Negro girl I met had an abundance of soft, straight, red hair. I have seen Negroes I could not easily distinguish from the Jewish or French types. I once talked with a man I took at first to be a Chinaman, but who told me he was a Negro. And I have met several people, passing everywhere for white, who I knew had Negro blood. Nothing, indeed, is more difficult to define than this curious physical color line in the individual human being. Legislatures have repeatedly attempted to define where black leaves off and white begins, especially in connection with laws prohibiting marriage between the races. Some of the statutes define a Negro as "a person with 1/8 or more of Negro blood." Southern people who take pride in their ability to distinguish the drop of dark blood in the white face are themselves frequently deceived. Several times I have heard police judges in the South ask concerning a man brought before them, "Is this man coloured or white?" Just recently a case has arisen at Norfolk, Virginia, in which a Mrs. Rosa Stone sued the Norfolk and Western Railroad Company for being compelled by the white conductor, who thought her a Negro, to ride in a Jim Crow car. Having been forced into the Negro compartment, it remained for a real coloured woman, who knew her personally, to draw the line against her. This coloured woman is reported as saying, "Lord, Miss Rosa, this ain't no place for you. You belong in the cars back yonder." It appears that Mrs. Stone was tanned. Curious story of a white man who was expelled as a Negro. Here is a story well illustrating the difficulties sometimes encountered by Southerners in deciding who is white and who is coloured. On March 6, 1907, the Atlanta Georgian published this account of how a man who, it was said, was a Negro passing for a white man, was expelled by a crowd of white men from the town of Albany, Georgia. Peter Ziegler, a Negro, was last night escorted out of town by a crowd of white men. Ziegler had been here for a month and palmed himself off as a white man. He has been boarding with one of the best white families in the city and has been associating with some of Albany's best people. A visiting lady recognized him as being a Negro who formerly lived in her city, and her assertion was investigated and found to be correct. Last night he was carried to Forester Station, a few miles north of here, and ordered to board an outgoing train. Ziegler has a fair education and polished manners, and his colour was such that he could easily pass for a white man where he was not known. Immediately after suffering the indignity of being expelled from Albany, Mr. Ziegler communicated with his friends and relatives, a delegation of whom came from Charleston, Orangeburg, and Summersville, South Carolina, and proved to the satisfaction of everyone that Mr. Ziegler was, in reality, a white man connected with several old families of South Carolina. Of this return of Mr. Ziegler the Albany Herald says: "The Herald yesterday contained the account of the return to Albany of Peter B. Ziegler, the young man who was forced to leave Albany between suns on the night of March 4th. The young man, upon his return, was accompanied by a party composed of relatives and influential friends from his native state of South Carolina." Nothing surely could throw a more vivid light on colour line confusions in the South than this story. Another extraordinary case is that of Mrs. Elsie Massey, decided in Tipton County, Tennessee, after years of litigation in which one side tried to prove that Mrs. Massey was a Negro, the daughter of a cotton planter named Ed Barrow, and a quadroon slave, and the other side tried to prove that she was of pure Caucasian blood. On June 13, 1907, a jury of white men finally declared that Mrs. Massey was white and that she and her children might inherit $250,000 worth of property. Such instances as these, a few among almost innumerable cases, will indicate how difficult it often is to decide who is and who is not a Negro, the definition of Negro here being that used in the South, a person having any Negro blood, no matter how little. How many mulattoes there are. Few people realize how large a proportion of the so-called Negro race in this country is not really Negro at all, but mulatto or mixed blood, either half white or quadroon or octoroon or some other combination. In the last census (1900) the government gave up the attempt in discouragement of trying to enumerate the mulattoes at all, and counted all persons as Negroes who were so classed in the communities where they resided. The census of 1870 showed that 1/8, roughly, of the Negro population was mulatto; that of 1890 shows that the proportion had increased to more than 1/7. But these statistics are confessedly inaccurate. The census report itself says: "These figures are of little value. Indeed, as an indication of the extent to which the races have mingled, they are misleading." From my own observation, and from talking and corresponding with many men who have had superior opportunities for investigation, I think it safe to say that between 1/4 and 1/3 of the Negroes in this country at the present time have a visible admixture of white blood. At least the proportion is greater than the census figures of 1870 and 1890 would indicate. It is probable that 3,000,000 persons out of the 10,000,000 population are visibly mulattoes. It will be seen, then, how very important a matter it is, in any careful survey of the race problem, to consider the influence of the mixed blood. In the North, indeed, the race problem may almost be called a mulatto problem, rather than a Negro problem, for in not a few places the mixed bloods are in excess of the darker types. Many mulattoes have a mixed ancestry reaching back to the beginning of civilization in North America, for the Negro slave appeared practically as soon as the white colonist. Many Negroes mixed, and are still mixing in Oklahoma, with the Indians, and one is to day often astonished to see distinct Indian types among them. I shall never forget a woman I saw in Georgia, as perfect of line as any Greek statue, erect, lithe, strong, with sleek straight hair, the high cheek bones of the Indian, but the lips of the Negro. She was plainly an Indian type, but had no memory of anything but Negro ancestry. A strain of Arab blood from Africa runs in the veins of many Negroes, In others flows the blood of the Portuguese slave traders, or of the early Spanish adventurers, or of the French who settled in New Orleans, to say nothing of every sort of American white blood. In my classification I have estimated 3,000,000 persons who are visibly mulattoes. The actual number who have some strain of blood, Arab, Portuguese, Spanish, French, Indian, other than Negro, must be considerably larger. It is a curious problem, this of color. Several times, in different parts of the country, I have been told by both white and coloured observers that Negroes, even without the admixture of white blood, were gradually growing lighter, the effect of a cold climate, clothing, and other causes. A tendency toward such a change, an adaptation to new environment, is certainly in accord with the best scientific beliefs, but whether a mere century or two in America has really operated to whiten the blackness of thousands of years of jungle life must be left for the careful scientists to decide. It is certain that the darkest American Negro is far superior to the native African Negro. Story of a Real African Woman. At Montgomery, Alabama, Mr. Crake took me to see a real African woman, one of the very few left who were captured in Africa and brought to this country as slaves. She came in the Wanderer long after the slave trade was forbidden by law, and was secretly landed at Mobile about 1858. She is a stocky, vigorous old woman. She speaks very little English, and I could not understand even that little. She asserts, I am told, that she is the daughter of a king in Africa, and she tells yet of the hardships and alarms of the ocean voyage. Her daughter is married to a respectable-looking Negro farmer. Mr. Crake succeeded, in spite of her superstitious terrors, in getting her to submit to having a picture taken. And yet all these strange-blooded people are classed roughly together as Negroes. I remember sitting once on the platform at a great meeting at the People's Tabernacle in Atlanta. An audience of some 1,200 coloured people was present. A prominent white man gave a brief address in which he urged the Negroes present to accept with humility the limitations imposed upon them by their heredity, that they were Negroes, and that therefore they should accept with grace the place of inferiority. Now, as I looked out over that audience, which included the best class of coloured people in Atlanta, I could not help asking myself, what is this blood he is appealing to, anyway? For I saw comparatively few men and women who could really be called Negroes at all. Some were so light as to be indistinguishable from Caucasians. A bishop of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, who sat near me on the platform, was a nephew of Robert Toombs, one of the great men of the South, a leader of the Confederacy. Another man present was a grandson of a famous senator of South Carolina. Several others that I knew of were half-brothers or sisters or cousins of more or less well-known white men. And I could not hear this appeal to heredity without thinking of the not at all humble Southern blood which flowed in the veins of some of these men and women. How futile such advice really was, and how little it got into the hearts of the audience, was forcibly impressed on me afterward by the remark of a mulatto I met. "They've given us their blood, whether we wanted it or not," he said. "And now they ask us not to respond to the same ambitions and hopes that they have. They have given us fighting blood and expect us not to struggle." Attitude of the mixed blood toward the black Negroes. In the cities of the South no inconsiderable communities of mulattoes have long existed, many of them highly prosperous. Even before the war, thousands of free persons of color resided in Charleston, Richmond, and New Orleans. In places like Charleston they had, and still have to some extent, an exclusive society of their own which looked down on the black Negro with a prejudice equal to that of the white man. The census of 1860 shows a population of 3,441 free persons of color in Charleston alone, of whom 2,554 were mulattoes. In New Orleans on the same year lived 9,084 free Negroes, of whom 7,357 were mulattoes. And they were so far distant in sympathy from the slave population that they even tendered their support to the Confederacy at the beginning of the war. But with the Emancipation Proclamation, the aristocratic free person of color, who had formed a sort of third class as between the white above and the black below, lost his unique position. The line was drawn against him. When I went South, I expected to find a good deal of aloofness between the mulatto and the black man. It does exist, but really less today in the South than in Boston. The very first mulatto, a preacher in Atlanta, with whom I raised the question, surprised me by denying that the mulatto was in any degree potentially superior to the real Negro, that if the black man were given the same advantages and environment as the mulatto, he would do as well, that the prominence of the mulatto is a result of the superior advantages he has long enjoyed, being the house servant in slavery times, with opportunities for education and discipline that the black man never possessed. This was his argument, and to support it he gave me a long list of black Negroes who had achieved success or leadership. I found Booker T. Washington and Professor DuBois, themselves both mulattoes, arguing along the same lines. In other words, the prejudice of white people has forced all coloured people, light or dark, together, and has awakened in many ostracised men and women who are nearly white a spirit which expresses itself in the passionate defence of everything that is Negro. And yet with what pathos! What is this race? The spirit and the ideals are not Negro. For the people are not Negro, even the darkest of them, in the sense that the inhabitants of the jungles of Africa are Negroes. The blackest of black American Negroes is far ahead of his naked cousin in Africa, but neither are they white. One evening last summer I attended a performance at Philadelphia of a Negro play called "The Shoe-Fly Regiment." It was written, both words and music, by two clever mulattoes, Cole and Johnson, and it was wholly presented by Negroes. The audience was large, mostly composed of coloured people, and the laughter was unstinted. The point that impressed me was this, that the writers had chosen a distinct Negro subject. The play dealt with two questions of much interest among coloured people: the matter of industrial education and the Negro soldier. That, it seemed to me, was significant. It was an effort to appeal to the class consciousness of the Negro. And yet as I sat and watched the play I could not help being impressed with the essential tragedy of the so-called Negro people. The players of the company were of every colour, from the black African type to the mulatto with fair hair and blue eyes. In spite of this valiant effort to emphasize certain racial interests, one who saw the play could not help asking, "What, after all, is this Negro race? What is the Negro spirit? Is it in this black African or in this white American with a drop of dark blood?" In a recent address a coloured minister of San Francisco, J. Hugh Kelly, said: "My father's father was a Black Hawk Indian, 7 feet tall. My father's mother was an Irish woman. My mother's father was an American white man. Her mother was a full-blooded African woman. What am I?" Pathetic Desire of Negroes to be like White Men. Even among those Negroes who are most emphatic in defense of the race there is, deep down, the pathetic desire to be like the dominant white man. It is not unreasonable nor unnatural, for all outward opportunity of development lies open to the white man. To be coloured is to be handicapped in the race for those things in life which men call desirable. I remember discussing the race question one evening with a group of intelligent coloured men. They had made a strong case for the Negro spirit and the need of the race to stand for itself, but one of them said in a passing remark, "What the investigator overhears is often of greater significance than what he hears," speaking of a mulatto friend of his: "His hair is better than mine." He meant straighter, more like that of the white man. The same evening another Negro, referring to a light-complexioned coloured man, said: "Thank God, he is passing now for white." At Philadelphia a dark Negro made this comment on one of the coloured churches where mulattoes are in the ascendancy: "You can't have a good time, when you go there, unless you have straight hair." This remark indicated not only the ideal held by the speaker, but showed the line drawn by the light coloured man against his darker brother. In the same way, it is almost a universal desire of Negroes to marry whiter, that is, a dark man will, if possible, marry a mulatto woman, the lighter the better. The ideal is whiteness, for whiteness stands for opportunity, power, progress. Give a coloured man or woman white blood, educate him until he has glimpses of the greater possibilities of life, and then lock him forever within the bars of colour, and you have all the elements of tragedy. Dr. Du Bois, in his remarkable book, The Souls of Black Folk, has expressed more vividly than any other writer the essential significance of this tragedy. I read the book before I went South, and I thought it certainly overdrawn, the expression of a highly cultivated and exceptional mulatto; but after meeting many Negroes, I have been surprised to find how truly it voices a wide experience. Experience of a highly educated mulatto. Du Bois tells in this book how he first came to realize that he was really a Negro. He was a boy in school near his home in Massachusetts. "Something," he writes, "put it into the boys' and girls' heads to buy gorgeous visiting cards, 10 cents a package, and exchange. The exchange was merry, till one girl, a tall newcomer, refused my card, refused it peremptorily, with a glance. Then it dawned upon me with a certain suddenness that I was different from the others, or like, mayhap, in heart and life and longing, but shut out from their world by a vast veil. I had therefore no desire to tear down that veil, to creep through. I held all beyond it in common contempt, and lived above it in a region of blue sky and great wandering shadows. That sky was bluest when I could hear my mates at examination time, or beat them at a foot race, or even beat their stringy heads. Alas, with the years all this fine contempt began to fade, for the worlds I longed for, and all their dazzling opportunities, were theirs, not mine. With other black boys the strife was not so fiercely sunny. Their youth shrunk into tasteless sycophancy or into silent hatred of the pale world about them and mocking distrust of everything white, or wasted itself in a bitter cry, "Why did God make me an outcast and a stranger in mine own house?" The shades of the prison house closed around about us all, walls straight and stubborn to the whitest, but relentlessly narrow, tall, and unscalable to sons of night who must plod darkly on in resignation, or beat unavailing palms against the stone, or steadily, half hopelessly, watch the streak of blue above. If space permitted, I could tell many stories illustrative of the daily tragedy which many mulattoes are meeting in this country, struggles that are none the less tragic for being inarticulate. Here is a letter which I received not long ago from a mulatto professor in a Western Negro college. "I wonder how you will treat that point to which you have thus far only referred in your studies, where does the color line really begin? What is to become of that large class of which I am a part, that class which is neither white nor black, and yet both? There are millions of us who have the blood of both races, and if heredity means anything, who have the traditions, feelings, and passions of both. Yet we are black in name, in law, in station, in everything save face and figure, despite the overwhelming white blood. And why? Certainly not because we have to be. America is a big country. It is easy to get lost, even in a neighboring state. Some of us do, and the process has been going on so long in certain large cities of the North until we cease to think about it. But the majority of us stay and live and work out our destiny among the people into whom we were born, living ofttimes side by side with our white brothers and sisters. When I go back to Atlanta after an absence of 2 years, I can, if I wish, go back in a Pullman, go out of the main entrance of the station, get my dinner at the Piedmont Hotel, and when I am tired of being Mr. Hyde, I can stroll down Auburn Avenue with my friends in the full glory of Dr. Jekyll. As a matter of fact, I shall doubtless avail myself of the privilege of a sleeper, sneak out the side entrance, get on the last seat of the car despite the conductor's remonstrance, go on to my friends at once and be myself all the time I am there. I wouldn't be a white man if I had to. I want to be black. I want to love those who love me. I want to help those who need my help. And I know hundreds just like me. I know others who are not. I wonder if you can decide, where does the color line really end? A Negro who lived first as a white man, then as a Negro. When I was in Philadelphia, I met an intelligent Negro named A. L. Manley, who is at present the janitor of a large apartment house. He has been connected with the good government movement in Philadelphia, being the leader of a club of colored men who have supported the Reform Party. When I first met him, I should not have known him for a Negro, he is so white. His white grandfather was a famous governor of North Carolina, Charles Manley. He was educated at Wilmington, North Carolina, and at Hampton Institute. For a time he published a Negro newspaper at Wilmington, but during the race riot in that city a number of years ago, he was driven out and his property was destroyed, his office being burned to the ground. After a year or two in Washington he came to Philadelphia, where he endeavored to get work at his trade as a painter and decorator, but the moment he informed employers that he was a colored man they refused to hire him, usually excusing themselves on the ground that union labor would refuse to work with him. "So I tried being white," he said. That is, I did not reveal the fact that I had colored blood, and I immediately got work in some of the best shops in Philadelphia. I joined the union and had no trouble at all. But during all this time he had to live, as he says, the life of a sneak. He had to sneak out of his home in the morning and return to it only after nightfall, lest someone discover that his family he had a wife and 2 children was colored. "The thing finally became unbearable," he said. "No decent man could stand it. I preferred to be a Negro and hold up my head rather than to be a sneak." So he dropped his trade and became a janitor. In other words, he stepped back, as so many Negroes in the North are forced to do, into a form of domestic service, although in his case the position of one of responsibility and good pay. Such stories of the problem of the mulatto are innumerable, and yet I do not wish to imply that the life is all shadow, for it isn't. The Negro blood, wherever it is, supplies an element of light-heartedness which will not be wholly crushed. It is this element, indeed, that accounts in no small degree for the survival of the Negro in this country. Where the Indian perished for want of adaptability, the Negro has survived by sheer elasticity of temperament. It is perhaps the highest natural gift of the Negro race. One hears much of the unfavourable traits of the Negro, but certainly, judging from any point of view, the power of adaptability displayed by the Negro in a wholly foreign environment, under the harshest conditions, and his ability to thrive and increase in numbers, even meeting the competition of the dominant race, and to keep on laughing at his work, is a power which in any race would be regarded as notable. End of Part 1 of Chapter 8. Part 2 of Chapter 8 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Why some light mulattoes do not "cross over to white." I once asked a very light mulatto why he did not cross the line, as they call it, or go over to white, and quit his people. His answer surprised me. It was so distinctly an unexpected point of view. "Why," he said, "white people don't begin to have the good times that Negroes do. They're stiff and cold, they aren't sociable, they don't laugh." Here certainly was a criticism of the white man, and it was corroborated by a curious story I heard at Memphis of a mulatto well known among the coloured people of Tennessee. A number of years ago it came to him suddenly one day that he was white enough to pass anywhere for white, and he acted instantly on the inspiration. He went to Memphis and bought a first-class ticket on a Mississippi River boat to Cincinnati. No one suspected that he was coloured. He sat at the table with white people and even occupied a stateroom with a white man. At first he said he could hardly restrain his exultation, but after a time, although he said he talked and smoked with the white men, he began to be lonesome. "It grew colder and colder," he said. In the evening he sat on the upper deck and as he looked over the railing he could see, down below, the Negro passengers and deckhands talking and laughing. After a time, when it grew darker, they began to sing the inimitable Negro songs. "That finished me," he said. "I got up and went downstairs and took my place among them. I've been a Negro ever since." An ordinary community of middle or working class white people is often singularly barren of any social or intellectual interest. It is often sombre, sodden, uninteresting. Not so the Negro community. In several cities I have tried to trace out the social life of various cliques, especially among the mulattoes, and I have been astonished to find how many societies there are, often with high sounding names, how many church affairs must be attended to, how many suppers and picnics are constantly under way, how many clubs and secret societies are supported. Forced upon themselves, every point of contact with the white race becomes to the Negro a story of peculiar human interest. The view they get from the outside or underneath of white civilization is not, to say the least, altogether our view. Once in a gathering of mulattoes I heard the discussion turn to the stories of those who had "gone over to white," friends or acquaintances of those who were present. Few such cases are known to white people, but the Negroes know many of them. It developed from this conversation, and afterward I got the same impression many times, that there is a sort of conspiracy of silence to protect the Negro who crosses the line and takes his place as a white man. Such cases even awaken glee among them, as though the Negro thus in some way was getting even with a dominant white man. Stories of Negroes Who Have Crossed the Color Line. I don't know how many times I have heard mulattoes speak of the French novelist Dumas as having Negro blood, and they also claim Robert Browning and Alexander Hamilton, how truly I do not know. But the cases which interest them most are those in this country, and there must be far more of them than white people imagine. I know of scores of them. A well-known white actress, whose name of course I cannot give, when she goes to Boston, secretly visits her coloured relatives. A New York man who holds a prominent political appointment under the state government, and who has become an authority in his line, is a Negro. Not long ago he entered a hotel in Baltimore, and the Negro porter who ran to take his bag said discreetly, "Hello, Bob." As boys they had gone to the same Negro school. "Let me carry your bag," said the porter. "I won't give you away." In Philadelphia there lives a coloured woman who married a rich white man. Of course no white people know she is coloured, but the Negroes do, and do not tell. Occasionally she drives down to a certain store, dismisses her carriage, and walks on foot to the home of her mother and sisters. Only a few years ago the newspapers were filled for a day or two with the story of a girl who had been at Vassar College, and upon graduation, by merest accident, it was discovered that she was a Negro. A similar case arose last year at Chicago University, that of Miss Cecilia Johnson, who had been a leader in her class, a member of the Pi Delta Phi sorority, and president of Englewood House, an exclusive girls' club. She was the sister of a well-known Negro politician of Chicago. The Chicago Tribune, after publishing a story to the effect that Miss Johnson had kept her parentage secret, apologized for the publicity in these words: "The Tribune makes this reparation spontaneously and as simple act of justice. There is not the slightest mystery about Miss Johnson. Her life has been an open book. She has won distinction at high school and university, and her career appears to have been free from any blemish that should lessen the love of her intimate friends or the respect in which she is held by her acquaintances." Some mulattoes I know of, one a prominent Wall Street broker, have crossed the line by declaring that they are Mexicans, Brazilians, Spanish, or French. One says he is an Armenian. Under a foreign name they are readily accepted among white people where, as Negroes, they would be instantly rejected. No one of course can estimate the number of men and women with Negro blood who have thus gone over to white, but it must be large. Does race amalgamation still continue? One of the first questions that always arises concerning the mulatto is whether or not the mixture of blood still continues, and whether it is increasing or decreasing. In other words, is the amalgamation of the races still going on, and to what extent? Intermarriage between the races is forbidden by law in all the Southern states, and also in the following Northern and Western states: Arizona, California, Colorado, Delaware, Idaho, Indiana, Missouri, Nebraska, Nevada, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Utah. In all other Northern and Western states marriage between the races is lawful. And yet the marriage laws, so far as they affect the actual problem of amalgamation, mean next to nothing at all. No legal marriage existed between the races in slavery times, and yet there was a widespread mixture of blood. Concubinage was a common practice. A mulatto was worth more in cash than a black man. The great body of mulattoes now in the country trace their origin to such relationships. And such practice of slavery days no more ceased instantly with a paper Emancipation Proclamation than many other customs and habits which had grown up out of centuries of slave relationships. It is a slow process, working out of slavery, both for white men and black. I made inquiries widely in every part of the South among both white and coloured people, and I found a strong and rapidly growing sentiment against what the South calls miscegenation. For years white men in many communities, often prominent judges, governors, wealthy planters, made little or no secret of the fact that they had a Negro family as well as a white family. And the practice is far from dead yet. Every Southern town knows of such cases, often many of them, and a large number of mulatto children today are the sons and daughters of Southern white men, often men of decided importance in their communities. In one town I visited, I heard a white man expressing with great bitterness his feeling against the Negro race, arguing that the Negro must be kept down, else it would lead to the mongrelization of the white race. The next morning, as chance would have it, another white man with whom I was walking pointed out to me a neat cottage, the home of the Negro family of the white man who had talked with me on the previous evening, and I saw this man's coloured children in the yard. The better class of Southern people know perfectly well of these conditions, and are beginning to attack them boldly. At a meeting in the Court Street Methodist Church in Montgomery, Alabama, in 1907, Dr. J. A. Rice, the pastor, made this statement, significant in its very fearlessness of changing sentiment. "I hesitate before I make another statement which is all too true. I hesitate because I fear that in saying it I shall be charged with sensationalism. But even at the risk of such a charge I will say, for it must be said, that there are in the city of Montgomery 400 Negro women supported by white men." The next morning this statement was reported in the Montgomery Advertiser. It may be said also that these 400 cases in a city of 35,000 people do not represent a condition of mere vice. Many of the women are comfortably provided for, and have families of children. Vice is wholly distinct from this system of concubinage, for there are in Montgomery 32 Negro dives operated for white patronage, also the statement of Dr. Rice quoted in the Montgomery Advertiser. The proportion of such cases in some of the less progressive Southern towns even today is almost appalling. and at the same time that speakers and writers are railing at the mulatto for his disturbing race leadership and his restless desire for political and other rights, and while they are declaiming against amalgamation and mongrelization, the mulatto population is increasing. Striving to keep the Negro in his place as a Negro, the South is making him more and more a white man. Attempt to Stop Miscegenation. Among Southern women, not unnaturally, the feeling aroused by these practices has been especially bitter. Here is a remarkable plea, published in the Times Democrat on June 21, 1907, signed "A Woman." Will you kindly publish the following without attaching my signature or divulging it in any way? I have several brothers who are old maidish enough to have nervous prostration if they should see my name signed to such an unmaidenly, immodest letter, but I do my thinking without any assistance from them, and I hope for the sake of peace in my family that they will not recognize me in print. I am a resident of a large town in the Yazoo, Mississippi Delta, where miscegenation is common, where, if a man isolates himself from feminine society, the first and only conclusion reached is, he has a woman of his own in saddle, of duskier shade. This conclusion is almost without exception true. If some daring woman, not afraid of being dubbed a Carrie Nation, were to canvass the Delta counties of Mississippi, taking the census, she would find so many cases of miscegenation, and their resultant mongrel families, that she would bow her head in shame for the flower of Southern chivalry gone to seed. Awakened by a sense of the fearfulness of these conditions, such a strong paper as the New Orleans Times Democrat has been conducting a campaign for laws which shall punish the white man who maintains illicit relations with Negroes. For years attempts have been made in the legislatures of several states, in part successfully, to enact such legislation, but the practice has been so firmly entrenched that many of the efforts have failed. On February 15, 1906, the Times Democrat put the case in stronger language than I would dare to do. It is a public scandal that there should be no law of this kind (against miscegenation) on the statute book of Louisiana, and that it should be left to mobs to break up the miscegenaceous couples. The failure to pass a law of this kind is attributed to white degenerates, men who denounce social equality yet practice it, men who are more dangerous to their own race than the most inflammatory Negro orator and social equality preacher, and who have succeeded by some sort of legislative trickery in pigeonholing or killing the bills intended to protect Louisiana from a possible danger. Such men should be exposed before the people of the state in their true colors. It will thus be seen how deep-seated the difficulty is. And yet, as I have followed the editorial expression of many Southern newspapers, I have been astonished to see how people are beginning to talk out. Here is an editorial from the Star of Monroe, Louisiana. Destructive Crime of Miscegenation. There can be no greater wrong done the people of any community than for public sentiment to permit and tolerate this growing and destructive crime of miscegenation. Yet in many towns and cities of Louisiana especially, there are today white men cohabiting with Negro women, who have sweet and lovable families. This is a crime that becomes almost unbearable, and should bring the blush of shame to every man's cheek who dares to flaunt his debased and degrading conceptions of morality in the eyes of self-respecting men and women. In January 1907, District Attorney J. H. Curry, in Judge Cochran's court at Meridian, Mississippi, addressed a jury on what he called "the curse of miscegenation." In the course of his speech he said: "The accursed shadow of miscegenation hangs over the South to day like a pall of hell. We talk much of the Negro question and all of its possible ramifications and consequences, but, gentlemen, the trouble is not far afield. Our own people, our white men with their black concubines, are destroying the integrity of the Negro race, raising up a menace to the white race, lowering the standard of both races, and preparing the way for riot, mob, criminal assaults, and finally, a death struggle for racial supremacy. The trouble is at our own door. We have tolerated this crime long enough, and if our country is not run by policy rather than by law, then it is time to rise up and denounce this sin of the earth." Anti-Miscegenation League is formed. Strong men and women, indeed, in several states, have begun to organize against the evil. At Francisville, Louisiana, in May, 1907, a meeting was called to organize against what one of the speakers, Mr. Wickliffe, called "the yellow peril of the South." He said that "every man familiar with conditions in our midst knows that the enormous increase in persons of mixed blood is due to men of the white race openly keeping Negro women as concubines." Out of this meeting grew an organization to help stamp out the evil. About the same time a mass meeting was held in Vicksburg, Mississippi, and an anti-miscegenation league was formed. The hatred and fear of such relationships have grown most rapidly, of course, among the better classes of white people. The class of white men who consort with Negro women at the present time is of a much lower sort than it was 5 or 10 years ago, or than it was in slavery times. And the Negroes, on their part, are also awakening to the seriousness of this problem. I found in several Negro communities women's clubs and other organizations which are trying, feebly enough, but significantly trying, to stem the evil from their side. It is a terrible slough to get out of. Negro women, and especially the more comely and intelligent of them, are surrounded by temptations difficult indeed to meet. It has been and is a struggle in Negro communities, especially village communities, to get a moral standard established which will make such relationships with white men unpopular. In some places to day the Negro concubines of white men are received in the Negro churches and among the Negroes generally, and honored rather than ostracized. They are often among the most intelligent of the Negro women, they often have the best homes, and the most money to contribute to their churches. They are proud of their light-coloured children. And yet, as the Negroes begin to be educated, they develop an intense hatred of these conditions, and the utter withdrawal of the best sort of Negro families from any white associations is due in part to the dread of such temptations. I shall never forget the bitterness in the reply of a coloured blacksmith who had a number of good-looking girls. I said to him jokingly, "I suppose you are going to send them to college?" "Why should I?" he asked. "What good will it do? Educate them to live with some white man." The Tragedy of the Negro Girl. A friend of mine, Southern by birth, told me a story of an experience he had at Nashville, where he went to deliver an address at Fisk University, a Negro college. On his way home in the dark he chanced to walk close behind 2 mulatto girls who had been at the lecture. They were discussing it. One of them said: "Well, it's no use. There's no chance down here for a yellow girl. It's either get away from the South or the usual thing." In that remark lay a world of bitter knowledge of conditions. It is remarkable, indeed, that the Negro should have begun to develop moral standards as rapidly as they have. For in the South few people expect the coloured girl to be moral. Everything is against her morality. In the first place, the home life of the great mass of Negroes is still primitive. They are crowded together in one or two rooms. They get no ideas of privacy or of decency. The girls are the prey not only of white men but of men of their own race. The highest ideal before their eyes in many cases is the finely dressed, prosperous concubine of a white man. Moreover, in nearly all Southern towns, houses of prostitution are relegated to the Negro quarter. At Montgomery, Alabama, I saw such places in respectable Negro neighbourhoods, against which the Negro people had repeatedly and bitterly objected to the city authorities, to no purpose. The example of such places of vice on Negro children is exactly what it would be on white children. In the same way, although it seems unbelievable, Negro schools in several cities have been built in vice districts. I saw a fine new brick school for coloured children at Louisville placed in one of the very nastiest streets of the city. The same conditions surround at least one coloured school which I saw at New Orleans. And yet the South, permitting such training in vice, wonders at Negro immorality and is convulsed over the crime of rape. Demanding that the Negro be self-restrained, white men set the example in every way from concubinage down, of immorality and lack of restraint. They sow the whirlwind and look for no crop. When the coloured girl grows up, she goes to service in a white family, where she either sleeps in an outbuilding, the survival of the old system of Negro quarters, or goes home at night. In either event, the mistress rarely pays the slightest attention to her conduct in this particular. I talked with a woman, a fine type of the old gentlefolk, who expressed with frankness a common conviction in the South. "We don't consider," she said, "that the Negroes have any morals. Up North where I was visiting this summer I was amazed to find women with coloured servants looking after them, trying to keep them in at night and prevent mischief. We never do that. We know it isn't any use." It may be imagined how difficult it is in such an atmosphere for Negroes to build up moral standards or to live decently. If there ever was a human tragedy in this world, it is the tragedy of the Negro girl. Relations between white men and Negro women. Illicit relationships between the races have not gone on without causing many a troubled conscience, nor has a difference in colour always deadened the deeper feelings of the human heart. In spite of laws and colour lines, human nature, wherever found, is profoundly alike. In making my inquiries among coloured colleges, I found to my astonishment that in nearly all of them mulatto boys and girls are being educated, and well educated, by their white fathers. A number of them are at Atlanta University, Tuskegee, Hampton, Fisk, indeed, at all of the colleges. And Wilberforce College, next after Lincoln University of Chester County, Pennsylvania, the oldest Negro institution of learning in the country, founded in 1856, was largely supported in slavery times by Southern white men, who felt a moral obligation to educate their coloured sons and daughters. Large farms around Wilberforce, near Xenia, which I have visited, were originally bought by Southern slave owners for their mulatto children, where they could get away from the South and grow up in a free state. Some of these mulatto children, educated in Latin and Greek, with too much money and little to do, went straight to the devil, while others conserved their property, and it is today in the hands of their descendants. Thus the relations between white men and Negro women even today, though marriage is forbidden by law, are sometimes remarkable in their expression of the deepest emotions of the human heart. I shall never forget the story of one such case among many that I heard in the South. I withhold the names in this case, although the story is widely known among the people in that part of Alabama. At lives a planter of prominence who was formerly on the staff of the governor of the state. He had no white family, but everyone knew that he lived with a mulatto woman and was raising a coloured family. When the boys and girls were old enough, he sent them to Atlanta University, to Tuskegee, and to Spelman Seminary, providing them plentifully with money. He also paid for his wife's sister's schooling. A year or so ago his mulatto wife died, and he was heartbroken. He sent for his boys to come from college, and let it be known that he would have something to say at the funeral. Many white and coloured people, therefore, attended and followed the body of the Negro woman to the cemetery. At the grave General stepped forward and raised his hand. "I have just one word to say here today. These children who are here have always gone by their mother's name. I want to acknowledge them now in front of all these people as my children, and henceforth they will bear my name. I wish also to say that this woman who lies here was my wife, not by law, but in the sight of God. I here acknowledge her. This is a duty I have to do not only to this woman but to God. When I leave my property I shall leave it to those children and shall see that they get it." Intermarriage of the races in the North. So much for Southern conditions. How is it in the North where intermarriage is not forbidden by law? In 1903, during a heated political campaign in Mississippi, United States Senator Money repeatedly made the assertion that in Massachusetts in the previous year, because there were no laws to separate the Negro and prevent intermarriage, 2,000 white women had married Negro men. I heard echoes of Senator Money's statistics in several places in the South. I have made a careful investigation of the facts in several Northern cities, and I have been surprised to discover how little intermarriage there really is. If intermarriage in the North were increasing largely, Boston, being the city where the least race prejudice exists and where the proportion of mulattoes is largest, would show it most plainly. As a matter of fact, in the year 1902, when according to Senator Money 2,000 white women married coloured men, there were in Boston, which contains the great bulk of the Negro population of Massachusetts, just 29 interracial marriages. Although the Negro population of Boston has been steadily increasing, the number of marriages between the races, which remained about stationary from 1875 to 1890, has since 1900 been rapidly decreasing. Here are the exact figures as given by the Registry Department. Racial intermarriages in Boston. 1900. Groom colored, bride white, 32. Groom white, bride colored, 3. Total mixed marriages, 35. 1901. Groom colored, bride white, 30. Groom white, bride colored, 1. Total mixed marriages, 31. 1902. Groom colored, bride white, 25. Groom white, bride colored, 4. Total mixed marriages, 29. 1903. Groom colored, bride white, 27. Groom white, bride colored, 2. Total mixed marriages, 29. 1904. Groom colored, bride white, 27. Groom white, bride colored, 1. Total mixed marriages, 28. 1905. Groom colored, bride white, 17. Groom white, bride colored, 2. Total mixed marriages, 19. At Boston and in other Northern towns I made inquiries in regard to the actual specific instances of intermarriage. There are two classes of cases: first, what may be called the intellectuals, highly educated mulattoes who marry educated white women. I have the history of a number of such intermarriages, but there is not space here to relate the really interesting life stories which have grown out of them. One of the best known Negro professors in the country has a white wife. I saw the home where they live under almost ideal surroundings. A mulatto doctor of a Southern town married a white girl who was a graduate of Wellesley College. They had trouble in the South and have gone over to white, and are now living in the North. They have 2 children. A Negro businessman of Boston has a white wife. They celebrated recently the 25th anniversary of their marriage. But such cases as these are rare. In the great majority of intermarriages the white women belong to the lower walks of life. They are German, Irish, or other foreign women, respectable but ignorant. As far as I can see from investigating a number of such cases, the home life is as happy as that of other people in the same stratum of life. But the white woman who thus marries a Negro is speedily declassed. She is ostracised by the white people, and while she finds a certain place among the Negroes, she is not even readily accepted as a Negro. In short, she is cut off from both races. When I was at Xenia, Ohio, I was told of a case of a white man who was arrested for living with a Negro woman. The magistrate compelled him to marry the Negro woman as the worst punishment he could invent. For this reason, although there are no laws in most Northern states against mixed marriages, and although the Negro population has been increasing, the number of intermarriages is not only not increasing, but in many cities, as in Boston, it is decreasing. It is an unpopular institution. No one phase of the race question has aroused more acrimonious discussion than that of the mulatto, especially as to the comparative physical strength and intelligence of the black Negro and the mulatto, a subject which cannot be here entered into. Most leaders of the Negro race are mulattoes. This much I know from my own observation. Most of the leading men of the race to day in every line of activity are mulattoes. Both Booker T. Washington and Dr. DuBois are mulattoes. Frederick Douglass was a mulatto. The foremost literary men, Charles W. Chesnutt and William Stanley Braithwaite, are mulattoes. The foremost painter of the race, H. O. Tanner, whose pictures have been in the Luxembourg, and who has been an honor to American art, is a mulatto. Both Judge Terrell and his wife, Mary Church Terrell, who is a member of the School Board of Washington, are mulattoes. On the other hand, there are notable exceptions to the rule. W. T. Vernon, Register of the United States Treasury, and Professor Kelly Miller of Washington, D.C., one of the ablest men of his race, both have the appearance of being full-blooded Negroes. Paul Laurence Dunbar, the poet, was an undoubted Negro. So was J. C. Price, a brilliant orator. So is M. C. B. Mason, Secretary of the Southern Aid Society of the Methodist Church. Full-blooded Negroes often make brilliant school and college records, even in comparison with white boys. It is the judgment of Hampton Institute, after years of careful observation, that there is no difference in ability between light and dark Negroes. I quote from the Southern Workman, published at Hampton: "The question as to the comparative intelligence of light and dark Negroes is one that is not easily settled. After long years of observation, Hampton's records show that about an equal number of mulattoes and pure blacks have made advancement in their studies and at their work. While it is probable that the lighter students are possessed of a certain quickness which does not belong to the darker, there is a power of endurance among the blacks that does not belong to the lighter brethren." As to the comparative accomplishment of light and dark Negroes after leaving school, the evidence is so confusing that I would not dare to enter upon a generalization. That question must be left to the great scientific sociologist who will devote a lifetime to this most interesting problem in human life. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Lynchings, South and North. Most of the studies for this book were made in 1906, 1907, and 1908, but I investigated the subject of lynching, North and South, in the fall of 1904. Since that time, the feeling against mob vengeance has been gaining strength throughout the country, and the number of lynchings has been steadily decreasing. But the number is still appalling, and many recent cases, especially in the Black Belt, have been accompanied by brutal excesses. My studies made 4 years ago are typical of present conditions. I have, indeed, confirmed them by a somewhat careful examination made last year (1907) of 2 or 3 recent cases. Lynch law reached its height in the late '80s and early '90s. In the 16 years from 1884 to 1900, the number of persons lynched in the United States was 2,516. Of these, 2,080 were in the Southern states and 436 in the North. 1,678 were Negroes and 801 were white men. 2,465 were men and 51 were women. I am here using the accepted, indeed the only, statistics, those collected by the Chicago Tribune. As showing the gradual growth of the sentiment against mob law, I can do no better than to give the record of lynchings for a number of successive years. 1891, 192. 1892, 235. 1893, 200. 1894, 190. 1895, 171. 1896, 131. 1897, 166. 1898, 127. 1899, 107. 1900, 116. 1901, 135. 1902, 96. 1903, 104. 1904, 87. 1905, 66. 1906, 73. 1907, 56. Before I take up the account of specific cases, an analysis of the lynchings for the years 1906 and 1907 will help to show in what states mob rule is most often invoked, and for what offenses lynchings are most common. Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and Georgia, the Black Belt states, are thus seen to have the worst records, and the figures here given do not include the men killed in the Atlanta riot, which would add 12 to the Georgia record for 1906. Following is the comparative number of lynchings for the 2 years. Alabama, 1907, 13, 1906, 5. Arkansas, 1907, 3, 1906, 4. Colorado, 1907, none, 1906, 1. Florida, 1907, none, 1906, 6. Georgia, 1907, 6, 1906, 9. Indian Territory, 1907, 2, 1906, 1. Iowa, 1907, 1, 1906, none. Kentucky, 1907, 1, 1906, 3. Louisiana, 1907, 8, 1906, 9. Maryland, 1907, 2, 1906, 1. Mississippi, 1907, 12, 1906, 13. Missouri, 1907, none, 1906, 3. Nebraska, 1907, 1, 1906, none. North Carolina, 1907, none, 1906, 5. Oklahoma, 1907, 2, 1906, none. South Carolina, 1907, 1, 1906, 2. Tennessee, 1907, 1, 1906, 5. Texas, 1907, 3, 1906, 6. Totals: 1907, 56, 1906, 73. Of those lynched in 1907, 49 were Negro men, 3 Negro women, and 4 white men. By methods: hanging 31, shot to death 17, hanged and shot 3, shot and burned 2, beaten to death 1, kicked to death 1. The offenses for which these men and women were lynched range from stealing 75 cents and talking with white girls over the telephone to rape and murder. Here is the list. For being father of boy who jostled white women, 1. For being victor over white man in fight, 1. Attempted murder, 5. Murder of wife, 1. Murder of husband and wife, 1. Murder of wife and stepson, 1. Murder of mistress, 1. Manslaughter, 10. Accessory to murder, 1. Rape, 8. Attempted rape, 11. Raping own stepdaughter, 1. For being wife and son of a raper, 2. Protecting fugitive from posse, 1. Talking to white girls over telephone, 1. Expressing sympathy for mob's victim, 3. $3 debt, 2. Stealing 75 cents, 1. Insulting white man, 1. Store burglary, 3. In making my study, I visited 4 towns where lynchings had taken place, 2 in the South, Statesboro in Georgia and Huntsville in Alabama, and 2 in the North, Springfield, Ohio, and Danville, Illinois. 1. Lynching in the South. Statesboro, Georgia, where 2 Negroes were burned alive under the most shocking circumstances on August 16, 1904, is a thrifty county seat located about 70 miles from Savannah. For 100 years a settlement has existed there, but it was not until the people discovered the wealth of the turpentine forests and of the Sea Island cotton industry that the town became highly prosperous. Since 1890 it has doubled in population every 5 years, having in 1904 some 2,500 people. Most of the town is newly built. A fine new courthouse stands in the city square, and there are new churches, a large new academy, a new waterworks system and telephones, electric lights, rural free delivery, everywhere the signs of improvement and progress. It is distinctly a town of the New South, developed almost exclusively by the energy of Southerners and with Southern money. Its population is pure American, mostly of old Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia stock. Fully 70% of the inhabitants are church members, Baptists, Presbyterians, and Methodists, and the town has not had a saloon in 25 years, and rarely has a case of drunkenness. There are no beggars and practically no tramps. A poorhouse, built several years ago, had to be sold because no one would go to it. The farms are small, for the most part, and owned by the farmers themselves. Only 8% of them are mortgaged. There are schools for both white and coloured children, though the school year is short and education not compulsory. In short, this is a healthy, temperate, progressive American town, a country city, self-respecting, ambitious, with a good future before it, the future of the New South. Character of the Negro population. About 40% of the population of the county consists of Negroes. Here as elsewhere there are to be found 2 very distinct kinds of Negroes, as distinct as the classes of white men. The first of these is the self-respecting resident Negro. Sometimes he is a landowner, more often a renter. He is known to the white people, employed by them, and trusted by them. In Statesboro, as in most of the South, a large proportion of the Negroes are of this better class. On the other hand, one finds everywhere many of the so-called worthless Negroes, perhaps a growing class, who float from town to town, doing rough work, having no permanent place of abode, not known to the white population generally. The turpentine industry has brought many such Negroes to the neighbourhood of Statesboro. Living in the forest near the turpentine stills, and usually ignorant and lazy, they and all their kind, both in the country districts and in the city, are doubly unfortunate in coming into contact chiefly with the poorer class of white people, whom they often meet as industrial competitors. Danger from the floating Negro. In all the towns I visited, South as well as North, I found that this floating, worthless Negro caused most of the trouble. He prowls the roads by day and by night. He steals. He makes it unsafe for women to travel alone. Sometimes he has gone to school long enough to enable him to read a little and to write his name, enough education to make him hate the hard work of the fields and aspire to better things, without giving him the determination to earn them. He has little or no regard for the family relations or home life, and when he commits a crime or is tired of one locality, he sets out unencumbered to seek new fields, leaving his wife and children without the slightest compunction. About 6 miles from the city of Statesboro lived Henry Hodges, a well-to-do planter. He had a good farm, he ran 3 plows, as they say in the cotton country, and rumor reported that he had money laid by. Coming of an old family, he was widely related in Bullock County, and his friendliness and kindness had given him and his family a large circle of acquaintances. Family ties and friendships, in old settled communities like those in the South, are influences of much greater importance in fixing public opinion and deciding political and social questions than they are in the new and heterogeneous communities of the North. The South is still, so far as the white population is concerned, a sparsely settled country. The farmers often live far apart. The roads are none too good. The Hodges home was in a lonely place, the nearest neighbors being Negroes, nearly a half a mile distant. No white people lived within 3/4 of a mile. Hodges had been brought up among Negroes, he employed them, he was kind to them. To one of the Negroes suspected of complicity in the subsequent murder, he had loaned his shotgun. Another, afterward lynched, called at his home the very night before the murder, intending then to rob him, and Hodges gave him a bottle of turpentine to cure a snake graze. Story of the Murder. On the afternoon of July 29, 1904, Mr. Hodges drove to a neighbor's house to bring his 9-year-old girl home from school. No Southern white farmer, especially in thinly settled regions like Bullock County, dares permit any woman or girl of his family to go out anywhere alone for fear of the criminal Negro. "You don't know and you can't know," a Georgian said to me, "what it means down here to live in constant fear lest your wife or daughter be attacked on the road, or even in her home. Many women in the city of Statesboro dare not go into their back yards after dark. Every white planter knows that there is always danger for his daughters to visit even the nearest neighbor, or for his wife to go to church without a man to protect her." It is absolutely necessary to understand this point of view before one can form a true judgment upon conditions in the South. When Hodges arrived at his home that night, it was already dark. The little girl ran to join her mother, the father drove to the barn. 2 Negroes, perhaps more, met him there and beat his brains out with a stone and a buggy brace. Hearing the noise, Mrs. Hodges ran out with a lamp and set it on the gate-post. The Negroes crept up, as nearly as can be gathered from the contradictory stories and confessions, and murdered her there in her doorway with peculiar brutality. Many of the crimes committed by Negroes are marked with almost animal-like ferocity. Once aroused to murderous rage, the Negro does not stop with mere killing. He bruises and batters his victim out of all semblance to humanity. For the moment, under stress of passion, he seems to revert wholly to savagery. The Negroes went into the house and ransacked it for money. The little girl, who must have been terror-stricken beyond belief, hid behind a trunk. The 2 younger children, one a child of 2 years, the other a mere baby, lay on the bed. Finding no money, the Negroes returned to their homes. Here they evidently began to dread the consequences of their deed, for toward midnight they returned to the Hodges home. During all this time the little girl had been hiding there in darkness, with the bodies of her father and mother in the doorway. When the Negroes appeared, she either came out voluntarily, hoping that friends had arrived, or she was dragged out. "Where's the money?" demanded the Negroes. The child got out all she had, a precious 5-cent piece, and offered it to them on condition that they would not hurt her. One of them seized her and beat her to death. I make no excuse for telling these details. They must be told, else we shall not see the depths or the lengths of this problem. Burning of the Hodges home. The Negroes then dragged the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Hodges into their home and set the house afire. As nearly as can be made out from the subsequent confessions, the two younger children were burned alive. When the neighbors reached the scene of the crime, the house was wholly consumed, only the great end chimney left standing, and the lamp still burning on the gatepost. Well, these Southerners are warm-hearted, home-loving people. Everybody knew and respected the Hodges. Their friends in the church, their many relatives in the country, and the effect of this frightful crime described in all its details may possibly be imagined by Northern people living quietly and peacefully in their homes. When two of the prominent citizens of the town told me, weeks afterward, of the death of the little girl, they could not keep back their tears. The murder took place on Friday night. On Saturday the Negroes, Paul Reed and Will Cato, were arrested with several other suspects, including two Negro preachers. Both Reed and Cato were of the illiterate class. Both had been turpentine workers, living in the forest, far from contact with white people. Cato was a floater from South Carolina. Reed was born in the county, but he was a good type of the worthless and densely ignorant Negro. It is a somewhat common impression that a whole town loses itself in a passion of anarchy, and is not satisfied until the criminals are killed. But in spite of the terrible provocation and the intense feeling, there yet existed in Statesboro exactly such a feeling for the sacredness of law, such intelligent Americanism, as exists in your town or mine. Not within the present generation had a lynching taken place in the town, and the people were deeply concerned to preserve the honor and good name of their community. In the midst of intense excitement, a meeting of good citizens, both white and black, was called in the court house. It was presided over by J. A. Brannan, one of the foremost citizens. Speeches were made by Mayor Johnstone, by the ministers of the town, and by other citizens, including a Negro, all calling for good order and the calm and proper enforcement of the law. Attempts to prevent the lynching. And the regular machinery of justice was put in motion with commendable rapidity. Fearing a lynching, the Negroes who had been arrested were sent to Savannah, and there lodged in jail. A grand jury was immediately called, indictments were found, and in 2 weeks, the shortest possible time under the law, the Negroes were brought back from Savannah for trial. To protect them, 2 military companies, one from Statesboro, one from Savannah, were called out. The proof of guilt was absolutely conclusive, and although the Negroes were given every advantage to which they were entitled under the law, several prominent attorneys having been appointed to defend them, they were promptly convicted and sentenced to be hanged. In the meantime great excitement prevailed. The town was crowded for days with farmers who came flocking in from every direction. The crime was discussed and magnified. It was common talk that the "niggers of Madison County are getting too biggity," that they wouldn't "keep their places." Fuel was added to the flame by the common report that the murderers of the Hodges family were members of a Negro society known as the Before Day Club, and wild stories were told of other murders that had been planned, the names of intended victims even being reported. On the Sunday night before the trial, two Negro women, walking down the street, are said to have crowded two respectable white girls off the sidewalk. A crowd dragged the women from a church where they had gone, took them to the outskirts of the town, whipped them both violently, and ordered them to leave the county. "Let the law take its course," urged the good citizen. "The Negroes have been sentenced to be hanged. Let them be hanged legally. We want no disgrace to fall on the town." How the lynchers themselves defend a lynching. But as the trial progressed and the crowd increased, there were louder and louder expressions of the belief that hanging was too good for such a crime. I heard intelligent citizens argue that a Negro criminal, in order to be a hero in the eyes of his people, does not mind being hanged. Another distinct feeling developed, a feeling that I found in other lynching towns, that somehow the courts and the law were not to be trusted to punish the criminals properly. Although Reed and Cato were sentenced to be hanged, the crowd argued that the lawyers would get them off, that the case would be appealed and they would go free. Members of the mob tried to get Sheriff Kendrick to promise not to remove the Negroes to Savannah, fearing that in some way they would be taken beyond the reach of justice. In other words, there existed a deep-seated conviction that justice too often miscarried in Bulloch County, and that murderers commonly escaped punishment through the delays and technicalities of the law. A habit of man-killing. And there is, unfortunately, a foundation for this belief. In every lynching town I visited, I made special inquiry as to the prevalence of crime, particularly as to the degree of certainty of punishment for crime. In all of them property is safe. Laws looking to the protection of goods and chattels are executed with a fair degree of precision, for we are a business-worshipping people. But I was astounded by the extraordinary prevalence in all these lynching counties, North as well as South, of crimes of violence, especially homicide, accompanied in every case by a poor enforcement of the law. Bulloch County, with barely 25,000 inhabitants, had 32 homicides in a little more than 5 years before the lynching, an annual average of 1 to every 4,500 people, the average in the entire United States being 1 to 9,000. Within 8 months prior to the Hodges lynching, no fewer than 10 persons, including the Hodges family, were murdered in Bulloch County. In 28 years, notwithstanding the high rate of homicides, only 3 men, all Negroes, have been legally hanged, while 4 men, 3 Negroes and 1 white man, have been lynched. It is well understood that if the murderer has friends or a little money to hire lawyers, he can, especially if he happens to be white, nearly always escape with a nominal punishment. These facts are widely known and generally commented upon. In his subsequent charge to the grand jury, Judge Daly said that the mob was due in part to delays in the execution of law and to the people becoming impatient. I am not telling these things with any idea of excusing or palliating the crime of lynching, but with the earnest intent of setting forth all the facts, so that we may understand just what the feelings and impulses of a lynching town really are, good as well as bad. Unless we diagnose the case accurately, we cannot hope to discover effective remedies. Psychology of the Mob. In the intense, excited crowd gathered around the courthouse on this Tuesday, the 16th of August, other influences were also at work, influences operating in a greater or less degree in every lynching mob. We are accustomed to look upon a mob as an entity, the expression of a single concrete feeling. It is not. It is itself torn with dissensions and compunctions, swayed by conflicting emotions. Similarly, we look upon a militia company as a sort of machine which, set in operation, automatically performs a certain definite service. But it is not. It is made up of young men, each with his own intense feelings, prejudices, ideals, and it requires unusual discipline to inculcate such a sense of duty that the individual soldier will rise superior to the emotions of the hour. Most of these young men of Statesboro and Savannah really sympathized with the mob. Among the crowd, the Statesboro men saw their relatives and friends. Some of the officers were ambitious men, hoping to stand for political office. What would happen if they ordered the troops to fire on their neighbors? And the "nigger deserved hanging," and "why should good white blood be shed for nigger brutes?" At a moment of this sort the clear perception of solemn abstract principles and great civic duties fades away in tumultuous excitement. Yet these soldier boys were not cowards. They had a fighting history. Their fathers made good soldiers. They themselves would serve bravely against a foreign enemy, but when called upon for mob service they failed utterly, as they have failed repeatedly, both North and South. Up to the last moment, although the crowd believed in lynching and wanted to lynch, there seemed to be no real and general determination to forestall the law. The mob had no center, no fixed purpose, no real plan of action. One determined man, knowing his duty, as I shall show in another story, and doing it with common sense, could have prevented trouble, but there was no such man. Captain Hitch, of the Savannah Company, a vacillating commander, allowed the crowd to pack the courthouse, to stream in and out among his soldiers. He laid the responsibility, afterward, on the sheriff, and the sheriff shouldered it back upon him. In nearly all the cases I investigated, I found the same attempt to shift responsibility, the same lack of a responsible head. Our system too often fails when mob stress is laid upon it, unless it happens that some strong man stands out, assumes responsibility, and becomes a momentary despot. How the soldiers were overpowered. A mob, no matter how deeply inflamed, is always cowardly. This mob was no exception. It crowded up, testing authority. It joked with the soldiers, and when it found that the jokes were appreciated, it took further liberties. It jostled the soldiers, good-humoredly. "You don't dare fire," it said, and the soldiers made no reply. "Your guns aren't loaded," it said, and some soldier confessed that they were not. In tender consideration for the feelings of the mob, the officers had ordered the men not to load their rifles. The next step was easy enough. The mob playfully wrenched away a few of the guns, those behind pushed forward, those behind always do push forward, knowing they will not be hurt, and in a moment the whole mob was swarming up the stairs, yelling and cheering. In the courtroom sentence had been passed on Reed and Cato, and the judge had just congratulated the people on "their splendid regard for the law under very trying conditions." Then the mob broke in. A brother of the murdered Hodges, a minister from Texas, rose magnificently to the occasion. With tears streaming down his face, he begged the mob to let the law take its course. "We don't want religion, we want blood," yelled a voice. The mob was now thoroughly stirred. It ceased to hesitate. It was controlled wholly by its emotions. The leaders plunged down the courtroom and into the witness chamber, where the Negroes sat with their wives, Reed's wife with a young baby. The officers of the law accommodatingly indicated the right Negroes, and the mob dragged them out. Hanging was at first proposed, and a man even climbed a telegraph pole just outside the courthouse. But the mob, growing more ferocious as it gathered volume and excitement, yelled its determination. "Burn them! Burn them!" They rushed up the road, intending to take the Negroes to the scene of the crime. But it was midday in August, with a broiling hot sun overhead and a dusty road underfoot. A mile from town the mob swerved into a turpentine forest, pausing first to let the Negroes kneel and confess. Calmer spirits again counseled hanging, but someone began to recite in a high-keyed voice the awful details of the crime, dwelling especially on the death of the little girl. It worked the mob into a frenzy of ferocity. "They burned the Hodges and gave them no choice. Burn the niggers!" "Please don't burn me," pleaded Cato, and again, "Hang me or shoot me. Please don't burn me." Burning of the Negroes. Some one referred the question to the father-in-law of Hodges. He said Hodges's mother wished the men burned. That settled it. Men were sent into town for kerosene oil and chains, and finally the Negroes were bound to an old stump. Faggots were heaped around them, and each was drenched with oil. Then the crowd stood back accommodatingly, while a photographer, standing there in the bright sunshine, took pictures of the chained Negroes. Citizens crowded up behind the stump and got their faces into the photograph. When the faggots were lighted, the crowd yelled wildly. Cato, the less stolid of the two Negroes, partly of white blood, screamed with agony. But Reed, black and stolid, bore it like a block of wood. They threw knots and sticks at the writhing creatures, but always left room for the photographer to take more pictures. And when it was all over they began, in common with all mobs, to fight for souvenirs. They scrambled for the chains before they were cold, and the precious links were divided among the populace. Pieces of the stump were hacked off, and finally one young man, it must be told, gathered up a few charred remnants of bone, carried them uptown, and actually tried to give them to the judge who presided at the trial of the Negroes, to the utter disgust of that official. After effects of mob law. This is the law of the mob, that it never stops with the thing it sets out to do. It is exactly like any other manifestation of uncontrolled human passion. Given license, it takes more license. It releases that which is ugly, violent, revengeful in the community as in the individual human heart. I have heard often of a quiet mob, an orderly mob, which went about its business and hanged the nigger. But in all the cases I have known about, and I made special inquiries upon this particular point, not one single mob stopped when the immediate work was done, unless under compulsion. Even good citizens of Statesboro will tell you that "the niggers got only what they deserved," and "it was all right if the mob had only stopped there." But it did not stop there. It never does. All the stored-up racial animosity came seething to the surface, all the personal grudges and spite. As I have already related, 2 Negro women were whipped on the Sunday night before the lynching. On the day following the lynching, the father of the women was found, seeking legal punishment for the men who whipped his daughters, and he himself was taken out and frightfully beaten. On the same day 2 other young Negroes, of the especially hated smart nigger type, were caught and whipped, one for riding a bicycle on the sidewalk, the other, as several citizens told me, on general principles. But this was not the worst. On Wednesday night an old Negro man and his son, Negroes of the better class, were sitting in their cabin some miles from Statesboro when they were both shot at through the window and badly wounded. Another respectable Negro, named McBride, was visited in his home by a white mob, which first whipped his wife, who was confined with a baby 3 days old, and then beat, kicked, and shot McBride himself so horribly that he died the next day. The better class of citizens, the same men who would, perhaps, condone the burning of Reed and Cato, had no sympathy with this sort of thing. Some of them took McBride's dying statement, and 4 white men were arrested and charged with the murder, but never punished. Indeed, the mob led directly to a general increase of crime in Bulloch County. As Judge Daly said in his charge to a subsequent grand jury, "Mob violence begets crime. Crime has been more prevalent since this lynching than ever before. In the Middle Circuit the courts have been so badly crowded with murder trials that it has been almost impossible to attend to civil business." Another evil result of the lynching was that it destroyed valuable evidence. The prosecutors had hoped to learn from the convicted Reed and Cato whether or not they had any companions, and thereby bring to justice all the other Negroes suspected of complicity in the murder of the Hodges. If the Before Day Club ever existed and had a criminal purpose, which is doubtful, most of the members who composed it were left at large, awaiting the next opportunity to rob and murder. Mob justice and the cotton crop. Mob law has not only represented a moral collapse in this community, but it struck also at the sensitive pocket of the business interests of the county. Frightened by the threatening attitude of the whites, the Negroes began to leave the county. It was just at the beginning of the cotton picking season, when labor of every sort was much needed, Negro labor especially. It would not do to frighten away all the Negroes. On Thursday some of the officials and citizens of Statesboro got together, appointed extra marshals, and gave notice that there were to be no more whippings, and the mob spirit disappeared until next time. But what of the large Negro population of Statesboro during all this excitement? The citizens told the decent Negroes, "We don't want to hurt you. We know you. You are all right. Go home and you won't be hurt." Go home they did, and there was not a Negro to be seen during all the time of the lynching. From inquiry among the Negroes themselves, I found that many of them had no voice to raise against the burning of Reed and Cato. This was the grim, primitive, eye for an eye logic that they used, in common with many white men. "Reed and Cato burned the Hodges. They ought to be burned." Even Cato's wife used this logic. But all the Negroes were bitter over the indiscriminate whippings which followed the lynching. These whippings widened the breach between the races, led to deeper suspicion and hatred, fertilized the soil for future outbreaks. In the same week that I visited Statesboro, no fewer than 3 cotton gins in various parts of Bulloch County were mysteriously burned at night, and while no one knew the exact origin of the fires, it was openly charged that they were caused by revengeful Negroes. None of these terrible after effects would have taken place if the law had been allowed to follow its course. A fighting parson. The overwhelming majority of the people of Bulloch County undoubtedly condoned the lynching, even believed in it heartily and completely. And yet, as I have said, there was a strong dissenting opposition among the really thoughtful, better class citizens. All the churches of Statesboro came out strongly for law and order. The Methodist Church, led by a fighting parson, the Reverend Whiteley Langston, expelled 2 members who had been in the mob, an act so unpopular that the church lost 25 members of its congregation. Of course, the members of the mob were known, but none of them was ever punished. The judge especially charged the grand jury to investigate the lynching, and this was its report. We deplore the recent lawlessness in our city and community, specially referred to by His Honor, Judge A. F. Daly, in his able charge. We have investigated the matter in the light of information coming under our personal knowledge and obtained by the examination of a number of witnesses, but we have been unable to find sufficient evidence to warrant indictments. We tender thanks to His Honor, Judge Daly, for his able and comprehensive charge. A feeble attempt was made to discipline the military officers who allowed the populace to walk over them and take away their guns. A court-martial sat for days in Savannah, and finally recommended the dismissal of Captain Hitch from the service of the state, but the governor let him off with half the penalty suggested. 2 lieutenants were also disciplined. In the state election which followed the lynching, numerous voters in Bulloch County actually scratched the name of Governor Terrell, of Georgia, because he ordered the troops to Statesboro, and substituted the name of Captain Hitch. Sheriff Kendrick, who failed to protect Reed and Cato, was re-elected without opposition. It was a tone of deep discouragement that Mayor G. S. Johnstone of Statesboro said to me, "If our grand jury won't indict these lynchers, if our petty juries won't convict, and if our soldiers won't shoot, what are we coming to?" Revolution of opinion in the South on lynching. Conditions at Statesboro are, perhaps, typical of those in most Southern towns. In most Southern towns a lynching would be conducted much as it was in Statesboro. There would be the same objecting but ineffective minority of good citizens, the troops would refuse their duty, and the lynchers would escape in much the same way. And yet, if we were to stop with the account of the Statesboro affair, we should overlook some of the greatest influences now affecting the lynching problem in the South. No one who visits the South can escape the conviction that, with its intensified industrial life, and the marvellous development and enrichment of the whole country, other equally momentous, if less tangible, changes are taking place. Public opinion is developing along new lines. Old, set prejudices are breaking up, and there is, among other evident influences, a marked revolution in the attitude of the Southern people and the Southern newspapers on the lynching question. I turn now to the lynching at Huntsville, Alabama, which reveals in a striking manner some of the features of the new revolt in the South against mob law. A Negro Crime in Huntsville, Alabama. One evening in September 1904, a Negro of Huntsville, Alabama, asked an old peddler named Waldrop for a ride. Waldrop was a kindly old man, well known and respected throughout Madison County. He drove into the city 2 or 3 times a week with vegetables and chickens to sell, and returned with the small product of his trade in his pocket. Waldrop knew the Negro, Maples, and although Maples was of the worthless sort, and even then under indictment for thieving, the peddler made room for him in his wagon, and they rode out of the town together. They drove into a lonely road. They crossed a little bridge. Tall trees shaded and darkened the place. Night was falling. The Negro picked up a stone and beat out the brains of the inoffensive old man, robbed him, and left him lying there at the roadside, while the horse wandered homeward. How a murder cries out! The murderer fled in the darkness, but it was as if he left great footprints. The next day, in Huntsville, the law laid its hand on his shoulder. Now, Huntsville is one of the best cities in Alabama. No other city perhaps preserves more of the aristocratic habiliments of the older South. It was the first capital of the state. 7 governors lie buried in its cemetery. Its county house, its bank, some of its residences are noble examples of the architecture of the antebellum South. And while preserving these evidences of the wealth and refinement of an older civilization, few cities in the South have responded more vigorously to the new impulses of progress and development. Its growth during the last few years has been little short of amazing. Northern capital has come in. 9 cotton mills have been built, drawing a large increase of population, and stimulating the development of the country in every direction. It is a fine, orderly, progressive city, intensely American, ambitious, self-respecting. Relation of lynching to business success. Huntsville has had its share of lynchings in the past. Within 20 years 7 Negroes and 1 white man had been the victims of mobs in Madison County. The best citizens knew what a lynching meant. They knew how the mob began and what invariably followed its excesses, and they wanted no more such horrors. But this revolt was not wholly moral. With awakening industrial ambition, the people realized that disorder had a tendency to frighten away capital, stop immigration, and retard development generally. Good business demands good order. This feeling has been expressed in various forms and through many channels. It existed in Statesboro, but it was by no means as vigorous as in this manufacturing city of Huntsville. We find, for instance, Congressman Richardson of Alabama, a citizen of Huntsville, saying in a speech on the floor of the House of Representatives, "Why, Mr. Chairman, we have more reason in the South to observe the law and do what is right than any other section of this Union." The Atlanta Constitution presents the same view in vigorous language. "Aside entirely from the consideration of the evil effects of the mob spirit in breeding general disrespect for the law, and aside from the question of the inevitable brutalizing effect of lynching upon those who are spectators, and the effect goes even further, the practical question arises, can we at the South afford it? Is there any use blinding ourselves to the fact, patent to everybody, that it is this sort of thing that has kept hundreds of thousands of desirable immigrants from coming to the Southern states? Story of a Bold Judge. When the murderer of the peddler Waldrop was arrested, therefore, the thoughtful and progressive people of the city, the kind who are creating the New South, took immediate steps to prevent mob disturbance. The city was fortunate in having an able, energetic young man as its circuit judge, a judge, the son of a judge, who saw his duty clearly, and who was not afraid to act, even though it might ruin his immediate political future, as, indeed, it did. rare qualities in these days. The murder was committed Tuesday, September 6th. The Negro was arrested Wednesday. Judge Speake impaneled a special grand jury without waiting a moment, and that very afternoon, within 6 hours after the Negro's arrest, and within 20 hours after the crime was committed, the Negro was formally indicted. Arrangements were then made to call a special jury within a week, in the hope that the prospect of immediate punishment would prevent the gathering of a mob. A record of homicide as a cause of lynching. But unfortunately, we find here in Madison County not only a history of lynching, a habit it may be called, but there existed the same disregard for the sacredness of human life which is the common characteristic of most lynching communities, South or North. I made a careful examination of the records of the county. In the 5 years preceding this lynching, no fewer than 33 murder and homicide cases were tried in the courts, besides 8 murderers indicted, but not arrested. This is the record of a single county of about 40,000 people. Notwithstanding this record of crime, there had not been a legal hanging in the county, even of a Negro, for 19 years. It was a fact, well known to everybody in the county, that it was next to impossible to convict a white man for killing. Murderers employed good lawyers, they appealed their cases, they brought political friendships to bear, and the relationships between the old families were so far extended that they reached even into the jury room. As a consequence, nearly every white murderer went free. Only a short time before the lynching, Fred Stevens, a white man, who shot a white man in a quarrel over a bucket of water, was let out with a fine of $50, costs, and 30 days in jail. This for a killing. And the attorney for Stevens actually went into court afterward and asked to have the costs cut down. Negroes who committed homicide, though more vigorously punished than white murderers, yet frequently escaped with 5 or 10 years in the penitentiary, especially if they had money or a few white friends. All this had induced a contempt of the courts of justice, a fear that, after all, through the delays and technicalities of the law and the compassion of the jury, the murderer of Waldrop would not be punished as he deserved. This was the substance of the reasoning I heard repeatedly: "That Negro, Maples, ought to have been hanged. We were not sure the jury would hang him. We hanged him to protect ourselves." I met an intelligent farmer during a drive through Madison County. Here are some of the things he said, and they voiced closely what I heard in one form or another from many people in all walks of life. "Life is cheap in Madison County. If you have a grudge against a man, kill him. Don't wound him. If you wound him, you'll likely be sent up. If you kill him, you can go free. They often punish more severely for carrying concealed weapons or even for chicken stealing in Madison County than they do for murder." So strong was the evidence in one murder case in an adjoining circuit that Judge Kyle instructed the jury to find the murderer guilty. The jury deliberately returned a verdict, "Not guilty." The Alabama system of justice is cursed by the professional juror chosen by politicians, and often open to political influences. This, with the unlimited right of appeal and the great number of peremptory challenges allowed to the defense in accepting jurymen, gives such power to the lawyers for the defendant that convictions are exceedingly difficult. Oftentimes, also, the prosecuting attorney is a young, inexperienced lawyer, ill paid, who is no match for the able attorneys employed by the defendant. No, it is not all race prejudice that causes lynchings, even in the South. One man in every 6 lynched in this country in 1903, the year before the lynching I am describing, was a white man. It is true that a Negro is often the victim of mob law where a white man would not be, but the chief cause certainly seems to lie deeper, in the widespread contempt of the courts, and the unpunished subversion of the law in this country, both South and North. This, indeed, would probably be the sole cause of lynching, were it not for the crime of rape, of which I wish to speak again a little later. Composition of the mob at Huntsville. Well, a mob began gathering in Huntsville before the grand jury had ceased its labors. It was chiefly composed of the workmen from the cotton mills. These are of a peculiar class, pure American stock, naturally of high intelligence, but almost wholly illiterate, men from the hills, the descendants of the poor white trash who never owned slaves, and who have always hated the Negroes. The poor whites are and have been for a long time, in certain lines, the industrial competitors of the Negroes, and the jealousy thus engendered accounts in no small degree for the intensity of the race feeling. Anticipating trouble, Judge Speake ordered the closing of all the saloons there were then only 15 to a population of some 21,000 and called out the local military company. But the mob ran over the militiamen as though they were not there, broke into the jail, built a fire in the hallway, and added sulphur and cayenne pepper. Fearing that the jail would be burned and all the prisoners suffocated, the sheriff released the Negro, Maples, and he jumped out of a second-story window into the mob. They dragged him up the street to the square in the heart of the city. Here, on the pleasant lawn, the Daughters of America were holding a festival, and the place was brilliant with Japanese lanterns. Scattering the women and children, the mob jostled the Negro under the glare of an electric light just in front of the stately old courthouse. Here impassioned addresses were made by several prominent young lawyers, J. H. Wallace, Jr., W. B. Bankhead, and Solicitor Pettus, urging the observance of law and order. A showing of hands afterward revealed the fact that a large proportion of those present favored a legal administration of justice. But it was too late now. A peculiarly dramatic incident fired the mob anew. The Negro was suddenly confronted by the son of the murdered peddler. "Horace," he demanded, "did you kill my old dad?" Quivering with fright, the Negro is said to have confessed the crime. He was instantly dragged around the corner, where they hanged him to an elm tree, and while he dangled there in the light of the gala lanterns, they shot him full of holes. Then they cut off one of his little fingers and parts of his trousers for souvenirs. So he hung until daylight, and crowds of people came out to see. Effort to punish the lynchers. But the forces of law and order here had vigor and energy. Judge Speake, communicating with the governor, had troops sent from Birmingham, and then, without shilly-shallying or delaying or endeavoring to shift responsibility, he ordered a special grand jury to indict the lynchers the very next day, and he saw to it that it was composed of the best citizens in town. When it met, so deep and solemn was its feeling of responsibility that it was opened with prayer, an extraordinary evidence of the awakened conscience of the people. More than this, the citizens generally were so aroused that they held a mass meeting and denounced the lynching as a blot upon our civilization, and declared that each and every man taking part with the mob was guilty of murder. Bold words, but no bolder than the editorials of the newspapers of the town or of the state. Every force of decency and good order was at work. Such strong newspapers as the Birmingham Age Herald, the Ledger, and the News, the Montgomery Advertiser, the Chattanooga News, and, indeed, prominent newspapers all over the South united strongly in their condemnation of the lynchers and in their support of the efforts to bring the mob to justice. End of Part 1 of Chapter 9. Part 2 of Chapter 9 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Southern Newspapers on Lynching. The Huntsville Mercury spoke of the deep sense of shame felt by our good citizens in being run over by a few lawless spirits. "There is no justification," said the Birmingham News, "for the mob who, in punishing one murderer, made many more. This lynching," said the Birmingham Ledger, "is a disgrace to our state. The Ledger doesn't put its ear to the ground to hear from the North, nor does it care what Northern papers say. The crime is our own, and the disgrace falls on us." "Where, in fact," said the Age Herald, "does such business lead to? The answer is summed up in a word: anarchy." It would be well if every community in this country could read the full report of Judge Speake's grand jury. It is a work of the sort struck off only by men stirred to high things by what they feel to be a great crisis. It is of the same metal as the Declaration of Independence. Here is a single paragraph: "Realizing that this is a supreme moment in our history, that we must either take a stand for the law today or surrender to the mob and to the anarchists for all time, that our actions shall make for good or evil in future generations, forgetting our personal friendships and affiliations, and with malice toward none, but acting only as sworn officers of the state of Alabama, we, the grand jury of Madison County, state of Alabama, find—" 10 members of the mob were indicted, and not for mere rioting or for breaking into the jail, but for murder. The jury also charged Sheriff Rogers, Mayor Smith, and Chief of Police Overton with willful neglect and incompetence, and advised their impeachment. No one not understanding the far-reaching family and political relationships in these old settled Southern communities, and the deep-seated feeling against punishment for the crime of lynching, can form any adequate idea of what a sensation was caused by the charges of the grand jury against the foremost officials of the city. It came like a bolt from a clear sky. It was altogether an astonishing procedure, at first not fully credited. When the utter seriousness of Judge Speake came to be fully recognized, a good many men hurriedly left town. The Birmingham soldiers, led by a captain with backbone, arrested a number of those who remained. Judge Speake ordered a special trial jury, and appointed an able lawyer to assist Prosecutor Pettus in bringing the lynchers to justice. The very next week the trials were begun. Difficulty of breaking the lynching habit. By this time, however, the usual influences had begun to work. The moral revulsion had carried far, and the rebound had come. The energetic judge and his solicitors found themselves face to face with the bad old jury system, with the deep-seated distrust of the courts, with the rooted habit of non-punishment for lynchers. Moreover, it was found that certain wild young men, with good family connections, had been mixed up in the mob, and all the strong family and political machinery of the country began to array itself against conviction. A community has exactly as hard a road to travel in breaking a bad habit as an individual. The New South is having a struggle to break the habits of the Old South. It was found also that the great mass of people in the country, as well as the mill workers in the city, were still strongly in favor of punishment by lynching. 110 venire-men examined for jurors to try the lynchers were asked this question: "If you were satisfied from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant took part with or abetted the mob in murdering a Negro, would you favor his conviction?" And 76 of them answered no. In other words, a large majority believed that a white man should not be punished for lynching a Negro. And when the juries were finally obtained, although the evidence was conclusive, they acquitted the lynchers one after another. Only one man in one jury stood out for conviction, a young clerk named S. M. Blair, a pretty good type of the modern hero. He hung the jury, and so bitter was the feeling against him among the mill workers that they threatened to boycott his employer. Relation of lynching to the usual crime. This is the reasoning of many of the men chosen as jurors. I heard it over and over again, not only in Huntsville, but, in substance, everywhere that I stopped in the South. "If we could convict these men for lynching the Negro, Maples, we shall establish a precedent that will prevent us from lynching for the crime of rape." Every argument on lynching in the South gets back sooner or later to this question of rape. Ask any high-class citizen, the very highest, if he believes in lynching, and he will tell you roundly, "No." Ask him about lynching for rape, and in 99 cases out of 100 he will instantly weaken. "If my sister or my daughter—" Look here, if your sister or your daughter— Lynching, he says, is absolutely necessary to keep down this crime. You ask him why the law cannot be depended upon, and he replies: "It is too great an ordeal for the self-respecting white woman to go into court and accuse the Negro ravisher and withstand a public cross-examination. It is intolerable. No woman will do it. And besides, the courts are uncertain. Lynching is the only remedy." Yet the South is deeply stirred over the prevalence of lynching. The mob spirit, invoked to punish such a crime as rape, is defended by some people in the North as well as in the South, but once invoked, it spreads and spreads, until today lynching for rape forms only a very small proportion of the total number of mob hangings. It spreads until a Negro is lynched for chicken stealing or for mere obnoxiousness. In the year 1903, out of 103 lynchings, only 11 were for rape and 10 for attempted rape, while 47 were for murder, 15 for complicity in murderous assault, 4 for arson, 5 for mere race prejudice, 2 for insults to whites, 1 for making threats, 5 for unknown offenses, 1 for refusing to give information, and 3 were wholly innocent Negroes, lynched because their identity was mistaken. It is probable that lynching in the South would immediately be wiped out if it were not for the question of rape. You will hear the problem put by thinking Southerners very much in this fashion: We must stop mob law. Every month we recognize that fact more clearly. But can we stop mob law unless we go to the heart of the matter and stop lynching for rape? Is there not a way of changing our methods of legal procedure so that the offender in this crime can be punished without subjecting the victim to the horrible publicity of the courts? Governor Cunningham, a real leader. But I have wandered from my story. In acting Governor Cunningham, the people of Alabama had a leader who was not afraid to handle a dangerous subject like lynching. He sent a court of inquiry to Huntsville, which found the local military company worthless and inefficient, because it had failed to protect the jail. Immediately upon the receipt of this report, the governor dismissed the Huntsville company from the service, every man in it. Quite a contrast from the action at Statesboro. The governor then went a step further. He ordered the impeachment of the sheriff. A little later, Federal Judge Jones took up the case, charged his jury vigorously, and some of the mob rioters were indicted in the federal courts. Governor Cunningham took a bold stand against mob law everywhere and anywhere in the state. "I am opposed to mob law," he said, "of whatsoever kind, for any and all causes. If lynching is to be justified or extenuated for any crime, be it ever so serious, it will lead to the same method of punishment for other crimes of a less degree of depravity, and through the operation of the process of evolution will enlarge more and more the field of operation for this form of lawlessness." It means something also when citizens, in support of their institutions and out of love of their city, rise above politics. Judge Speake had been nominated by the Democrats to succeed himself. A Democratic nomination in Alabama means election. After his vigorous campaign against the lynchers, he became exceedingly unpopular among the majority of the people. They resolved to defeat him. A committee waited on Shelby Pleasants, a prominent Republican lawyer, and asked him to run against Judge Speake, assuring him a certain election. "I will not be a mob's candidate," he said. "I endorse every action of Judge Speake." The committee approached several other lawyers, but not one of them would run against the judge, and the Republican newspaper of the town came out strongly in support of Judge Speake, even publishing his name at the head of its editorial columns. Before he could be elected, however, a decision of the state Supreme Court, unconnected in any way with the lynching, followed like fate and deprived Madison County of his services. He was now a private citizen, and even if he had come up for nomination to any political office, he would undoubtedly have been defeated. The New South is not yet strong enough to defy the Old South politically. Influences tending to prevent future lynchings in the South. The influences against lynching in the South are constantly growing stronger. With most, not all, of the newspapers, the preachers, and the best citizens united against it, the outlook is full of hope. And rural free delivery and country telephones, spreading in every direction, are inestimable influences in the quickening of public opinion. Better roads are being built. The country is settling up with white people. Schools are improving and the population generally, after a series of profitable cotton crops, is highly prosperous. All influences working toward the solution of this problem. When I went South I shared the impression of many Northerners that the South was lawless and did not care, an impression that arises from the wide publication of the horrible details of every lynching that occurs, and the utter silence regarding those deep, quiet, and yet powerful moral and industrial forces which are at the work of rejuvenation beneath the surface, an account of which I have given. I came away from the South deeply impressed with two things: that the South is making fully as good progress in overcoming its peculiar forms of lawlessness as the North is making in overcoming its peculiar forms. 2. Lynching in the North. Having looked into two Southern lynching towns, let us now see what a Northern lynching is like. The comparison is highly interesting and illuminating. Springfield, Ohio, is one of the most prosperous of the smaller cities of the state. It is a beautiful town having, in 1904, some 41,000 people. It has fine streets, fine buildings, busy factories, churches, an imposing library. Some of the older families have resided there for nearly a century. It is the seat of government of one of the most fertile and attractive counties in the state, an altogether progressive, enlightened city. Of its population in 1904, over 6,000 were Negroes, about 1/7, a considerable proportion of whom are recent settlers. Large numbers of Negroes, as I have shown in former chapters, have been migrating from the South and crowding into Northern towns located along the Ohio or in those portions of Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Kansas, and other states which border on the Old South. Many of the Negroes in Springfield came from Kentucky. We discover in these Northern towns, exactly as in the South, the two classes of Negroes: the steady, resident class, more or less known to the whites, and a restless, unstable, ignorant class, coming to one neighborhood today to help build a bridge, and going elsewhere tomorrow to dig a canal. For years no such thing as race prejudice existed in Springfield, but with the growth of Negro population it increased with rapidity. For instance, a druggist in Springfield refused to sell soda water to a Negro college professor. The typesetters in a publishing house compelled the discharge of Negro workmen. A Negro physician visited the high school, found the half-dozen Negro pupils sitting by themselves, and angrily charging discrimination, ordered his child to sit among the white children. This feeling of race repulsion was especially noticeable between the working class of white men and the Negroes who come more or less into industrial competition with them. The use of Negroes for breaking strikes in the coal fields and elsewhere has been a fertile source of discord, kindling the fire of race prejudice in places where it never before existed. How the Negroes sold their votes. In Springfield there were about 1,500 Negro voters, many of whom were bought at every election. The Democrats and the Republicans were so evenly divided that the city administration was Democratic and the county administration Republican. The venal Negro vote went to the highest bidder, carried the elections, and, with the whiskey influence, governed the town. Springfield, enlightened, educated, progressive, highly American, had 145 saloons, or 1 to every 285 people. Before the lynching, 9 of these were Negro saloons, some of them indescribably vile. A row of houses along the railroad tracks, not 3 blocks from the heart of the city, was known as the Levee. It was a Negro row composed of saloons and disorderly houses, where the lowest of the low, Negro men and both Negro and white women, made a general rendezvous. Just back of it was one of the foremost Catholic churches in town. Hardly a block away were the post office, the public library, and the foremost club of the city, and within 300 or 400 yards were the back doors of some of the city's most aristocratic residences. For years the ineffective good citizen had protested against these abominable resorts, but when the Republicans wanted to win they needed the votes from these places, and when the Democrats wanted to win they needed them. Burnett, the Democratic boss, said in a tone of real injury to a gentleman, a Democrat, who protested against the protection of the levee, "Don't you want the party to win? We've got to have those 60 or 80 votes from Hurley," Hurley being the notorious Negro proprietor of a dive called the Honky Tonk. Corrupt Politics and the Negro Question. So these vile places remained open, protected by the police, breeding crime and encouraging arrogance, idleness, and vice among the Negroes. And yet one will hear good citizens of Springfield complaining that the Negroes make themselves conspicuous and obnoxious at primaries and elections, standing around, waiting, and refusing to vote until they receive money in hand. "To my mind," one of these citizens said to me, "the conspicuousness of the Negro at elections is one of the chief causes of race prejudice." But who is to blame? The Negro who accepts the bribe, or the white politician who is eager to give it, or the white business man who, desiring special privileges, stands behind the white politician, or the ordinary citizen who doesn't care? Talk with these politicians on the one hand, and the impractical reformers on the other, and they will tell you in all seriousness of the sins of the South in disfranchising the Negro. "Every Negro in Springfield," I was told, "exercises his right to vote." If you were to tell these men that the Negroes of Springfield are disfranchised as absolutely as they are anywhere in the South, they would stare at you in amazement. But a purchased voter is a disfranchised voter. The Negroes have no more real voice in the government of Springfield than they have in the government of Savannah or New Orleans. In the South the Negro has been disfranchised by law or by intimidation. In the North, by cash. Which is worse? Story of the crime that led to the lynching. A few months before the lynching a Negro named Dixon arrived in Springfield from Kentucky. He was one of the illiterate, idle, floating sort. He had with him a woman, not his wife, with whom he quarreled. He was arrested and brought into court. I am profoundly conscious of the seriousness of any charge which touches upon our courts, the last resort of justice, and yet it was a matter of common report that justice was easy in Clark County, that laws were not enforced, that criminals were allowed to escape on suspended sentence. I heard this talk everywhere, often coupled with personal accusations against the judges, but I could not discover that the judges were more remiss than other officials. They were afflicted with no other disease. Even in a serious sociological study of Clark County by Professor E. S. Tood, I found this statement: "In Springfield, one of the chief faults of the municipal system has been and is the laxity and discrimination in the enforcement of the law. Many of the municipal ordinances have been shelved for years. The saloon closing ordinances are enforced intermittently, as are those concerning gambling." When the Negro Dixon was brought into court, he was convicted and let out on suspended sentence. He got drunk immediately and was again arrested, this time serving several weeks in jail. The moment he was free he began quarreling with his wife in a house directly across the street from police headquarters. An officer named Collis tried to make peace, and Dixon deliberately shot him through the stomach, also wounding the woman. This was on Sunday. Dixon was immediately placed in the county jail. Collis died the next morning. Human life cheap in Clark County. I have called attention to the fact that the lynching town nearly always has a previous bad record of homicide. Disregard for the sacredness of human life seems to be in the air of these places. Springfield was no exception. Between January 1, 1902, and March 7, 1904, the day of the lynching, a little more than 2 years, no fewer than 10 homicides were committed in the city of Springfield. White men committed 5 of these crimes, and Negroes 5. 3 of the cases were decided within a short time before the lynching, and the punishment administered was widely criticized. Bishop, a colored man who had killed a colored man, was fined $200 and sentenced to 6 months in the workhouse. This was for killing a man. O'Brien, a white man, who killed a white man, got 1 year in the penitentiary, and only a week before the lynching, Shaughnessy, a white man who killed a white man, but who had influential political friends, went scot-free. On the morning after the Collis murder, the Daily Sun published a list of the recent homicides in Springfield in big type on its first page, and asked, editorially, "What are you going to do about it?" It then answered its own question. Nothing. The following morning, after the lynching, the same paper printed in its headlines, "Awful rebuke to the courts. They have temporized with the criminal classes until patience was exhausted." I cite these facts to show the underlying conditions in Springfield, a soil richly prepared for an outbreak of mob law, with corrupt politics, vile saloons, the law paralyzed by non-enforcement against a vice, a large venal Negro vote, lax courts of justice. Gathering of the lynching mob. Well, on Monday afternoon the mob began to gather. At first it was an absurd, ineffectual crowd, made up largely of lawless boys of 16 to 20, a pronounced feature of every mob, with a wide fringe of more respectable citizens, their hands in their pockets and no convictions in their souls, looking on curiously, helplessly. They gathered hooting around the jail, cowardly at first, as all mobs are, but growing bolder as darkness came on, and no move was made to check them. The murder of Collis was not a horrible, soul-rending crime like that at Statesboro, Georgia. These men in the mob were not personal friends of the murdered man. It was a mob from the back rooms of the swarming saloons of Springfield. And it included also the sort of idle boys who hang around cigar stores, as one observer told me. The newspaper reports are fond of describing lynching mobs as made up of the foremost citizens of the town. In few cases that I know of, either South or North, except in back-country neighborhoods, has a mob been made up of what may be called the best citizens. But the best citizens have often stood afar off decrying the mob, as a Springfield man told me, and letting it go on. A mob is the method by which good citizens turn over the law and the government to the criminal or irresponsible classes. And no official in direct authority in Springfield that evening, apparently, had so much as an ounce of grit within him. The sheriff came out and made a weak speech in which he said he "didn't want to hurt anybody." They threw stones at him and broke his windows. The chief of police sent 18 men to the jail, but did not go near himself. All of these policemen undoubtedly sympathized with the mob in its efforts to get at the slayer of their brother officer. At least, they did nothing effective to prevent the lynching. An appeal was made to the mayor to order out the engine companies that water might be turned on the mob. He said he didn't like to. The hose might be cut. The local militia company was called to its barracks, but the officer in charge hesitated, vacillated, doubted his authority, and objected finally because he had no ammunition except Krag Jorgensen cartridges, which, if fired into a mob, would kill too many people. The soldiers did not stir that night from the safe and comfortable precincts of their armory. A sort of dry rot, a moral paralysis, seems to strike the administrators of law in a town like Springfield. What can be expected of officers who are not accustomed to enforce the law, or of a people not accustomed to obey it, or who makes reservations and exceptions when they do enforce it or obey it? Threats to lynch the judges. When the sheriff made his speech to the mob, urging them to let the law take its course, they jeered him. The law! When, in the past, had the law taken its proper course in Clark County? Someone shouted, referring to Dixon, "He'll only get fined for shooting in the city limits. He'll get 10 days in jail and suspended sentence." Then there were voices, "Let's go hang Maurer and Miller," the 2 judges. This threat, indeed, was frequently repeated both on the night of the lynching and on the day following. So the mob came finally, and cracked the door of the jail with a railroad rail. This jail is said to be the strongest in Ohio, and having seen it, I can well believe that the report is true. But steel bars have never yet kept out a mob. It takes something a good deal stronger. Human courage backed up by the consciousness of being right. They murdered the Negro in cold blood in the jail doorway. Then they dragged him to the principal business street and hung him to a telegraph pole, afterward riddling his lifeless body with revolver shots. Lesson of a Hanging Negro. That was the end of that. Mob justice administered. And there the Negro hung until daylight the next morning, an unspeakably grisly, dangling horror, advertising the shame of the town. His head was shockingly crooked to one side, his ragged clothing, cut for souvenirs, exposed in places his bare body. He dripped blood. And with the crowds of men both here and at the morgue, where the body was publicly exhibited, came young boys in knickerbockers, and little girls and women by scores, horrified but curious. They came even with baby carriages. Men made jokes. "A dead nigger is a good nigger," and the purblind dollar-and-cents man, most despicable of all, was congratulating the public. "It'll save the county a lot of money." Significant lessons, these, for the young. But the mob wasn't through with its work. Easy people imagine that, having hanged a Negro, the mob goes quietly about its business. But that is never the way of the mob. Once released, the spirit of anarchy spreads and spreads, not subsiding until it has accomplished its full measure of evil. Mob burning of Negro saloons. All the following day a rumbling, angry crowd filled the streets of Springfield, threatening to burn out the notorious levee, threatening Judges Maurer and Miller, threatening the "niggers." The local troops, to say nothing of the police force, which might easily have broken up the mob, remained sedulously in their armories, vacillating, doubtful of authority, knowing that there were threats to burn and destroy, and making not one move toward the protection of the public. One of the captains was even permitted to go to a neighboring city to a dance. At the very same time, the panic-stricken officials were summoning troops from other towns. So night came on, the mob gathered around the notorious dives, someone touched a match, and the places of crime suddenly disgorged their foul inhabitants. Black and white, they came pouring out and vanished into the darkness where they belonged, from whence they did not return. 8 buildings went up in smoke, the fire department deliberating, intentionally it is said, until the flames could not be controlled. The troops, almost driven out by the county prosecutor, McGrew, appeared after the mob had completed its work. Good work, badly done, a living demonstration of the inevitability of law. If not orderly, decent law, then of mob law. For days following, the troops filled Springfield, costing the state large sums of money, costing the county large sums of money. They chiefly guarded the public fountain. The mob had gone home. Until next time. Efforts to punish the mob. What happened after that? A perfunctory court-martial that did absolutely nothing. A grand jury of really good citizens that sat for weeks, off and on, and the mountain that was in travail and brought forth a mouse, they indicted 2 boys and 2 men out of all that mob, not for murder, but for breaking into jail. And, curiously enough, it developed, how do such things develop, that every man on the grand jury was a Republican, chosen by Republican county officers, and in their report they severely censured the police force, Democratic, and the mayor, Democratic, and had not one word of disapproval for the sheriff, Republican. Curiously enough, also, the public did not become enthusiastic over the report of that grand jury. But the worst feature of all in this Springfield lynching was the apathy of the public. No one really seemed to care. A "nigger" had been hanged. What of it? But the law itself had been lynched. What of that? I had just come from the South, where I had found the people of several lynching towns in a state of deep excitement, moral excitement if you like, thinking about this problem, quarreling about it, expelling men from the church, impeaching sheriffs, dishonorably discharging whole militia companies. Here in Springfield I found cold apathy, except for a few fine citizens, one of whom, City Solicitor Stewart L. Tatum, promptly offered his services to the sheriff and assisted in a vain effort to remove the Negro in a closed carriage, and afterward, at the risk of personal assault, earnestly attempted to defeat the purposes of the mob. Another of these citizens, the Reverend Father Cogan, pleaded with the mob on the second night of the rioting at risk to himself. Another withdrew from the militia company because it had not done its duty. And afterward the city officials were stirred by the faintest of faint spasms of righteousness. Some of the Negro saloons were closed up, but within a month the most notorious of all the dive keepers, Hurley, the Negro political boss, was permitted to open an establishment, through the medium of a brother-in-law. If there ever was an example of good citizenship lying flat on its back with political corruption squatting on its neck, Springfield furnished an example of that condition. There was no reconstructive movement, no rising and organization of the better sort of citizens. Negro dives gradually reopened, the same corrupt politics continued, and the result was logical and inevitable. About 2 years later, in February 1906, another race riot broke out in Springfield, worse in some ways than the first. On February 26th, Martin M. Davis, a white brakeman, was shot in the railroad yards near a row of notorious Negro houses by Edward Dean, a colored man. The Negro was at once removed from the city, and a mob which had gathered in anticipation of another lynching, when it was cheated of its victim, set fire to a number of houses in the Negro settlement. The militia was at once called out, but the following night the mob gathered as before, and visiting the Negro settlement, tried to set fire to other buildings. It is significant that on the very night that this riot occurred, the City Council had under consideration an ordinance prohibiting the use of screens or other obstructions to the view of the interior of saloons after closing hours on weekdays or during Sundays. A committee of the council, favorable to the saloon interests, had recommended that the ordinance be not acted upon by council, but referred to the people at a distant election, a proposition wholly illegal. While Stewart L. Tatum, the city solicitor to whom I have already referred, argued to the council the illegality of the proposal made by the committee, the noise of the mob reached the council chamber, and the friends of the ordinance seized the opportunity to adjourn and delay action that would evidently result in the defeat of the ordinance. Finally, as a result of both these riots, the city was mildly stirred. A civic league was formed by prominent citizens, and the attack on property vigorously deprecated. The passage of the screen ordinance was recommended, and at the next meeting of the council this ordinance, which had been vetoed by the mayor of the previous administration and had excited considerable public interest during a period of 2 years, was passed and has proved of great assistance to the police department in controlling the low saloons, where the riot spirit is bred. I turn with pleasure from the story of this lynching to another northern town, where I found as satisfying an example of how to deal with a mob as this country has known. In Springfield we had an exhibition of nearly complete supineness and apathy before the mob. In Statesboro, Georgia, we discovered a decided law and order element, not strong enough, however, to do much. In Huntsville, Alabama, we had a tremendous moral awakening. In Danville, Illinois, we find an example of law vindicated, magnificently and completely, through the heroism of a single man, backed up later by wholesome public opinion. Character of Danville, Illinois. Danville presented many of the characteristics of Springfield, Ohio. It had a growing Negro population, and there had been an awakening race prejudice between the white workingmen and the Negroes, especially in the neighboring coal mines. As in other places where lynchings have occurred, I found that Vermilion County, of which Danville is the seat, had also a heavy record of homicide and other crime. They counted there on a homicide every 60 days. At the term of court preceding the lynching, 7 murder trials were on the docket, and in all its history the county never had had a legal hanging, though it had suffered 2 lynchings. The criminal record of Vermilion County was exceeded at that time only by Cook County, Chicago, and St. Clair County, East St. Louis, where the horrible lynching of a Negro schoolmaster took place, at Belleville, in the preceding summer. Story of a Starved Negro. The crime which caused the rioting was committed by the familiar vagrant Negro from the South, in this case a Kentucky Negro named Wilson, a miserable, illiterate, half-starved creature who had been following a circus. He had begged along the road in Indiana, and no one would feed him. He came across the line into Illinois, found a farmhouse door open, saw food on the table, and darted in to steal it. As he was leaving, the woman of the house appeared. In an animal-like panic, the Negro darted for the door, knocking the woman down as he escaped. Immediately the cry went up that there had been an attempted criminal assault, but the sheriff told me that the woman never made any such charge, and the Negro bore all the evidence of the truthfulness of the assertion that he was starving. He was so emaciated with hunger that even after his arrest the sheriff dared not allow him a full meal. Hot weather and mobs. But it was enough to stir up the mob spirit. It was Saturday night, July 25th, and the usual crowd from all over the county had gathered in the town. Among the crowd were many coal miners, who had just been paid off and were drinking. As in Springfield, the town had a very large number of saloons, 91 within a radius of 5 miles, to a population of some 25,000. Most northern towns are far worse in this respect than the average southern town. It was a hot night. Mobs work best in hot weather. Statistics indeed show that the great majority of lynchings take place in the summer, particularly in July and August. It was known that the sheriff had brought his Negro prisoner to the jail, and the crime was widely discussed. The whole city was a sort of human tinderbox, ready to flare up at a spark of violence. Well, the spark came in a saloon. Metcalf, a Negro, had words with a well-known white butcher named Henry Gatterman. Both had been drinking. The Negro drew a revolver and shot Gatterman dead. Instantly the city was in a furor of excitement. The police appeared and arrested Metcalf, and got him finally with great difficulty to the police station, where he was locked up. A mob formed instantly. It was led, at first, by a crowd of lawless boys from 16 to 18 years old. Rapidly gathering strength, it rushed into the city hall, and although the mayor, the chief of police, and nearly the entire police force were present, they got the Negro out and hanged him to a telegraph pole in the main street of the town, afterward shooting his body full of holes. Intoxicated by their swift success, and, mob-like, growing in recklessness and bloodthirstiness, they now turned upon the jail determined to lynch the Negro Wilson. It was a much uglier mob than any I have hitherto described. It was a drunken mob, and it had already tasted blood. It swarmed around the jail, yelling, shooting, and breaking the windows with stones. A Strict Sheriff. Sheriff Hardy H. Whitlock, of Vermilion County, had never been looked upon as an especially remarkable man, except, as I was told everywhere, he had a record as a strict sheriff, as a man who did his best to enforce the law in times of peace. He and the state's attorney were so industrious that they caught and punished 4 times as many criminals in proportion to population as were convicted in Chicago. The sheriff was a big, solid, deliberate man with gray eyes. He was born in Tennessee. His father was an itinerant Presbyterian preacher, always poor, doing good for everybody but himself, and stern in his conceptions of right and wrong. His mother, as the sheriff related, made him obey the law with peach-tree switches. His history was the commonest of the common. Not much education, had to make his living, worked in a livery stable. He was faithful at that, temperate, friendly. They elected him constable, an office that he held for 7 years. He was faithful at that. They elected him sheriff of the county. He went at the new task as he had at all his other work, with no special brilliancy, but steadily doing his duty, catching criminals. He found a great deal to learn, and he learned. The extradition laws of the states troubled him when he wanted to bring prisoners home. There was no compilation of the laws on the subject. Here was work to be done. Although no lawyer, he went at it laboriously and compiled a book of 500 pages containing all the extradition laws of the country, and had it published at his own expense. Defending a Jail with a Riot Gun. And when the crisis came that night with the mob howling around his jail, Hardy Whitlock had become so accustomed to doing his duty that he didn't know how to do anything else. Here was the jail to be protected. He intended to protect it. He sent for no troops, there was no time anyhow, nor for the police. He had a couple of deputies and his wife. Though the mob was breaking the windows of the house and the children were there, his wife said, "Give me a gun, Hardy, and I'll stay by you." The sheriff went out on the porch, unarmed, in his shirt sleeves, and made them a little speech. They yelled at him, threw stones, fired revolvers. They brought a railroad rail to break in the door. He went out among them, called them Bill and Jim and Dick, and persuaded them to put it down, but others took it up willingly. "Are you going to open the door?" they yelled. "No," said the sheriff. Then he went in and got his riot gun, well loaded with duck shot. He was one man against 2,000. They began battering on the iron door, yelling and shooting. It was not an especially strong door, and it began to give at the bottom, and finally bent inward enough to admit a man's body. The crucial moment had come, and the sheriff was there to meet it. He stuck his riot gun out of the opening and began firing. The mob fell back, but came charging forward again with wild passion. The sheriff fired again, 7 times in all, and one of his deputies opened with a revolver. For a time pandemonium reigned. They attempted the house entrance of the jail. The sheriff was there also with his riot gun. They threatened dynamite and fire. They cut down the Negro, Metcalf, brought him in front of the jail, piled straw on the body, and attempted to burn it. Part of the time they were incited to greater violence by a woman who stood in a wagon box across the street. So they raged all night, firing at the jail, but not daring to come too near the man with the riot gun. On Sunday, the sheriff told me, I realized I was up against it. I knew the tough element in town had it in for me. How a real sheriff punished a mob. They even threatened him on the street. A large number of men had been wounded by the firing, some dangerously, though no one, fortunately, was killed. The sheriff stood alone in the town. A lesser man might still have failed ignominiously, but Whitlock went about the nearest duty, punishing the rioters. He had warrants issued and arrested every man he could find who was streaked or speckled with shot. indubitable evidence of his presence in the mob at the jail door. Many fled the city, but he got 20 or 30. Vermilion County also had a prosecuting attorney who knew his duty, J. W. Kessler. Judge Thompson called a grand jury. Attorney Kessler pushed the cases with great vigor. And this was the result. 13 men and 1 woman, the disorderly woman of the wagon box, were sent to the penitentiary. 8 others were heavily fined. At the same time the Negro, Wilson, came up for trial, pleaded guilty, and was legally punished by a term in the penitentiary. And the people came strongly to the support of their officers. Hardy Whitlock became one of the most popular men in the county. Kessler, coming up for re-election the following fall, with mob law for the essential issue, was returned to his office with an overwhelming majority. The sheriff told me that, in his opinion, the success of the officers in convicting the lynchers was due largely to a thoroughly awakened public opinion, the strong attitude of the newspapers, especially those of Chicago, the help of the governor, and the feeling, somehow, that the best sentiment of the county was behind them. Conclusions regarding lynching in this country. And finally, we may perhaps venture upon a few general conclusions. Lynching in this country is peculiarly the white man's burden. The white man has taken all the responsibility of government. He really governs in the North as well as in the South. In the North, disfranchising the Negro with cash. In the South, by law or by intimidation. All the machinery of justice is in his hands. How keen is the need, then, of calmness and strict justice in dealing with the Negro? Nothing more surely tends to bring the white man down to the lowest level of the criminal Negro than yielding to those blind instincts of savagery which find expression in the mob. The man who joins a mob, by his very acts, puts himself on a level with the Negro criminal. Both have given way wholly to brute passion. For, if civilization means anything, it means self-restraint. Casting away self-restraint, the white man becomes as savage as the criminal Negro. If the white man sets an example of non-obedience to law, of non-enforcement of law, and of unequal justice, what can be expected of the Negro? A criminal father is a poor preacher of homilies to a wayward son. The Negro sees a man, white or black, commit murder and go free over and over again in all these lynching counties. Why should he fear to murder? Every passion of the white man is reflected and emphasized in the criminal Negro. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 An Ostracized Race in Ferment. The Conflict of Negro Parties and Negro Leaders over Methods of Dealing with Their Own Problem. One of the things that has interested me most of all in studying Negro communities, especially in the North, has been to find them so torn by cliques and divided by such wide differences of opinion. No other element of our population presents a similar condition. The Italians, the Jews, the Germans, and especially the Chinese and Japanese, are held together not only by a different language, but by ingrained and ancient national habits. They group themselves naturally, but the Negro is an American in language and customs. He knows no other traditions, and he has no other conscious history. A large proportion, indeed, possess varying degrees of white American blood, restless blood, and yet the Negro is not accepted as an American. Instead of losing himself gradually in the dominant race, as the Germans, Irish, and Italians are doing, adding those traits or qualities with which time fashions and modifies this human mosaic called the American nation, the Negro is set apart as a peculiar people. With every Negro, then, an essential question is, how shall I meet this attempt to put me off by myself? That question, in one form or another, politically, industrially, socially, is being met daily, almost hourly, by every Negro in this country. It colors his very life. "You don't know, and you can't know," a Negro said to me, "what it is to be a problem, to understand that everyone is watching you and studying you, to have your mind constantly on your own actions. It has made us think and talk about ourselves more than other people do. It has made us self-conscious and sensitive." It is scarcely surprising, then, that upon such a vital question there should be wide differences of opinion among Negroes. As a matter of fact, there are almost innumerable points of view and suggested modes of conduct, but they all group themselves into two great parties which are growing more distinct in outline and purpose every day. Both parties exist in every part of the country, but it is in the North that the struggle between them is most evident. I have found a sharper feeling and a bitterer discussion of race relations among the Negroes of the North than among those of the South. If you want to hear the race question discussed with fire and fervor, go to Boston. For 250 years the Negro had no thought, no leadership, no parties. Then suddenly he was set free, and became, so far as law could make him, an integral and indistinguishable part of the American people. But it was only in a few places in the North and among comparatively few individuals that he ever approximately reached the position of a free citizen, that he ever really enjoyed the rights granted to him under the law. In the South he was never free politically, socially, and industrially, in the sense that the white man is free and is not so today. But in Boston and in other Northern cities in lesser degree, a group of Negroes reached essentially equal citizenship. A few families traced their lineage back to the very beginnings of civilization in this country; others were freemen long before the war. A few had Revolutionary War records of which their descendants are intensely and justly proud. Some of the families have far more white blood than black. Though the census shows that only about 40% of the Negroes of Boston are mulattoes, the real proportion is undoubtedly very much higher. In abolition times these Negroes were much regarded. Many of them attained and kept a certain real position among the whites. They were even accorded unusual opportunities and favours. They found such a place as an educated Negro might find today, or at least as he found a few years ago, in Germany. In some instances they became wealthy. At a time when the North was passionately concerned in the abolition of slavery, the color of his skin sometimes gave the Negro special advantages, even honors. For years after the war this condition continued. Then a stream of immigration of Southern Negroes began to appear, at first a mere rivulet, but latterly increasing in volume, until today all of our Northern cities have swarming coloured colonies. Owing to the increase of the Negro population, and for other causes which I have already mentioned, sentiment in the North toward the Negro has been undergoing a swift change. How Colour Lines Are Drawn. Now the tragedy of the Negro is the color of his skin. He is easily recognizable. The human tendency is to class people together by outward appearances. When the line began to be drawn, it was drawn not alone against the unworthy Negro, but against the Negro. It was not so much drawn by the highly intelligent white man as by the white man. And the white man alone has not drawn it, but the Negroes themselves are drawing it, and more every day. So we draw the line in this country against the Chinese, the Japanese, and in some measures against the Jews, and they help to draw it. So we speak with disparagement of Dagoes and squareheads. Right or wrong, these lines, in our present state of civilization, are drawn. They are here, they must be noted and dealt with. What was the result? The Northern Negro who has been enjoying the free life of Boston and Philadelphia has protested passionately against the drawing of a color line. He wishes to be looked upon, and not at all unnaturally, for he possesses human ambitions and desires, solely for his worth as a man, not as a Negro. In Philadelphia I heard of the old Philadelphia Negroes, in Indianapolis of the old Indianapolis families. In Boston a sharp distinction was drawn between the Boston Negroes and the recent Southern importation. Even in Chicago, where there is nothing old, I found the same spirit. In short, it is the protest against separation, against being deprived of the advantages and opportunities of a free life. In the South the most intelligent and best educated Negroes are, generally speaking, the leaders of their race. But in Northern cities some of the ablest Negroes will have nothing to do with the masses of their own people or with racial movements. They hold themselves aloof, asserting that there is no color line, and if there is, there should not be. Their associations and their business are largely with white people, and they cling passionately to the fuller life. "When I am sick," one of them said to me, "I don't go to a Negro doctor, but to a doctor. Color has nothing to do with it." In the South the same general setting apart of Negroes as Negroes is going on, of course, on an immeasurably wider scale. By disfranchisement they are being separated politically, the Jim Crow laws set them apart socially and physically, the hostility of white labour in some callings pushes them aside in the industrial activities. But the South presents no such striking contrasts as the North, because no Southern Negroes were ever really accorded a high degree of citizenship. Two great Negro parties. Now the Negroes of the country are meeting the growing discrimination against them in two ways, out of which have grown the two great parties to which I have referred. One party has sprung, naturally, from the thought of the Northern Negro, and is a product of the freedom which the Northern Negro has enjoyed, although, of course, it finds many followers in the South. The other is the natural product of the far different conditions in the South, where the Negro cannot speak his mind, where he has never realized any large degree of free citizenship. Both are led by able men, and both are backed by newspapers and magazines. It has come, indeed, to the point where most Negroes of any intelligence at all have taken their place on one side or the other. The second named party, which may best perhaps be considered first, is made up of the great mass of the coloured people both South and North. Its undisputed leader is Booker T. Washington. The Rise of Booker T. Washington. Nothing has been more remarkable in the recent history of the Negro than Washington's rise to influence as a leader, and the spread of his ideals of education and progress. It is noteworthy that he was born in the South, a slave, that he knew intimately the common struggling life of his people, and the attitude of the white race toward them. He worked his way to education in Southern schools and was graduated at Hampton, a story which he tells best himself in his book Up from Slavery. He was and is Southern in feeling and point of view. When he began to think how he could best help his people, the same question came to him that comes to every Negro. What shall we do about this discrimination and separation? And his was the type of character which answered, "Make the best of it, overcome it with self-development." The very essence of his doctrine is this: get yourself right, and the world will be all right. His whole work and his life have said to the white man, "You've set us apart. You don't want us. All right, we'll be apart. We can succeed as Negroes." It is the doctrine of the opportunist and optimist. Peculiarly, indeed, the doctrine of the man of the soil, who has come up fighting, dealing with the world, not as he would like to have it, but as it overtakes him. Many great leaders have been like that. Lincoln was one. They have the simplicity and patience of the soil, and the immense courage and faith. To prevent being crushed by circumstances, they develop humor. They laugh off their troubles. Washington has all of these qualities of the common life. He possesses in high degree what someone has called great commonness. And finally, he has a simple faith in humanity, and in the just purpose of the Creator of humanity. Being a hopeful opportunist, Washington takes the Negro as he finds him, often ignorant, weak, timid, surrounded by hostile forces, and tells him to go to work at anything, anywhere, but go to work, learn how to work better, save money, have a better home, raise a better family. What Washington teaches the Negro. The central idea of his doctrine, indeed, is work. He teaches that if the Negro wins by real worth a strong economic position in the country, other rights and privileges will come to him naturally. He should get his rights, not by gift of the white man, but by earning them himself. "I noticed," he says, "when I first went to Tuskegee to start the Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute, that some of the white people about there looked rather doubtfully at me. I thought I could get their influence by telling them how much algebra and history and science and all of those things I had in my head. But they treated me about the same as they did before. They didn't seem to care about the algebra, history, and science that were in my head only. Those people never even began to have confidence in me until we commenced to build a large 3-story brick building, and then another and another, until now we have 86 buildings which have been erected largely by the labor of our students, and today we have the respect and confidence of all the white people in that section. There is an unmistakable influence that comes over a white man when he sees a black man living in a 2-story brick house that has been paid for." In another place he has given his ideas of what education should be. "How I wish that, from the most cultured and highly endowed university in the great North to the humblest log cabin schoolhouse in Alabama, we could burn, as it were, into the hearts and heads of all that usefulness, that service to our brother is the supreme end of education." It is, indeed, to the teaching of service in the highest sense that Washington's life has been devoted. While he urges every Negro to reach as high a place as he can, he believes that the great masses of the Negroes are best fitted today for manual labor. His doctrine is that they should be taught to do that labor better, that when the foundations have been laid in sound industry and in business enterprise, the higher callings and honors will come of themselves. His emphasis is rather upon duties than upon rights. He does not advise the Negro to surrender a single right. On the other hand, he urges his people to use fully every right they have or can get. For example, to vote wherever possible, and vote thoughtfully. But he believes that some of the rights given the Negro have been lost because the Negro had neither the wisdom nor the strength to use them properly. End of Part 1 of Chapter 10. Part 2 of Chapter 10 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Washington's Influence on His People. I have not said much thus far in these articles about Booker T. Washington, but as I have been traveling over this country, South and North, studying Negro communities, I have found the mark of him everywhere in happier human lives. Wherever I found a prosperous Negro enterprise, a thriving business place, a good home, there I was almost sure to find Booker T. Washington's picture over the fireplace, or a little framed motto expressing his gospel of work and service. I have heard bitter things said about Mr. Washington by both coloured people and white. I have waited and investigated many of these stories, and I am telling here what I have seen and known of his influence among thousands of common, struggling human beings. Many highly educated Negroes, especially in the North, dislike him and oppose him, but he has brought new hope and given new courage to the masses of his race. He has given them a working plan of life. And is there a higher test of usefulness? Measured by any standard, white or black, Washington must be regarded today as one of the great men of this country, and in the future he will be so honored. Dr. Du Bois and the Negro. The party led by Washington is made up of the masses of the common people. The Radical Party, on the other hand, represents what may be called the intellectuals. The leading exponent of its point of view is unquestionably Professor W. E. B. Du Bois of Atlanta University, though, like all minority parties, it is torn with dissension and discontent. Dr. Du Bois was born in Massachusetts of a family that had no history of Southern slavery. He has a large intermixture of white blood. Broadly educated at Harvard and in the universities of Germany, he is today one of the able sociologists of this country. His economic studies of the Negro made for the United States government and for the Atlanta University Conference, which he organized, are works of sound scholarship and furnish the student with the best single source of accurate information regarding the Negro at present obtainable in this country. And no book gives a deeper insight into the inner life of the Negro, his struggles and his aspirations than The Souls of Black Folk. Dr. Du Bois has the temperament of the scholar and idealist, critical, sensitive, unhumorous, impatient, often covering its deep feeling with sarcasm and cynicism. When the question came to him, "What shall the Negro do about discrimination?" his answer was the exact reverse of Washington's. It was the voice of Massachusetts. "Do not submit. Agitate, object, fight." Where Washington reaches the hearts of his people, Du Bois appeals to their heads. Du Bois is not a leader of men, as Washington is; he is rather a promulgator of ideas. While Washington is building a great educational institution and organizing the practical activities of the race, Du Bois is the lonely critic holding up distant ideals. Where Washington cultivates friendly human relationships with the white people among whom the lot of the Negro is cast, Du Bois, sensitive to rebuffs, draws more and more away from white people. A Negro Declaration of Independence. Several years ago Du Bois organized the Niagara movement for the purpose of protesting against the drawing of the color line. It is important, not so much for the extent of its membership, which is small, but because it represents genuinely a more or less prevalent point of view among many coloured people. Its declaration of principles says: "We refuse to allow the impression to remain that the Negro American assents to inferiority, is submissive under oppression and apologetic before insults. Through helplessness we may submit, but the voice of protest of 10,000,000 Americans must never cease to assail the ears of their fellows, so long as America is unjust. Any discrimination based simply on race or color is barbarous. We care not how hallowed it may be by custom, expediency, or prejudice. Differences made on account of ignorance, immorality, or disease are legitimate methods of fighting evil, and against them we have no word of protest, but discriminations based simply and solely on physical peculiarities, place of birth, color of skin, are relics of that unreasoning human savagery of which the world is, and ought to be, thoroughly ashamed." The object of the movement is to protest against disfranchisement and Jim Crow laws, and to demand equal rights of education, equal civil rights, equal economic opportunities, and justice in the courts. Taking the ballot from the Negro, they declare to be only a step to economic slavery, that it leaves the Negro defenseless before his competitor, that the disfranchisement laws in the South are being followed by all manner of other discriminations which interfere with the progress of the Negro. "Persistent manly agitation is the way to liberty," says the declaration, "and toward this goal the Niagara movement has started." The annual meeting of the movement was held last August in Boston, the chief gathering being in Faneuil Hall. Every reference in the speeches to Garrison, Phillips, and Sumner was cheered to the echo. "It seemed," said one newspaper report, "like a revival of the old spirit of abolitionism, with the white man left out." Several organizations in the country, like the New England Suffrage League, the Equal Rights League of Georgia, and others, take much the same position as the Niagara movement. The party led by Dr. Du Bois is, in short, a party of protest which endeavors to prevent Negro separation and discrimination against Negroes by agitation and political influence. Two Negro parties compared. These 2 points of view, of course, are not peculiar to Negroes. They divide all human thought. The opportunist and optimist on the one hand does his great work with the world as he finds it. He is resourceful, constructive, familiar. On the other hand, the idealist, the agitator, who is also a pessimist, performs the function of the critic. He sees the world as it should be, and cries out to have it instantly changed. Thus with these two great Negro parties. Each is working for essentially the same end, better conditions of life for the Negro. Each contains brave and honest men. And each is sure, humanly enough, that the other side is not only wrong, but venally wrong, whereas both parties are needed and both perform a useful function. The chief, and at present almost the only, newspaper exponent of the radical Negro point of view is the Boston Guardian, published by William Monroe Trotter. Mr. Trotter is a mulatto who was graduated a few years ago with high honors from Harvard. His wife, who is active with him in his work, has so little Negro blood that she would ordinarily pass for white. Mr. Trotter's father fought in the Civil War, and rose to be a lieutenant in Colonel Hallowell's Massachusetts regiment. He was one of the leaders of the Negro soldiers who refused to accept $8 a month as servants when white soldiers received $13. He argued that if a Negro soldier stood up and stopped a bullet, he was as valuable to the country as the white soldier. Though his family suffered, he served without pay rather than accept the money. It was the uncompromising spirit of Garrison and Phillips. A Negro newspaper of agitation. The Guardian is as violent and bitter in some of its denunciations as the most reactionary white paper in the South. It would have the North take up arms again and punish the South for its position on the Negro question. It breathes the spirit of prejudice. Reading it sometimes, I am reminded of Senator Tillman's speeches. It answers the white publicity given in the South to black crime against white women by long accounts of similar crimes of white men. One of its chief points of conflict is the position of President Roosevelt regarding the Brownsville riot and the discharge of Negro soldiers. The attack on Roosevelt is unceasing, and in this viewpoint at least, it is supported undoubtedly by no small proportion of the Negroes of the country. Another leading activity is its fight on Booker T. Washington and his work. Denouncing Washington as a "notorious and incorrigible Jim Crowist," it says that he "dares to assert that the best way to get rights is not to oppose their being taken away, but to get money." 2 or 3 years ago, when Mr. Washington went to Boston to address a coloured audience in Zion Church, Mr. Trotter and his friends scattered cayenne pepper on the rostrum, and created a disturbance which broke up the meeting. Mr. Trotter went to jail for the offense. From the Guardian of September 2nd, I cut part of the leading editorial which will show its attitude. Prophet of slavery and traitor to race. As another mark of the treacherous character of Booker Washington in matters concerning the race, come his discordant notes in support of Secretary Taft for President of the United States, in spite of the fact that every Negro organization of any note devoted to the cause of equal rights and justice have condemned President Roosevelt for his unpardonable treatment of the soldiers of the 25th Infantry, U.S.A., and Secretary Taft for his duplicity, and declared their determination to seek the defeat of either if nominated for the office of President of these United States, or anyone named by them for said office. Booker Washington, ever concerned for his own selfish ambitions, indifferent to the cries of the race so long as he wins the approval of white men who do not believe in the Negro, defies the absolutely unanimous call of all factions of the race for Foraker. Leader of the self-seekers, he has persistently, but thank heaven unsuccessfully, sought to entangle the whole race in the meshes of subordination. Knowing the race could only be saved by fighting cowardice, we have just as persistently resisted every attempt he has made to plant his white flag on the domains of equal manhood rights, and our efforts have been rewarded by the universal denunciation of his doctrines of submission and his utter elimination as a possible leader of his race. Generally speaking, the radical party has fought every movement of any sort that tends to draw a color line. Boston Hotel for Colored People. One of the enterprises of Boston which interested me deeply was a Negro hotel, the Astor House, which is operated by Negroes for Negro guests. It has 200 rooms, with a telephone in each room, a restaurant, and other accommodations. It struck me that it was a good example of Negro self-help that Negroes should be proud of. But upon mentioning it to a coloured man I met, I found that he was violently opposed to it. "Why hotels for coloured men?" he asked. "I believe in hotels for men. The coloured man must not draw the line himself if he doesn't want the white man to do it. He must demand and insist constantly upon his rights as an American citizen." I found in Boston and in other Northern cities many Negroes who took this position. A white woman who sought to establish a help and rescue mission for coloured girls similar to those conducted for the Jews, Italians, and other nationalities in other cities, was violently opposed, on the ground that it set up a precedent for discrimination. In the same way, separate settlement work, though there is a separate settlement for Jews in Boston, and the proposed separate Y.M.C.A. have met with strong protests. Everything that tends to set the Negro off as a Negro, whether the white man does it or the Negro does it, is bitterly opposed by this party of coloured people. They fought the Jamestown Exposition because it had a Negro building, which they called the Jim Crow Annex, and they fought the National Christian Endeavor Convention because the leaders could not assure Negro delegates exactly equal facilities in the hotels and restaurants. Of course, the denunciation of the white South is continuous and bitter. It is noteworthy, however, that even the leaders of the movement not only recognize and conduct separate newspapers and ask Negroes to support them, but that they urge Negroes to stand together politically. Boston Negroes seen by a New York Negro newspaper. But the large proportion of coloured newspapers in the country, the strongest and ablest of which is perhaps the New York Age, are supporters of Washington and his ideals. The Boston correspondent of the Age said recently: "It is unfortunate in Boston that we have a hall which we can get free of charge. We refer to Faneuil Hall. They work Faneuil Hall for all it is worth. Scarcely a month ever passes by that does not see a crowd of Afro Americans in Faneuil Hall throwing up their hats, yelling and going into hysterics over some subject usually relating to somebody 1,000 miles away, never in relation to conditions right at home. The better element of Negroes and the majority of our white friends in this city have become disgusted over the policy that is being pursued and has been pursued for several months in Boston. Your correspondent can give you no better evidence of the disgust than to state that a few days ago there was one of these hysterical meetings held in Faneuil Hall, and our people yelled and cried and agitated for 2 hours and more. The next day not one of the leading papers, such as the Herald and the Transcript, had a single line concerning this meeting. A few years ago had a meeting been held in Faneuil Hall under the leadership of safe and conservative Afro Americans, both of these newspapers, and papers of similar character, would have devoted from 2 to 3 columns to a discussion of it. Now, in Boston, they let such meetings completely alone. If there ever was a place where the Negro seems to have more freedom than he seems to know what to do with, it is in this city. In spite of the agitation against drawing the colour line by the radical party, however, the separation is still going on. And it is not merely the demand of the white man that the Negro step aside by himself, for the Negro himself is drawing the colour line, and drawing it with as much enthusiasm as the white man. A genuine race spirit or race consciousness is developing. Negroes are meeting prejudice with self-development. It is a significant thing to find that many Negroes who a few years ago called themselves Afro-Americans or Coloured Americans, and who winced at the name Negro, now use Negro as the race name with pride. While in Indianapolis I went to a Negro church to hear a speech by W. T. Vernon, one of the leading coloured men of the country, who was appointed Register of the United States Treasury by President Roosevelt. On the walls of the church hung the picture of coloured men who had accomplished something for their race, and the essence of the speaker's address was an appeal to racial pride and the demand that the race stand up for itself, encourage Negro business, and patronize Negro industry. All of which, surely, is significant. How Negroes Themselves Draw the Colour Line. The pressure for separation among the Negroes themselves is growing rapidly stronger. Where there are mixed schools in the North, there is often pressure by Negroes for separate schools. The Philadelphia Courant, a Negro newspaper, in objecting to this new feeling, says: "Public sentiment, so far as the white people are concerned, does not object to the mixed school system in vogue in our city half as much as the Afro American people seem to be doing themselves. We find them the chief objectors." One reason why the South today has a better development of Negro enterprise, one reason why Booker T. Washington believes that the South is a better place for the Negro than the North, and advises him to remain there, is this more advanced racial spirit. Prejudice there, being sharper, has forced the Negro back upon his own resources. Dr. Frizzell of Hampton is always talking to his students of the advantages of disadvantages. I was much struck with the remark of a Negro business man I met in Indianapolis. "The trouble here is," he said, "that there is not enough prejudice against us." "How is that?" I inquired. "Well, you see we are still clinging too much to the skirts of the white man. When you hate us more, it will drive us together and make us support coloured enterprises." When in Chicago I heard of an interesting illustration of this idea. With the increasing number of Negro students, prejudice has increased in the Chicago medical schools, until recently some of them have, by agreement, been closed to coloured graduate students. Concerning this condition, the Chicago Conservator, a Negro newspaper, says: "The cause of this extraordinary announcement is that the Southern students object to the presence of Negroes in the classes. Now it is up to the Negro doctors of the country to meet this insult by establishing a postgraduate school of their own. They can do it if they have the manhood, self-respect, and push. Let Doctors Hall, Williams, Boyd, and others get busy." To this the New York Age adds: "Yes, let us have a school of that sort of our own." And this is no idle suggestion. Few people have any conception of the growing progress of Negroes in the medical profession. In August, 1907, the Coloured National Medical Association held its 9th annual session at Baltimore. Over 300 delegates and members were in attendance from 30 different states. Graduates were there not only from Harvard, Yale, and other white colleges, but from coloured medical schools, like Meharry and Howard University. Negro hospitals have been opened and are well supported in several cities. National Negro Business League. All over the country the Negro is organized in business leagues, and these leagues have formed a National Business League, which met last August in Topeka, Kansas. I can do no better in interpreting the spirit of this work, which is indeed the practical spirit of the Southern party, than in quoting briefly from the address of Booker T. Washington, who is the president of the league. "Despite much talk, the Negro is not discouraged, but is going forward. The race owns today an acreage equal to the combined acreage of Holland and Belgium. The Negro owns more land, more houses, more stores, more banks than has ever been true in his history. We are learning that no race can occupy a soil unless it gets as much out of it as any other race gets out of it. Soil, sunshine, rain, and the laws of trade have no regard for race or color. We are learning that we must be builders if we would succeed. As we learn this lesson, we shall find help at the South and at the North. We must not be content to be tolerated in communities. We must make ourselves needed. The law that governs the universe knows no race or color. The force of nature will respond as readily to the hand of the Chinaman, the Italian, or the Negro as to any other race. Man may discriminate, but nature and the laws that control the affairs of men will not and cannot. Nature does not hide her wealth from a black hand. All along the line one finds this spirit of hopeful progress. A vivid picture of conditions, showing frankly both the weakness and strength of the Negro, is given by a coloured correspondent of the Indianapolis Freeman. He begins by telling of the organization at Carbondale, Illinois, of a joint stock company composed of 39 coloured men to operate a dry goods store. The correspondent writes: "The question is, will the colored people support this enterprise with their patronage? It is a general cry all over the country that colored people pass by the doors of our merchants and trade with any other concerns, Jews, Dagoes, Polacks, and what not. This is a very unfortunate fact which stands before us as a living shame. The very people who preach race union, race support, race enterprise are often the first to pass our own mercantile establishments by. The only places where colored men can prosper in business are where our people are driven out of other people's places of business and actually forced to patronize our own. A certain cigar manufacturer in St. Louis, a first-class business man, putting out the very best classes of cigars, said a few days ago that some of the hardest work he ever did was to get a few of our own dealers to handle his goods. If but 1/3 of the stores and stands that sell cigars and tobacco in St. Louis alone would buy their goods of him, he could in a few more years employ 1 or 2 dozen more men and women in his factory. A dry goods company in the same city is suffering from the same trouble. Our people will condescend to look in, but more often their purchases are made at a neighboring Jew store. There are also in that neighborhood several first-class, up-to-date, clean and tasty-looking colored restaurants. But twice as many Negroes take their meals at the Cheap John, filthy, fourth-class chop counters run by other people near by. But, after all, my people are doing better in these matters than they did some time past. It was a most pleasant surprise to learn, the other day, that the colored undertakers in St. Louis do every dollar's worth of business for our people in that line. This information was given by a reliable white undertaker and substantiated by the colored undertakers. The white man was asked what he thought of it. He said he thought it was a remarkable illustration of the loyalty of the Negro to his own people, and that they should be commended for it. And then there are 2 sides to every question. It is too often true that our people run their business on a low order, noisy, uncleanly, questionable, dive-like concerns, therefore do not deserve the patronage of decent people. Too many of our men do not know anything about business. They don't believe in investing their money in advertising their business in good first-class periodicals. We must not expect everybody to know where we are or what we have to sell unless we advertise. Many of our nickels would find their way to the cash drawer of a coloured man if we knew just where to find the store, restaurant, or hotel. Remarkable Development of Negroes. It is not short of astonishing, indeed, to discover how far the Negro has been able to develop in the 40-odd years since slavery a distinct race spirit and position. It is pretty well known that he has been going into business, that he is acquiring much land, that he has many professional men, that he worships in his own churches, and has many schools which he conducts. But in other lines of activity he is also getting a foothold. Just as an illustration, I was surprised at finding so many Negro theatres in the country, theatres not only owned or operated by Negroes, but presenting plays written and acted by Negroes. I saw a fine new Negro theatre in New Orleans. I visited a smaller coloured theatre in Jackson, Mississippi, and in Chicago the Pekin Theatre is an enterprise wholly conducted by Negroes. Williams and Walker, Negro comedians, have long amused large audiences, both white and coloured. Their latest production, Bandana Land, written and produced wholly by Negroes, is not only funny but clean. Many other illustrations could be given to show how the Negro is developing in one way or another, but especially along racial lines. The extensive organization of Negro lodges of Elks and Masons and other secret orders, many of them with clubhouses, might be mentioned. Attention might be called to the almost innumerable insurance societies and companies maintained by Negroes, the largest of which, the True Reformers, of Richmond, has over 50,000 members, and to the growth of Negro newspapers and magazines. There are now over 200 in the country. But enough has been said, perhaps, to make the point that there has been a real development of a Negro spirit and self-consciousness. Of course, these signal successes loom large among the 10,000,000 of the country, and yet they show the possibilities. There is this hopeful side of Negro conditions in this country, as well as the dark and evil aspects of which we hear all too much. Out of this ferment of racial self-consciousness and readjustment has grown, as I have shown, the two great Negro parties. Between them and within them lie the destinies of the race in this country, and to no small extent also the destiny of the dominant white race. It is, therefore, of the highest importance for white men to understand the real tendencies of thought and organization among these 10,000,000 Americans. For here is vigor and ability, and whatever may be the white man's attitude toward the Negro, the contempt of mere ignorance of what the Negro is doing is not only short-sighted but positively foolish. Only by a complete understanding can the white man who has assumed the entire responsibility of government in this country meet the crises, like that of the Atlanta riot, which are constantly arising between the races. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Negro in Politics. The discussion of the Negro in politics will of necessity deal chiefly with conditions in the South, for it is there, and there only, that the Negro is, at the present time, a great political problem. Negroes in the North are indeed beginning to play a conscious part in politics, but they are only one element among many. They take their place with the Irish vote, the German vote, the Polish vote, the labor vote, each of which must be courted or placated by the politicians. I have looked into Negro political conditions in several cities, notably Indianapolis and Philadelphia, and I cannot see that they are in any marked way different from the condition in any other class of our population, which, through ignorance or fear or ambition, votes more or less en masse. Many Negroes do not vote at all. Some are as conscientious and incorruptible as any white citizen. But a large proportion, ignorant and short-sighted, are disfranchised by the use of money in one form or another at every election. One of the broadest observers in Indianapolis said to me: "The Negro voters are no worse and no better than our foreign voting population." Mayor Tom Johnson, himself Southern by birth, writes me regarding the Negro vote of Cleveland: "I do not believe there is any larger percentage of unintelligent or dishonest votes among the coloured voters than among the white voters in the same walks of life." Negro a National Problem. I wish here to emphasise again the fact that the Negro is not a sectional but a national problem. Anything that affects the South favourably or unfavourably reacts upon the whole country. And the same latent race feeling exists in the North that exists in the South, for it is human, not Southern. The North, indeed, as I have shown in previous chapters, confronted with a large influx of Negroes, is coming more and more to understand and sympathize with the heartbreaking problems which beset the South. Nothing short of the patient coöperation of the entire country, North and South, white and black, will ever solve the race question. In this country, as elsewhere, political thought divides itself into two opposing forces, two great parties or points of view. Whatever their momentary names have been, whether Federalist, Democratic, Whig, Republican, Populist, or Socialist, one of these parties has been an aristocratic or conservative party, the other a democratic or progressive party. The political struggle in this country, and the world over, has been between the aristocratic idea that a few men, or one man, should control the country and supervise the division of labour and the products of labour, and the democratic idea that more people should have a hand in it. The abolition of slavery in the South was an incident in this struggle. Slavery was not abolished because the North agitated, or because John Brown raided or Mrs. Stowe wrote a book, or for any other sentimental or superficial reason, but because it was undemocratic. What Slavery Did. This is what slavery did. It enabled a comparatively few men, only about 1 in 10 of the white men of the South was a slave owner or slave renter, to control 11 states of the Union, to monopolize learning, to hold all the political offices, to own most of the good land and nearly all of the wealth. Not only did it keep the Negro in slavery, but 9/10 of the white people, the so-called poor whites, whom even the Negroes despised, were hardly more than peasants or serfs. It was in many ways a charming aristocracy, but it was doomed from the beginning. If there had been no North, slavery in the South would have disappeared just as inevitably. It was the restless yeast of democracy, spreading abroad upon the earth, in Europe as well as America, that killed slavery and liberated both Negro and poor white men. Revolutions such as the Civil War change names. They do not at once change human relationships. Mankind is reconstructed not by proclamations or legislation or military occupation, but by time, growth, education, religion, thought. When the South got on its feet again after Reconstruction and took account of itself, what did it find? It found 4,000,000 ignorant Negroes changed in name from "slave" to "freeman," but not changed in nature. It found the poor whites still poor whites, and the aristocrats, although they had lost both property and position, were still aristocrats. For values, after all, are not outward but inward, not material but spiritual. It was as impossible for the Negro at that time to be less than a slave as it was for the aristocrat to be less than an aristocrat. And this is what so many legal-minded men will not or cannot see. What happened? Exactly what might have been predicted. Southern society had been turned wrong side up by force, and it righted itself again by force. The Ku Klux Klan, the patrollers, the bloody shirt movement were the agencies, violent and cruel indeed, but inevitable, which readjusted the relationships, put the aristocrats on top, the poor whites in the middle, and the Negroes at the bottom. In short, society instinctively reverted to its old human relationships. I once saw a man shot through the body in a street riot. Mortally wounded, he stumbled and rolled over in the dust, but sprung up again as though uninjured, and ran 100 yards before he finally fell dead. Thus the Old South, though mortally wounded, sprung up and ran again. The struggle in South Carolina. The political reactions after Reconstruction varied, of course, in the different states, being most violent in states like South Carolina, where the old aristocratic regime was most firmly entrenched, and least violent in North Carolina, which has always been the most democratic of Southern states. In South Carolina, then, for example, the aristocrats in 1875 returned to political supremacy. General Wade Hampton, who represented all that was highest in the old regime, became governor of the state. A similar tendency developed, of course, in the other Southern states, and a notable group of statesmen, and they were statesmen, appeared in politics. Hill and Gordon of Georgia, Lamar and George of Mississippi, Butler of South Carolina, Morgan of Alabama, all aristocrats of the old school. Apparently the ancient order was restored. Apparently the wounded man ran as well as ever. But the Old South, after all, had received its mortal wound. There had been a revolution. Society had been overturned. The institution on which it had reared its ancient splendor was gone. For the aristocrat no longer enjoyed the special privilege, the enormous economic advantage of owning his labourers. He was reduced to an economic equality with other white men, and even with the Negro, either of whom could hire labour as easily and cheaply as he could. And the baronial plantation which had been the mark of his grandeur before the war was now the millstone of his doom. Special privilege, always the bulwark of aristocracy, being thus removed, the germ of democracy began to work among the poor whites. The disappearance of competitive slave labour made them unexpectedly prosperous. It secured a more equable division of wealth. With prosperity came more book reading, more schooling, a greater feeling of independence. And this feeling animated the poor white with a new sense of freedom and power. Enter now, when the time was fully ripe for a leader, the rude man of the people. How often he appears in the pages of history, the sure product of revolutions, bursting upward like some devastating force, not at all silken-handed or subtle-minded, but crude, virile, direct, truthful. Tillman the Prophet. So Tillman came in South Carolina. I can see him as he rode to the farmers' fairs and court days in the middle '80s, a sallow-faced, shaggy-haired man with one gleaming, restless, angry eye. He had been long preparing in silence for his task, struggling upward in the poverty-stricken days of the war and through the Reconstruction, without schooling, or chance of schooling, but endowed with a virile mindedness which fed eagerly upon certain fermentative books of an inherited library. Lying on his back in the evening on the porch of his farmhouse, he read Carlyle's French Revolution and Gibbons's Rome. He had in him, indeed, the veritable spirit of the revolutionist. In the days of the patrollers he too had ridden and hunted Negroes. He had seen the aristocracy come again into power. He had heard the whisperings of discontent among the poor whites. And at fairs and on court days in the '80s I hear him screaming his speeches of defiance, raucous, immoderate, denouncing all gentlemen, denouncing government by gentlemen, demanding that government be restored to the plain people. On one of the transparencies of those days he himself had printed the words, strange reminder of the Commune, "Awake, arise, or be forever fallen." He spoke not only to the farmers, but he flung defiance at the aristocrats in the heart of the aristocracy. At Charleston, one of the proudest of Southern cities, he said: "Men of Charleston, I have always heard that you are the most self-idolatrous people that ever lived. But I want to say to you that the sun does not rise in the Cooper and set in the Ashley. It shines all over the state. If the tales that have been told me, or the reports which have come to me, are 1/10 true, you are the most arrant set of cowards God ever made." And wherever he went he closed his speeches with this appeal: "Organize, organize, organize. With organization you will become free once more. Without it you will remain slaves." Once, upon an historic occasion on the floor of the United States Senate, Tillman paused in the heat of a debate to explain, not to excuse, his fiery utterances. "I am a rude man," he said, "and don't care." That is Tillman. They tried to keep him and his followers out of the political conventions, but he would not be kept out, nor kept down. Years later he himself expressed the spirit of revolt in the United States Senate. Zach McGee tells how he had been making one of his fierce attacks, an ebullition in general against things as they are. A senator arose to snuff him out in the genial senatorial way. "I would like to ask, Mr. President, what is before the Senate?" "I am before the Senate," screamed Tillman. In 1890 Tillman was elected governor of South Carolina. The poor white at last was in power. The same change was going on all over the South. In Mississippi the rise of the people, no longer poor, was represented by Vardaman, in Arkansas by Jeff Davis, and Georgia and Alabama have experienced the same overturn in a more complicated form. It has become a matter of pride to many of the new leaders of the "plain people" that they do not belong to the old families or to the aristocracy. Governor Comer told me that he was a "doodle blower," a name applied to the poor white dwellers on the sand hills of Alabama. Governor Swanson of Virginia is proud of the fact that he is the first governor of the state wholly educated in the public schools and colleges. Call these men demagogues if you will, and some of them certainly are open to the charge of appealing to the prejudices and passions of the people, they yet represent a genuine movement for a more democratic government in the South. The old aristocrats jibe at the new leaders even to the point of bitter hatred. In South Carolina, at least, one murder has grown out of the hostility of the factions. They see, how acutely, the blunders of untrained administrators. Their pride in their states is rubbed blood raw by the unblushing crudities of the Tillmans, the Vardamans, the Jeff Davises. Go South and talk with any of these men of the ancient order, and you will come away feeling that conditions in the South are without hope. High Men of the Old South. And those old aristocrats had their virtues. One loves to hear the names still applied at Richmond, Montgomery, Macon, and Charleston to men of the old type by other men of the old type. How often I have heard the terms a high man, an incorruptible man. Beautiful names, for there was a personal honor, a personal devotion to public duties among many of these antebellum slave owners that made them indeed high men. When they were in power their reign was usually skillful and honest, the reign of a beneficent oligarchy. But it was selfish. It reigned for itself, with 9/10 of the people serfs or slaves. Its luxuries, its culture, its gentleness, like that of all aristocracies, was enjoyed at the fearful cost of poverty, ignorance, and slavery of millions of human beings. It had no sympathy, therefore it perished from off the earth. The new men of the Tillman type made glaring, even violent mistakes, but for the most part honest mistakes. They saw clearly what they wanted. They wanted more power in the hands of the people, more democracy, and they went crudely at the work of getting it. In spite of the bitterness against Vardaman among some of the best people of Mississippi, I heard no one accuse him of corruption in any department of his administration. On the whole, they said he had directed the business of the state with judgment. And Tillman, in spite of the dire predictions of the aristocrats, did not ruin the state. Quite to the contrary, he performed a notable service in extending popular education, establishing an agricultural college, regulating the liquor traffic, even though the system he established has since degenerated. Never before, indeed, has South Carolina, and the South generally, been more prosperous than it has since these men went into power. Never has wealth increased so rapidly, never has education been so general, nor the percentage of illiteracy so low. The highest citizen may not be so high, if it can be called high, in luxury and culture as he was before the war, but the average citizen is decidedly higher. Having thus acquired a proper historical perspective, we may now consider the part which the Negro has played in the politics of the South. Where does he come in? Where the Negro comes in. Though it may seem a sweeping generalization, it is none the less literally true that up to the present time the Negro's real influence in politics in the South has been almost negligible. He has been an issue, but not an actor in politics. In the antebellum slavery agitation no Negroes appeared. They were an inert lump of humanity, possessing no power of inner direction. The leaders on both sides were white men. The Negroes did not even follow poor old John Brown. And since the war, as I have shown, the struggle has been between the aristocrats and the poor whites. They have talked about the Negro, but they have not let him talk. Even in Reconstruction times, and I am not forgetting exceptional Negroes like Bruce, Revels, Pinchback, and others, the Negro was in politics by virtue of the power of the North. As a class, the Negroes were not self-directed, but used by Northern carpetbaggers and political Southerners who took most of the offices and nearly all of the stealings. In short, the Negro in times past has never been in politics in the South in any positive sense. And that is not in the least surprising. Coming out of slavery, the Negro had no power of intelligent self-direction, practically no leaders who knew anything. He was still a slave in everything except name, and slaves have never yet ruled or helped rule. The 15th Amendment to the Constitution could not really enfranchise the Negro slaves. Men must enfranchise themselves. And this political equality by decree, not by growth and development, caused many of the woes of Reconstruction. Two distinct impulses mark the effort of the South to disfranchise the Negro. The first was the blind revolt of Reconstruction times, in which force and fraud were frankly and openly applied. The effort to eliminate the Negro brought the white people together in one dominant party, and the solid South was born. For years this method sufficed. But in the meantime, the Negro was getting a little education, acquiring self-consciousness, and developing leaders of more or less ability. It became necessary, therefore, both because the Negro was becoming more restive, less easily controlled by force, and because the awakening white man disliked and feared the basis of fraud on which his elections rested, to establish legal sanction for disfranchisement, to define the political status of the Negro by law. Now, the truth is that the mass of Southerners have never believed that the Negro has or should have any political rights. The South as a whole does not now approve and never has approved of the voting Negro. A few Negroes vote everywhere, but not enough, as a Southerner said to me, to do any hurt. The South, then, has been placed in the position of providing by law for something that it did not really believe in. It was prophesied that when the Negro was disfranchised by law and eliminated from politics, the South would immediately stop discussing the Negro question and divide politically along new lines. But this has not happened. Though disfranchisement laws have been in force in Mississippi for years, there is less division in the white party of that state than ever before. Why is this so? Because the Negro, through gradual education and the acquisition of property, is becoming more and more a real, as well as a potential, factor in politics. For he is just beginning to be really free. And the South has not yet decided how to deal with the Negro who owns property and is self-respecting and intelligent and who demands rights. The South is suspicious of this new Negro. It dreads him. And the politicians in power are quick to play upon this sentiment in order that the South may remain solid and the present political leadership remain undisturbed. For the South, however much it may talk of the ignorant masses of Negroes, does not really fear them. It wants to keep them, and keep them ignorant. It loves the ignorant, submissive old Negroes, the mammies and uncles. It wants Negroes who, as one Southerner put it to me, will do the dirty work and not fuss about it. It wants Negroes who are really inferior and who feel inferior. The Negro that the South fears and dislikes is the educated, property-owning Negro who is beginning to demand rights, to take his place among men as a citizen. This is not an unsupported statement of mine, but has been expressed over and over again by speakers and writers in every part of the South. I have before me a letter from Charles P. Lane, editor of the Huntsville, Alabama, Daily Tribune, written to Governor Comer. It was published in the Atlanta Constitution. The writer is arguing that the Negro disfranchisement laws in Alabama are too lenient, that they permit too many Negroes to vote. He says: "We thought then, in 1901, when the new Alabama Constitution disfranchising the Negro was under discussion, as we do now, that the menace to peace, the danger to society and white supremacy was not in the illiterate Negro, but in the upper branches of Negro society, the educated, the man who, after ascertaining his political rights, forced the way to assert them. He continues: "We, the Southern people, entertain no prejudice toward the ignorant, per se, inoffensive Negro. It is because we know him, and for him we entertain a compassion. But our blood boils when the educated Negro asserts himself politically. We regard each assertion as an unfriendly encroachment upon our native superior rights, and a daredevil menace to our control of the affairs of the state. In this are we not speaking the truth? Does not every Southern Caucasian, to the manner born, bear witness to this version? Hence we present that the way to dampen racial prejudice, avert the impending horrors, is to emasculate the Negro politically by repealing the 15th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States." I use this statement of Mr. Lane's not because it represents the broadest and freest thought in the South, for it does not, but because it undoubtedly states frankly and clearly the point of view of the majority of Southern people. It is the point of view which, talked all over Georgia last year, helped to elect Hoke Smith governor of the state, as it has elected other governors. Hoke Smith's argument was essentially this: Hoke Smith's views. The uneducated Negro is a good Negro. He is contented to occupy the natural status of his race, the position of inferiority. The educated and intelligent Negro, who wants to vote, is a disturbing and threatening influence. We don't want him down here. Let him go North. This feeling regarding the educated Negro, who, as Mr. Lane says, ascertains his rights and forces his way to assert them, is the basic fact in Southern politics. It is what keeps the white people welded together in a single party. It is what sternly checks revolts and discourages independence. Keeping this fact in mind, let us look more intimately into Southern conditions. Following ordinary usage, I have spoken of the solid South. As a matter of fact, the South is not solid, nor is there a single party. The very existence of one strong party presupposes another, potentially as strong. In the South today there are, as inevitably as human nature, two parties and two political points of view, and one is aristocratic and the other is democratic. It is noteworthy in the pages of history that parties which were once democratic become in time aristocratic. We are accustomed, for example, to look back upon Magna Charta as a mighty instrument of democracy, which it was, but it was not democracy according to our understanding of the word. It merely substituted a baronial oligarchy for the divine right rule of one man, King John. It did not touch the downtrodden slaves, serfs, and peasants of England. And yet that struggle of the barons was of profound moment in history, for it started the spirit of democracy on its way downward. It was the seed from which sprung English constitutionalism, which finally flowered in the American Republic. Tillman, as I have shown, wrung democracy from the old slave-owning oligarchy. He conquered. He established a democracy in South Carolina which included poor whites as well as aristocrats. But Tillman in his fiery pleas for the rights of men no more considered the Negro than the old barons considered the serfs of their day in the struggle against King John. It was and is incomprehensible to him that the Negro has any rights which the white man is bound to respect. In short, we have in the South the familiar and ancient division of social forces. But instead of two white parties, we now see a white aristocratic party, which seeks to control the government, monopolize learning, and supervise the division of labor and the products of labor, struggling with a Democratic party, consisting of a few white and many coloured people, which clamours for a part in the government. That, in plain words, is the true situation in the South today. End of Part 1 of Chapter 11. Part 2 of Chapter 11 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Has the spirit of democracy crossed the color line? For democracy is like this. Once its ferment begins to work in a nation, it does not stop until it reaches and animates the uttermost man. Though Tillman's hatred and contempt of the Negro who has aspirations is without bounds, the spirit which he voiced in his wild campaigns does not stop at the color line. Movements are so much greater than men, often going so much further than men intend. A prophet who stands out for truth, as Tillman did, cannot, having uttered it, thereafter limit it nor recall it. As I have been traveling about the country, how often I have heard the same animating whisper from the Negroes that Tillman heard in older days among the poor whites: "We are free! We are free!" Yes, Tillman and Vardaman are right. Education, newspapers, books, commercial prosperity are working in the Negro too. He too has the world-old disease of restlessness, ambition, hope. And many a Negro leader and many a Negro organization, and that is what is causing the turmoil in the South, the fear of the white aristocracy, are voicing the equivalent of Tillman's bold words: "Awake, arise, or be forever fallen." Now we may talk all we like about the situation, we may say that the Negro is wrong in entertaining such ambitions, that his hopes can never be gratified, that he is doomed forever to menial and inferior occupations. The plain fact remains, as Tillman himself testifies, that the democratic spirit has crossed the color line irrespective of laws and conventions, that the Negro is restless with the ambition to rise, to enjoy all that is best, finest, most complete in this world. How humanly the ancient struggle between aristocracy seeking to maintain its superiority and democracy fighting for equality is repeating itself. And this struggle in the South is complicated, deeply and variously, by the fact that the lower people are black and of a different race. They wear on their faces the badge of their position. What is being done about it? As every student of history is well aware, no aristocracy ever lets go until it is compelled to. How bitterly King John fought his barons! How bitterly the South Carolina gentlemen fought the rude Tillman! Having control of the government, the newspapers, the political parties, the schools, an aristocracy surrounds and fortifies itself with every possible safeguard. It maintains itself at any cost. And that is both human and natural. That is what is happening in the South today. Exactly the same conflict occurred before the war when the old slave-owning aristocracy, which everyone now acknowledges to have been wrong, was defending itself and the institution upon which its existence depended. The old slave-owning aristocrats believed that they were made of finer clay than the "poor whites," that their rule was peculiarly beneficent, that if anything should happen to depose them, the country would go to ruin and destruction. It was the old conviction, common to kings and oligarchies, that they were possessed of a divine right, a special and perpetual franchise from God. The white South defends itself. The present white aristocratic party in the South is defending itself exactly after the manner of all aristocracies. In the first place, having control of the government, it has entrenched itself with laws. The moment, for example, that the Negro began to develop any real intelligence and leadership, the disfranchisement process was instituted. Laws were so worded that every possible white man be admitted to the franchise, and every possible Negro, regardless of his intelligence, be excluded. These laws now exist in nearly all the Southern states. Although the 15th Amendment to the Federal Constitution declares that the right to vote shall not be "denied or abridged" on account of race or color or previous condition of servitude, the South in defense of its white aristocracy has practically nullified this amendment. Governor Hoke Smith of Georgia, for example, said June 9, 1906, "Legislation can be passed which will not interfere with the right of any white man to vote and get rid of 95% of the Negro voters." Not only do the enacted laws disfranchise all possible Negroes, but many other Negroes who have enough property or education to qualify are further disfranchised by the dishonest administration of those laws. For the machinery of government, being wholly in white hands, the registers and judges of election have power to keep out any Negro, however fit he may be. I know personally of many instances in which educated and well-to-do Negroes have been refused the right to register where ignorant white men were readily admitted. The law, after all, in this matter, plays very little figure. The white majority has determined to control the government utterly and to give the Negro, whether educated or not, no political influence. That is the plain truth of the matter. Listen to Hoke Smith in his campaign pledge of last year. "I favor, and if elected will urge with all my power, the elimination of the Negro from politics." Let us also quote the plain-speaking Vardaman in his address of April, 1907, at Poplarville, Mississippi. "How is the white man going to control the government? The way we do it is to pass laws to fit the white man and make the other people (Negroes) come to them. If it is necessary, every Negro in the state will be lynched. It will be done to maintain white supremacy. The 15th Amendment ought to be wiped out. We all agree on that. Then why don't we do it?" It may be argued that this violent expression does not represent the best sentiment of the South. It does not, and yet Vardaman, Tillman, Jeff Davis, Hoke Smith, and others of the type are elected. The majority in their states support them. And I am talking here of politics which deals with majorities. In a following chapter I shall hope to deal with the reconstructive and progressive minority in the South as it expresses itself especially in the more democratic border states like North Carolina. Thus the spirit of democracy has really escaped among the coloured people, and it is running abroad like a prairie fire. Tillman the prophet sees it. "Every man," he says, "who can look before his nose can see that with Negroes constantly going to school, the increasing number of people who can read and write among the coloured race will in time encroach upon our white men." Demand repeal of the 15th Amendment. In order, then, to prevent the Negro getting into politics, the Tillmans, Vardamans, and others declare that the South must strike at the foundation of his political liberty: the 15th Amendment must be repealed. In short, The moment the Negro meets one test of citizenship, these political leaders advance a more difficult one, now proposing to take away entirely every hope of ultimate citizenship. In the recent campaign for the United States Senatorship in Mississippi, Vardaman and John Sharp Williams were quite in accord on this point, though they disagreed on methods of accomplishing the purpose. When the political liberty of the Negro has thus been finally removed, the South, say these men, will again have two parties, and will be able to take the place it should occupy in the councils of the nation. Take the next point in the logic of the political leaders. It is a fact of common knowledge in history that aristocracies cannot long survive when free education is permitted among all classes of people. Education is more potent against oligarchies and aristocracies than dynamite bombs. Every aristocracy that has survived has had to monopolize learning more or less completely, else it went to the wall. It is not surprising that there should have been no effective public school system in the South before the war, where the poor whites could get an education, or that the teaching of Negroes was in many states a crime punishable by law. Education enables the Negro, as Mr. Lane says, to ascertain his rights and force his way to assert them. Therefore, to prevent his ascertaining his rights, he must not be educated. The undivided supremacy of the white party, it is clearly discerned, is bound up with Negro ignorance. Therefore we have seen and are now seeing in certain parts of the South continuous agitation against the education of Negroes. That is one reason for the feeling in the South against Northern philanthropy, which is contributing money to support Negro schools and colleges. "What the North is sending South is not money," says Vardaman, "but dynamite. This education is ruining our Negroes. They're demanding equality." A Southern View of Negro Education. When I was in Montgomery, Alabama, a letter was published in one of the newspapers from Alexander Troy, a well-known lawyer. It did not express the view of the most thoughtful men of that city, but I am convinced that it represented with directness and force the belief of a large proportion of the white people of Alabama. The letter says: "All the millions which have been spent by the state since the war in Negro education have been worse than wasted. Should anyone ask, has not Booker Washington's school been of benefit to the Negro, the so-called philanthropists of the North would say yes, but 100,000 white people of Alabama would say no. Ask any gentleman from the country what he thinks of the matter, and a very large majority of them will tell you that they never saw a Negro benefited by education, but hundreds ruined. He ceases to be a hewer of wood and a drawer of water. Exclude the air and a man will die; keep away the moisture and the flower will wither. Stop the appropriations for Negro education, by amendment to the Constitution if necessary, and the schoolhouse in which it is taught will decay. Not only that, but the Negro will take the place the Creator intended he should take in the economy of the world: a dutiful, faithful, and law-abiding servant." These are Mr. Troy's words, and they found reflection in the discussions of the Alabama legislature then in session. A compulsory education bill had been introduced. The problem was to pass a law that would apply to white people, not to Negroes. In this connection I heard a significant discussion in the state Senate. I use the report of it for accuracy as given the next morning in the Advertiser. "Senator Thomas said he would oppose any bills that would compel Negroes to educate their children, for it had come to his knowledge that Negroes would give the clothing off their backs to send their children to school, while too often the white man, secure in his supremacy, would be indifferent to his duty. At this point Senator Lusk rose excitedly to his feet and said: "Does the senator from Barber mean to say that the Negro race is more ambitious and has more aspirations than the white race?" "The question of the gentleman is an insult to the state of Alabama," replied Senator Thomas deliberately. "It is an insult to the great Caucasian race, the father of all the arts and sciences, to compare it to that black and kinky race which lived in a state of black and ignorant savagery until the white race seized it and lifted it to its present position." The result of this feeling against Negro education has shown itself in an actual reduction of Negro schooling in many localities, especially in Louisiana, and little recent progress anywhere else, compared with the rapid educational development among the whites, except through the work of the Negroes themselves, or by Northern initiative. In cutting off an $8,000 appropriation for Alcorn College (colored), Governor Vardaman, as a member of the Board of Trustees, said: "I am not anxious even to see the Negro turned into a skilled mechanic. God Almighty intended him to till the soil under the direction of the white man, and that is what we are going to teach him down there at Alcorn College." Without arguing the rights or wrongs or necessities of their position, I have thus endeavored to set down the purpose of the present political leadership in the South. Economic cause for white supremacy. Now the chief object of any aristocracy, the reason why it wishes to monopolize government and learning, is because it wishes to supervise the division of labor and the products of labor. That is the bottom fact. In slavery times, of course, the white man supervised labor absolutely and took all the profits. In some cases to day, by a system of peonage, he still controls the laborer and takes all the profits. But as the Negro has grown in education and property, he not only wishes to supervise his own labor, but demands a larger share in the returns of labor. He is no longer willing to be an abject hewer of wood and a drawer of water, as he was in slavery times. He has an ambition to own his own farm, do his own business, employ his own professional men, and so on. He will not "keep his place" as a servant. And that is the basis of all the trouble. Many of the utterances of white political leaders resolve themselves into a statement of this position. At the American Bankers Association last fall, Governor Swanson of Virginia said: "At last the offices, the business houses, and the financial institutions are all in the hands of intelligent Anglo-Saxons, and with God's help and our own good right hand we will hold him (the Negro) where he is." In other words, the white man will by force hold all political, business, and financial positions. He will be boss, and the Negro must do the menial work. He must be a servant. Hoke Smith says in his speech (the italics are mine): "Those Negroes who are contented to occupy the natural status of their race, the position of inferiority, all competition being eliminated between the whites and the blacks, will be treated with greater kindness." In other words, if the Negro will be contented to keep himself inferior and not compete with the white man, everything will be all right. And thus, curiously enough, while Hoke Smith in his campaign was thundering against railroad corporations for destroying competition, while he was glorifying the principle of free and unrestricted trade, he was advocating the formation of a monopoly of all white men by the elimination of the competition of all coloured men. Indeed, we find sporadic attempts to pass laws to compel the Negro to engage only in certain sorts of menial work. In Texas not long ago a bill was introduced in the legislature to confine coloured labour to the farm whenever it was found in city and town communities to be competing with white labour. In the last session of the Arkansas legislature, Senator McKnight introduced a bill providing that Negroes be forbidden from waiting on white persons in hotels, restaurants, or becoming barbers or porters on trains, and to prevent any white man from working for any Negro. In a number of towns, respectable, educated, and prosperous Negro doctors, grocers, and others have been forcibly driven out. I visited Monroe, Louisiana, where 2 Negro doctors had been forced to leave town because they were taking the practice of white physicians. In the same town, a Negro grocer was burned out because he was encroaching on the trade of white grocers. Neither of the laws above referred to, of course, was passed, and the instances of violence I have given are sporadic and unusual. For the South has not followed the dominant political leaders to the extremes of their logic. Human nature never, finally, goes to extremes. It is forever compromising, never wholly logical. While perhaps a large proportion of Southerners would agree perfectly with Hoke Smith or Tillman in his theory of a complete supremacy of all white men in all respects, as a matter of fact, nearly every white Southerner is encouraging some practical exception which quite overturns the theory. Tens of thousands of white Southerners swear by Booker T. Washington, and though doubtful about Negro education, the South is expending millions of dollars every year on coloured schools. Vardaman, declaiming violently against Negro colleges, has actually, in specific instances, given them help and encouragement. I told how he had cut off an $8,000 appropriation from Alcorn College because he did not believe in Negro education, but he turned around and gave Alcorn College $14,000 for a new lighting system because he had come in personal contact with the Negro president of Alcorn College and liked him. And though the politicians may talk about complete Negro disfranchisement, the Negro has nowhere been completely disfranchised. A few Negroes vote in every part of the South. I once heard a Southerner argue for an hour against the participation of the Negro in politics, and then 10 minutes later tell me with pride of a certain Negro banker in his city whom we both knew. "Dr. 's all right," he said. "He's a sensible Negro. I went with him myself when he registered. He ought to vote." So personal relationships, the solving touch of human nature, play havoc with political theories and generalities. Mankind develops not by rules but by exceptions to rules. While the white aristocracy has indeed succeeded in controlling local government in the South almost completely, it has not been able to dominate the federal political organizations, which include many Negroes. And though often opposing education for the Negro, the aristocracy has not, after all, monopolized education, and the Negro, in spite of Jim Crow laws and occasional violence, has actually been pushing ahead, getting a foothold in land ownership, entering the professions, even competing in some lines of business with white men. So democracy, though black, is encroaching in the world-old way on aristocracy. How far Negroes can go toward real democratic citizenship in the various lines, industrial, political, social, no man knows. We can see the fight. We do not know how the spoils of war will finally be divided. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Black Man's Silent Power. How the Dominance of the Idea of the Negro Stifles Freedom of Thought and Speech in Southern Politics. At present, the point of view of a large proportion of Southern white people on the Negro question is adequately expressed by such men as Tillman, Jeff Davis, and Hoke Smith. They are the political leaders. Their policies are, in general, the policies adopted. They are the men elected to office. Even in the border states, where the colored population is not so dense as in the Black Belt, the attitude of the politicians is much the same as it is in the Black Belt. So far as the Negro question is concerned, Governor Swanson of Virginia stands on practically the same platform as Tillman and Hoke Smith, though he has not found it necessary to express his views as vigorously. And the position of the Black Belt states in regard to the disfranchisement of the Negro and the extension of Jim Crow laws is being accepted by the border state of Maryland and the western state of Oklahoma. But there also exists, and particularly in Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia, a vigorous minority point of view which I have referred to in a former chapter as the broadest and freest thoughts of the South. Although it has not yet attained political position, it is a party of ideas, force, convictions, with a definite constructive program. To this constructive point of view I have been able thus far to refer only incidentally. In the present chapter I wish to consider some of the effects upon Southern life of the domination of the Negro as a political issue, and the result of the continued supremacy of leaders like Tillman. In the next chapter, under the title The New Southern Statesmanship, I shall outline the program and recount the activities of the new Southern leaders. The most sinister form of Negro domination. Traveling in the South, one hears much of the threat of Negro domination, by which is generally meant political control by Negro voters, or the election of Negro office holders. But there already exists a far more real and sinister form of Negro domination, for the Negro still dominates the thought of the South. For over 80 years, until quite recently, few great or serious issues have occupied the attention of the South save those growing out of slavery and the Negro problem. Though the very existence of our nation is due largely to the courage, wisdom, and political genius of Southern statesmanship, to Washington, Jefferson, Marshall, Patrick Henry, and their compatriots, the South, since the enunciation of the Monroe Doctrine in 1823, has played practically no constructive part in national affairs. As Professor Mitchell of Richmond well points out, the great vitalizing influences which swept over the entire civilized world during the first half of the 19th century, the liberalizing, nationalizing, industrializing influences, left the South untouched, for it was chained in common slavery with the Negro. Instead of expanding with the new thought, it clung to slavery in opposition to the liberal tendency of the age. It insisted upon states' rights in opposition to nationality. It contented itself with agriculture alone, instead of embracing the rising industrialism. It was an instance, as Professor Mitchell says, of arrested development. Dr. John E. White of Atlanta has ably expressed the ethical result upon a people of confining their thoughts to a single selfish interest. "As long as we struggled for that which was good for everybody everywhere," he says, "we moved with Providence and the South led the van. There were great human concerns in the building up of the Republic. The whole world was interested in it. It was a work ennobling to a people, the inspiration of a great national usefulness. The disaster began when the South began to think only for and of itself, began to have only one problem. Thus the South, owing to the presence of the Negro, dropped behind in the progress of the world. And while the new and vitalizing world influences are now spreading abroad throughout the South, manifesting themselves in factories, mines, mills, better schools, and more railroads, the old ugly Negro problem still shackles political thought and cripples freedom of action. In other words, the South is being rapidly industrialized, but not so rapidly liberalized and nationalized, though these developments are certainly following. Exploiting Negro Prejudice. The cause of this dominance of thought by the Negro lies chiefly with a certain group of politicians whose interest it is to maintain their party control and to keep the South solid. And they do this by harping perpetually on the Negro problem. I observed, wherever I went in the South and found busy and prosperous industries, that the Negro problem was little discussed. One manufacturer in New Orleans said to me, when I asked him about the Negro question, "Why, I'm so busy, I never think about it." And that is the attitude of the progressive, constructive Southerner. He is impatient with the talk about the Negro and the Negro problem. He wants to forget it. But there remains a body of men in the South who, not prosperous in other industries, still make the Negro a sort of industry. They live by exploiting Negro prejudice. They prevent the expression of new ideas and force a great people to confine its political genius to a worn out issue. Roosevelt Democrats down South. Talking with all classes of white men in the South, I was amazed to discover how many of them had ceased to be Democrats, in the party sense, at all, and were followers in their beliefs of Roosevelt and the Republican Party. Many of them told me that they wished they could break away and express themselves openly and freely, but they did not dare. A considerable number have ventured to vote the Republican ticket in national elections, especially on the free silver issue, but few indeed have had the courage to declare their independence in the state or local affairs. For the instant a rift appears in the harmony of the white party, and that is a better name for it than Democratic. The leaders talk Negro, and the would-be independents are driven back into the fold. Over and over again leaders with new issues have endeavored to get a hearing. A number of years ago the Populist movement spread widely throughout the South. Tom Watson of Georgia, Kolb of Alabama, Butler of North Carolina, led revolts against the old Democratic Party. By fusion with the Republicans, the Populists carried North Carolina. But the old political leaders immediately raised the Negro issue, declared that the Populists were encouraging the Negro vote, and defeated the insurgents, driving most of their leaders into political obscurity. Now, I am not arguing that Populism was an ideal movement, nor that its leaders were ideal men. I am merely trying to show the cost of independence in the South. A number of years ago Emory Speer of Georgia, now federal judge, ran for Congress on an independent ticket. His platform was "The Union and the Constitution, a free ballot and a fair count. The inevitable Negro issue was raised against him. It was insisted that there must be no division among white people, lest the Negro secure the balance of political power, and Speer was finally defeated. He became a Republican and has since had no influence in state politics. Upon this point an able Southern writer, Professor Edwin Mims of Trinity College, North Carolina, has said: "The independents in the South have to face the same state of affairs that the independents of the North did in the '80's. All the better traditions connected with one party, and most of the respectable people belonging to the same party. Just as George William Curtis and his followers were accused of being Democrats in disguise, and of being traitors to the 'grand old party' that had saved the Union and freed the slaves, and deserters to a party of Copperheads, so the Southern independent is said to be a Republican in disguise, and is told of the awful crimes of the Reconstruction era. When all other arguments have failed, there is the inevitable appeal to the threatened domination of an inferior race which is not now even a remote possibility. As a result of this domination of a worn-out issue, political contests in the South have ordinarily concerned themselves not with stimulating public questions, but with the personal qualifications of the candidates. The South has not dared to face real problems lest the white party be split and the Negro voter somehow slip into influence. A campaign was fought last year in Mississippi. Of course, the candidates all belonged to the white party. All therefore subscribed to identically the same platform, which had been prepared by the party leaders, so that the only issue was the personality of the candidates. Let me quote from the Mississippi correspondent of the New Orleans Times-Democrat, April 29, 1907. "The only issue is the personality of the candidate himself. The voter may take the speeches of each candidate and analyze them from start to finish, and he will fail to find where there is any difference of opinion between the candidates on any of the live questions of the day which are likely to affect Mississippi. He must, therefore, turn from the speeches to the candidate himself for an issue, and must take his choice of the several candidates as men, and decide which of them will do most good to the state and be the safest man to entrust with the helm." Negro holds Democratic party together. I am speaking here, of course, of the Negro as a dominant issue, the essential element which holds the Democratic party together, and without which other policies could not be carried or candidates elected. Vigorous divisions on other issues have taken place locally within the lines of the Democratic party, especially during the last 2 or 3 years. The railroad and trust questions have been prominently before the people in most of the Southern states. During his long campaign for governor, Hoke Smith talked railroads and railroad influence in politics constantly, but in order to be elected he raised the Negro question and talked it vigorously, especially in all of his country addresses. It is also highly significant that the South should have taken so strong a lead in the Prohibition movement, although even this question has been more or less connected with the Negro problem, the argument being that the South must forbid the liquor traffic because of its influence on the Negro. No states in the Union, indeed, have been more radical in dealing with the trust question than Texas and Arkansas, and Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina have been the scenes of some of the hottest fights in the country on the railroad question. All this goes to show that, once freed from the incubus of the Negro on Southern thought, the South would instantly become a great factor in national questions. And being almost exclusively American in its population, with few rich men and ideals of life not yet so subservient to the dollar as those of the North, it would become a powerful factor in the progressive and constructive movements of the country. The influence of a single bold man like Tillman in the Senate has been notable. In the future the country has much to look for from the idealism of Southern statesmanship. Stifling free speech. But the unfortunate result of the dominance of the single idea of the Negro upon politics has been to benumb the South intellectually, to stifle free thought and free speech. Let a man advance a new issue, and if the party leaders do not favor it, they have only to cry out "Negro," twisting the issue so as to emphasize its Negro side and every question in the South has a Negro side and the independent thinker is crushed. I once talked with the editor of a newspaper in the South who said to me, "Such and such is my belief." "But," I said, "you take just the opposite position in your paper." "Yes, but I can't talk out. It would kill my business." This timorousness has touched not only politics, but has reached the schools and the churches, and still shackles the freest speech. George W. Cable, the novelist, was practically forced to leave the South because he advocated the "continual and diligent elevation of that lower man which human society is constantly precipitating," because he advocated justice for the Negro. Professor Andrew Slade was compelled to resign from Emory College in Georgia because he published an article in the Atlantic Monthly taking a point of view not supported by the majority in Southern sentiment. Professor John Spencer Bassett was saved from a forced resignation from Trinity College in North Carolina for a similar offense after a lively fight in the Board of Trustees which left Trinity with the reputation of being one of the freest institutions in the South. The situation in the South has made people afraid of the truth. Political oratory particularly often gets away entirely from the wholesome and regenerative world of actual facts. I quoted in the last chapter from a speech of Governor Swanson of Virginia in which he said, "The business houses and financial institutions are in the hands of intelligent Anglo-Saxons, and with God's help and our own good right hand we will hold him, the Negro, where he is." Negro's Progress in Richmond. What a curious thing oratory is! Right in Governor Swanson's own city of Richmond there are 4 banks owned and operated by Negroes. One of the Negro bankers sat in the convention to which Governor Swanson was at that moment speaking. There is a Negro insurance company, the True Reformers, in which I saw 80 Negro clerks and stenographers at work. It has a surplus of $300,000, with a business in 30 states. Negroes also own and operate in Richmond 4 clothing stores, 5 drug stores, many grocery stores, some very small, of course, 2 hotels, 4 livery stables, 5 printing establishments, 8 fraternal insurance companies, 7 meat markets, 50 eating places, and many other sorts of business enterprises, small, of course, but growing rapidly. In Richmond also there are 10 Negro lawyers, 15 physicians, 3 dentists, 2 photographers, 85 school teachers, 46 Negro churches. Southerners who see the danger. When I make the assertion regarding free speech and the fear of truth in the South, I am making no statement which has not been far more forcibly put by thoughtful and fearless Southerners who see and dread this sinister tendency. The late Chancellor Hill of the University of Georgia spoke of the "deadly paralysis of intellect caused by the enforced uniformity of thought within the lines of one party." He said: "Before the war the South was in opposition to the rest of civilization on the question of slavery. It defended itself, its thinking, its political science, even its religion was not directed toward a search for truth, but it was concentrated on the defense of a civil and political order of things. These conditions made impossible a vigorous intellectual life." William Preston Few, Dean of Trinity College, North Carolina, writes (South Atlantic Quarterly, January, 1905), "This prevalent lack of first hand thinking and of courage to speak out has brought about an unfortunate scarcity of intellectual honesty." An excellent illustration of this condition grew out of the statement of Dr. Edwin A. Alderman, president of the University of Virginia, at a dinner a year or so ago, in which he compared the recent political leadership of the South somewhat unfavorably with the statesmanship of the Old South. Upon hearing of this remark, Senator Bailey of Texas angrily resigned from the alumni committee of the university. Chancellor Hill said, concerning the incident: "The question whether Dr. Alderman was right or wrong becomes insignificant beside the larger question whether Senator Bailey was right or wrong in his method of dealing with a difference of opinion. And this leads to the question, have we freedom of opinion in the South? Must every man who thinks above a whisper do so at the peril of his reputation and his influence, or at the deadlier risk of having an injury inflicted upon the institution which he represents?" In giving so much space to the words and position of Vardaman, Tillman, Hoke Smith, and others, I have not yet sufficiently emphasized the work and influence of the thoughtful and constructive men of the South. But it must be borne in mind that I am writing of politics, of majorities, and politicians of the Tillman type are still the political forces in the South. They are in control, they are elected. Yet there is the growing class of new statesmen whose work I shall recount in the next chapter. Whites disfranchised as well as blacks. But the limitation of intellectual freedom has not been the only result of the political dominance of the Negro issue. It is curious to observe that when one class of men in any society is forced downward politically, another is forced up, for so mankind keeps its balances and averages. A significant phase of the movement in the South to eliminate the Negro is the sure return to government by a white aristocracy. For disfranchisement of the Negro has also served to disfranchise a very large proportion of the white people as well. In every Southern state where Negro disfranchisement has been forced, the white vote has also been steadily dwindling. Today in Alabama, not half the white males of voting age are qualified voters. In Mississippi the proportion is still lower. In the last presidential election the state of Mississippi was carried by Parker with a total vote of only 58,383, out of a total of 349,177 citizens, both white and coloured, of voting age. Only 1/3 of the white men voted. It has been found, indeed, in several counties in Mississippi, that while the number of white eligibles has been decreasing, the number of Negroes on the registration lists has been increasing. In the city of Jackson, Mississippi, last year, 1,200 voters were registered out of a population of 32,000 people. To show the dwindling process, take the single country of Tallapoosa in Alabama. The last census shows 4,203 whites and 2,036 blacks of voting age, 6,259 in all. After the adoption of the new Constitution disfranchising the Negro in 1901, the total registration was 4,008. Last fall, although the important question of prohibition had arisen as a special effort was made to get the voters out, an investigation showed that there were only 1,700 qualified voters in the country. This astonishing condition is due primarily to the fact that there is no vital party division on new issues in the South. But it is also due to the franchise tests, which, having been made severe to keep the Negro out, operate also to disfranchise hundreds of thousands of poor and ignorant white men. I spent much time talking with white working men, both in the cities and in the country. I asked them why so many working men and farmers did not vote. Here is one comprehensive reply of a labor leader. "What's the use? We have to pay $2 a year poll tax, and pay it nearly a year before election. And why vote? There are no real issues at stake. An election is merely a personal quarrel in the clique of men who control the Democratic Party. Why should we pay $2 a year and go to the bother of satisfying the personal ambition of some man we are not interested in?" A white oligarchy. So the white vote is dwindling. The political power is being gathered into the hands of fewer and fewer men. And there is actually springing up a large class of non-voting white men not unlike the powerless "poor whites" of antebellum times. The white politicians, indeed, in some places, do not encourage the poorer white men to qualify, for the fewer voters the more certain their control. Of course, the chief fights in Mississippi and elsewhere are not at the elections, but in the Democratic (white) primaries. But this fact only accentuates the point I wish to make: the limitation of political independence of action. Such conditions are deeply concerning the thoughtful men of the South, but while they think, few dare to brave political extinction by speaking out. One would think that the Republican party, which ostensibly stands for the opposition in the South, would cry out about conditions. But it does not. The fact is, the Republican party, as now constituted in the South, is even a more restricted white oligarchy than the Democratic party. In nearly all parts of the South, indeed, it is a close corporation, which controls or seeks to control all the federal offices. Speak out? Of course not. It, too, is attempting to eliminate the Negro (in some places it calls itself "lily white"), and it works not inharmoniously with the Democratic politicians. For the Republican machine in the South really has no quarrel with the Democratic machine. It takes the federal offices which the Democrats cannot get, and the Democrats take local offices which the Republicans know they cannot get. The South a Weapon in National Conventions. The Republican presidents at Washington have, unfortunately, played into the hands of the Southern office-holding machine. Why? Partly because Republicans are few in the South, and partly because a solid Republican delegation from the South, easily handled and controlled and favoring the administration, is a powerful weapon in national conventions. McKinley played almost absolutely into the hands of this Southern Republican machine, and Hanna operated it. Indeed, McKinley's nomination was probably due to the skill with which Hanna marshaled this solid phalanx of Southern delegates. Roosevelt has made a number of first-class appointments outside of the machine, even appointing a few Democrats of the high type of Judge Jones of Alabama. Over and over in this book I have spoken of the Negro as a national, not a Southern issue. And in politics this is peculiarly true. Though having few Republicans, the South, through its office holding Republican delegations, has largely influenced the choice of more than one Republican president. The "Solid South" is as useful to the Republican Party as to the Democratic Party. Why the certainty expressed by Republican politicians of the nomination of Taft? Because the national organization felt sure it could control the Southern delegations. It counted on the "Solid South." Thus, in a very real sense, the government of this entire nation turns upon the despised black man, whether he votes or not. End of Part 1 of Chapter 12. Part 2 of Chapter 12 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Negro's Political Power in the North. In another way, the Southern attitude toward the Negro affects the nation. Owing to disfranchisement and "Jim Crow" laws, thousands of Negroes have moved northward and settled in the great cities. Until today Negro voters, though they may not, as has been claimed, hold the balance of power, yet wield a great influence in the politics of at least 4 states Indiana, Ohio, New Jersey, and Rhode Island and are also considerable factors in the political destiny of Illinois, Pennsylvania, New York, and Delaware. The potential influence of the Negro voter in the North is excellently illustrated in the recent campaign for the Republican nomination to the presidency, especially in the fight in Ohio between Foraker and Taft, and in the eagerness displayed by Taft to placate the Negro vote. In still another way the Negro affects the entire nation. Through its attitude of exclusion, the South exercises an influence on national legislation out of all proportion to its voting population. Though nearly all Negroes are disfranchised, as well as a large number of white voters, all these disfranchised voters are counted in the allotment of congressmen to Southern states. Out of this has grown a curious condition. In 1904, Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, and Mississippi, which have 35 members in Congress, cast 413,516 votes, while Massachusetts alone, with only 14 congressmen, cast 445,098 votes. Here, for example, is the record of South Carolina. Total population of voting age, both white and coloured, in 1900, 283,325. Total white voting population, 130,375. Total actual vote in 1902 for congressmen, 32,185. Total Democratic vote which elected 7 congressmen, 29,343. Thus in South Carolina in 1902 an average of about 4,600 voters voted at the election for each congressman. In 1904, a presidential year, the average was about 8,100, while in New York State over 40,000 votes are cast in each congressional district, and in Pennsylvania about 38,000. Now, I am not here criticizing this condition, I am merely endeavoring to set down the facts as I find them. My purpose is to illustrate the profound and far-reaching effects of the Negro issue upon the nation. And is it not curious, when all is said, to observe how this rejected black man, whom the South has attempted to eliminate utterly from politics, has been for years changing and warping the entire government of this nation in the most fundamental ways? Did he not cause a civil war, the results of which still curse the country? And though excluded in large measure from the polls, does he not in reality cast his mighty vote for presidents, congressmen, governors? Often, looking out across the South, it appears to the observer that the Negro has a more far-reaching and real influence on our national life for being excluded from the polls than he would have if he were frankly and justly admitted to the franchise on the same basis as white men. All the real thinkers and statesmen of the South have looked and longed for the hour when the South, free of this dominance of an ugly issue, should again take its great place in national affairs. In 1875, at the close of Reconstruction, Senator Lamar of Mississippi predicted in a speech at Jackson that the South, having eliminated the Negro from politics, would now divide on new economic issues and become politically healthy. But that has not happened. Less division on real issues probably exists in Mississippi today than in 1875. Why? Is it not possible that the manner of the elimination of the Negro from politics is wrong? Has it occurred to leaders and statesmen that Negroes who are qualified can be eliminated into politics? That the present method in reality makes the Negro a more dangerous political factor than he would be if he were allowed to vote regularly and quietly? Southerners who are speaking out. In spite of the domination of both parties in the South by narrowing groups of leaders, there are not wanting men to fight for a new alignment. On the Republican side, one of these men is Joseph C. Manning, of Alexander City, Alabama, who publishes a paper called The Southern American. He has shown how white men are being disfranchised as well as Negroes, how the South is controlled by a Bourbon oligarchy in the Democratic Party and a Federal for Revenue Republican Party, as he calls them. His paper appears every week with his denunciation in big letters, urging the Republican Party to reform and become a party of truth and progress. He says, "The rallying cry. The great body of the people of the white South, the masses of the white people of Alabama, are today suppressed by the strategy of a political autocracy dominating under the guise and pretense of a democracy. Why not throw off the yoke and get in the fight? Rise up above this petty delegate getting, patronage manipulating, state chairman squabbling, until this small politics shall become lost in the great and the supreme issue. Stop this lily-white nonsense. Quit being sidetracked by this Bourbon wail of Negro. Recognize this vital force of the immovable truth that an injustice to one American citizen will react upon all. You can't have one law for the white man and another for the Negro in our form of government. You know that those who have the most talked of suppressing blacks have really suppressed you, white Republicans, and the most of the Southern whites. The outcry of Negro and social equality and the like is the very essence of political moonshine." A number of men inside the Democratic Party are not afraid to speak out. Ex-Congressman Fleming of Georgia said in a notable address at Athens, Georgia, "Those whose stock in trade is hating the nigger may easily gain some temporary advantage for themselves in our white primaries, where it requires no courage, either physical or moral, to strike those who have no power to strike back, not even with a paper ballot. But these men will achieve nothing permanent for the good of the state or of the nation by stirring up race passion and prejudice. Injustice and persecution will not solve any of the problems of the ages. God did not so ordain his universe. Justly proud of our race, We refuse to amalgamate with the Negro, but the Negro is an American citizen, and is protected as such by guarantees of the Constitution that are as irrepealable almost as the Bill of Rights itself. Nor, if such a thing as repealing these guarantees were possible, would it be wise for the South. Suppose we admit the oft reiterated proposition that no two races so distinct as the Caucasian and the Negro can live together on terms of perfect equality. Yet it is equally true that without some access to the ballot, present or prospective, some participation in the government, no inferior race in an elective republic could long protect itself against reduction to slavery in many of its substantial forms, and God knows the South wants no more of that curse. Men of the type of Mr. Fleming are far in the minority in the South. They are so few as yet as to count, politically speaking, for little or nothing. But the fact that they are there, that they are not afraid to speak out, even though it ruins them politically, is significant and hopeful. Antebellum aggression. Now it is this way with a party having only one issue. When attacked, it can only become more and more violent and vociferous upon that issue. And this is what we discover in the South: an increasing bitterness of leaders like Tillman and Vardaman, for they know that their own existence, and that of the party which they represent, depends upon keeping the Negro issue prominent. The very fact that they are violent is significant. It shows that they recognize powerful and growing new elements in the South, which, though not yet apparent politically, are getting hold of the people. In other words, the present group of autocratic leaders is seeking at any length to defend itself. And its work is not only defensive, it is also offensive. It must be. The institution of slavery might have lasted many years longer if the Southern leaders had been content with the slave territory they already held. But they were not so content. They tried to extend slavery to the new territories of the Union, and it was this aggression that was the chief immediate cause of the Civil War. It was the struggle over Missouri and Kansas, and the policy of the country regarding the new West, whether it should be admitted slave or free, which precipitated hostilities. "Continual aggression," John Hay once said, "is the necessity of a false position." The antebellum Southern leaders saw that they must either extend their institution or else face its ultimate extinction. At the present time we have a repetition of the antebellum aggression. As it happened then, we have speakers like Tillman and others coming North urging the validity of the Southern treatment of the Negro. Writers like Thomas Dixon rekindle old fires of hatred. At the same moment that Tillman is abusing the North for its interest in Southern education, he himself is speaking from Northern platforms to make sentiment for the Southern position. So we have the extension of disfranchisement and Jim Crow laws to the new Western state of Oklahoma, and the agitation for disfranchisement in Maryland. So we have the advancing demand of Southerners in Congress for the repeal of the 15th Amendment. And just recently, Congressman Heflin of Alabama has introduced a bill seeking to provide for Jim Crow distinctions upon the streetcars of Washington. How all this recalls the efforts of the antebellum Southern congressmen to force the United States government to take the Southern position on the slavery question. Fighting to put the Negro down. I have read some of the voluminous discussions upon the subject of slavery which took place before the Civil War, and I have been astonished to find the arguments of the Southern political leaders of today almost identical in substance, though changed somewhat in form, with the reasoning of the old slave owning class. One hears the same arguments regarding the physiological and ethnological inferiority of all coloured men to all white men. The argument that "one drop of Negro blood makes a Negro," and even that the Negro is not a human being at all, but a beast. I have before me a book recently published by a Bible house, of all places, in St. Louis, and widely circulated in the South. It is entitled, "Is the Negro a Beast?" and it goes on to prove by biblical quotation that he has no soul. Being a beast, it becomes a small matter to kill him. One also hears the arguments now, as in slavery times, of the divine right of the white man to rule the Negro. "God intended the white man to rule," says Vardaman, "and the Negro to be a humble servant." And finally there is the frank argument of physical force, that the white man, being strong, will and must rule the Negro. Hoke Smith today is supporting much the same position that Robert Toombs held before the war. Of course, Hoke Smith has receded from the belief in the chattel slavery of the Negro for which Toombs contended, but in many other respects he evidently believes that the Negro should be reduced, as ex-Congressman Fleming of Georgia says in the quotation given above, "to slavery in many of its substantial forms." In order to validate its position, and keep its place and make the Negro keep his, the white aristocracy has been forced to defend the doctrine of all monarchies and aristocracies, the inequality of men in all respects. Hoke Smith states the fundamental assumption thus plainly in his address (June 9, 1906): "I believe the wise course is to plant ourselves squarely upon the proposition in Georgia that the Negro is in no respect the equal of the white man, and that he cannot in the future, in this state, occupy a position of equality." Both the South and the North undemocratic. Thus I have attempted to present the political situation in the South and the reasoning which underlies it. It possesses a large significance for the entire country. Here is the fact: the war and the Emancipation Proclamation did not make the South completely democratic. It merely cut away one bulwark of aristocracy: slavery. The South is still dominated by the aristocratic idea, and more or less frankly so. The South has admitted only grudgingly, and not yet fully, the poor white man to democratic political fellowship. There are, as I have shown, hundreds of thousands of disfranchised white Americans in the South. Moreover, many white leaders look askance on the new Italian immigrants, though they, too, are white men. The extreme point of view in regard to the foreigner was expressed in a speech by the Hon. Jeff Truly, candidate for governor of Mississippi, at Magnolia in that state on March 18, 1907. "I am opposed to any inferior race. The Italian immigration scheme does not settle the labor question. Italians are a threat and a danger to our racial, industrial, and commercial supremacy. Mississippi needs no such immigration. Leave your lands to your own children. As governor of the state, I promise that not $1 of the state shall be spent for the immigration of any such." As for the Negro, of course, the South has never believed in a democracy which really includes him. But neither does the North. When we get right down to it, the controlling white men in the North do not believe in an inclusive democracy much more than the South. I have talked with many Northerners who go South, and it is astonishing to see how quickly most of them adopt the Southern point of view, for it is the doctrine which many of them, down in their hearts, really believe. In reality, the North also has an aristocratic government, an oligarchy based upon wealth and property, which dominates politics and governs the country more or less completely. Roosevelt has been fighting some of the more boisterous aspects of the rule of this oligarchy, and has shown the country how powerful it is. The Underman Fighting All Over the World. It is curious, indeed, when one's attention is awakened to the facts, how strong the parallel is between the South and the North. I mean here a parallel not in laws or even in customs, but in spirit, in the living reality which lies down deep under institutions, which is, after all, the only thing that really counts. The cause of all the trouble in the North is similar to what it is in the South. The underman will not keep his place. He is restless, ambitious. He wants civil, political, and industrial equality. Thus we see the growth of labor organizations and the spread of populists and socialists, who demand new rights and a greater share in the products of labor. They will not, as Hoke Smith says of the Negroes, content themselves with the place of inferiority. The essential feature of the history of the last 5 years in this country, and it will go down in history as the beginning of great things, has been the vague, crudely powerful effort of the underman, half his strength wasted because he is blind, to limit in some degree the power of this moneyed aristocracy. Such is the meaning of the demand for trust and railroad legislation, such is the significance of the insurance investigation, such the effort to curb the power of men like Rockefeller, Harriman, Morgan. So the North, in spirit, also disfranchises its lower class. It does it by the purchase at elections in one form or another of its poor whites and its Negroes. What else is the meaning of Tammany Hall and the boss and machine system in other cities? Tammany Hall is our method of disfranchisement. It is our cunning machine for nullifying the 14th and 15th Amendments. While the South is disfranchising by legislation, the North is doing it by cash. The question we are coming to. I have spoken of the lack of free speech in the South. But that is not peculiar to the South. Though there is undoubtedly a far greater intellectual freedom today in the North than in the South, yet the North has disciplined more than one professor for his utterances on the trust or railroad questions. South or North, it is dangerous to attack the entrenched privilege of those in control. We criticize the frankness of Vardaman in advocating different standards of justice for white men and Negroes, but do we not have the same custom in the North? How extremely difficult it is sometimes to get a rich criminal into jail in the North! In short, we are coming again face to face in this country with the same tremendous, even revolutionary, question which presents itself in every crisis of the world's history. What is democracy? What does democracy include? Does democracy really include Negroes as well as white men? Does it include Russian Jews, Italians, Japanese? Does it include Rockefeller and the Slavonian street sweeper? And Tillman and the Negro farmhand? End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The New Southern Statesmanship. Democracy is the progress of all through all, under the leadership of the best and the wisest. Mazzini. In former chapters I have had much to tell that was unpleasant and perhaps discouraging, but it had to be told, for it is there, and must be honestly met and reckoned with. But the chief pleasure of the present task has been the opportunity it has given me to meet the working idealists of the South, and to see the courageous and unselfish way in which they are meeting the obstacles which confront them. If any man would brighten his faith in human nature, if he would attain a deeper and truer grasp upon the best things of life, let him attend one of the educational rallies of Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, or Texas, and hear the talks of Dr. S. C. Mitchell, President Alderman, J. Y. Joyner, P. P. Claxton, Chancellor Barrow, President Houston, and others, or let him spend a few days at Hampton with Dr. Frizzell, or at Tuskegee with Dr. Washington, or at Calhoun with Miss Thorne. Coming away from a meeting one night at Tuskegee, after there had been speaking in the chapel by both white and coloured men, I could not help saying to myself, "The Negro problem is not unsolvable. It is being solved, here and now, as fast as any human problem can be solved." Men may be found straining their vision to see some distant and complex solution to the question, have we not heard talk of deportation, extermination, amalgamation, segregation, and the like? When the real solution is under their very eyes, going forward naturally and simply. It is this quiet, constructive movement among the white people in the South which I wish to consider here. In a former chapter I showed how the Negroes of the country are divided into two parties or points of view, the greater led by Booker T. Washington, the lesser by W. E. B. Du Bois. Washington's party is the party of the opportunist and optimist, which deals with the world as it is. It is a constructive, practical, cheerful party. It emphasizes duties rather than rights. Dr. Du Bois's party, on the other hand, represents the critical point of view. It is idealistic and pessimistic, a party of agitation, emphasizing rights rather than duties. But these two points of view are by no means peculiar to Negroes. They divide all human thought, and the action and reaction between them is the mode of human progress. Division of White Leadership in the South. White leadership in the South, then, is divided along similar lines with Negro leadership, a party of rights and a party of duties. But with this wide difference. Among the Negroes, as I showed, the party of agitation and criticism led by Du Bois is far inferior both numerically and in influence to the party of opportunity and duties led by Washington. For the Negroes have been forced to concede the futility of trying to progress by political action and legislation, by rights specified but not earned. Washington's preaching has been, "Stop thinking about your rights and get down to work. Get yourself right, and the world will be all right." But among the white people of the South, the party of agitation and the emphasis of rights rather than duties is still far in the ascendancy. Led by such men as Tillman, Vardaman, Jeff Davis, Hoke Smith, and others, it controls, for the present, the policies of the entire South. It has much to say of the rights of the white man, very little about his duties. It is, indeed, doing for the whites by agitation and legislation, often a kind of force, exactly what Dr. DuBois would like to do for the Negro, if he could. Agitate, object, fight, say both Tillman and DuBois. Work, says Washington. Now, the same logic of circumstances which produced Booker T. Washington and his significant movement among the Negroes has produced a group of new and highly able white leaders. These new leaders saw that agitation, while most necessary in its place, would not, after all, build up the South. They saw that, although the sort of leader typified by Tillman and Vardaman was passing laws and winning elections, he was not, after all, getting anywhere. That race feeling was growing more bitter, often to the injury of Southern prosperity, that progress is not built upon stump speeches. The answer to all this was plain enough. Let us stop talking, forget the race problem, and get to work. It does not matter where we take hold, but let us get to work. And the doctrine of work in the South has become a great propaganda, almost indeed a passion. It has found expression in a remarkable growth of industrial activities, cotton mills, coal mines, iron and steel industries, in new methods of farming, in spreading railroads. But, more than all else, perhaps, it has developed a new enthusiasm for education, not only for education of the old classical sort, but for industrial and agricultural education, the training of workers. All this, indeed, represents the rebound from years of agitation in which the Negro has been "cussed and discussed," as one Southerner put it to me, beyond the limit of endurance. Wherever I went in the South among the new industrial and educational leaders, I found an active distaste for the discussion of the Negro problem. These men were too busy with fine new enterprises to be bothered with ancient and unprofitable issues. New prescriptions for solving the Negro problem. When I asked Professor Dillard of New Orleans how he thought the Negro question should be treated, he replied, "With silence." "My prescription," says President Alderman in his address on Southern Idealism, "is silence and slow time, faith in the South, and wise training for both white and black." Edgar Gardner Murphy of Alabama, himself one of the new leaders, has thus outlined the position of the rising Southern leadership: "The South is growing weary of extremists and of sensational problem solvers. Our coming leadership will have a sense of proportion which will involve a steady refusal to be stampeded by antique nightmares and ethnological melodrama. It will possess an increasing passion for getting hold of the real things in a real world. And it will deal with one task at a time. It will subordinate paper schemes of distant amelioration to duties that will help right now." Emphasis here is laid upon "real things in a real world" and "duties that will help right now." And that is the voice everywhere of the new statesmanship. But let us be clear upon one point at the start. The platforms of these parties are matters of emphasis. One emphasizes rights, the other emphasizes duties. I have no doubt that Booker T. Washington believes as firmly in the rights of the Negro as any leader of his race. He has merely ceased to emphasize these rights by agitation until his people have gained more education and more property, until by honest achievement they are prepared to exercise their rights with intelligence. In the same way, The views of many of the new Southern white leaders of whom I shall speak in this article have not radically changed, so far as the Negro is concerned. Some of them, I have found, do not differ from Tillman upon essential points. But, like Washington, they have decided not to emphasize controversial matters, and go to work and develop the South, and the people of the South, for the good of the whole country. If the test has to come in the long run between white men and coloured men, as it will have to come and is coming all the time, they want it to be an honest test of efficiency. The fittest here, too, will survive. There is no escaping the great law. But these new thinkers wish the test of fitness to be, not mere physical force, not mere brute power, whether expressed in lynching or politics, but the higher test of real capacity. They have supreme confidence that the white man is superior on his merits in any contest. And Washington, on his side, is willing to, indeed he must, take up the gauntlet thus thrown down. The condition in the South may be likened to a battle in which the contestants, weary of profitless and wordy warfare, are turning homeward to gather up new ammunition. Each side is passionately getting education, acquiring land, developing wealth and industry, preparing for the struggles of the future. And it is a fine and wholesome tendency. In a large sense, indeed, this movement typifies the progressive thought of the entire country, for it means a sincere attempt to change the plane of battle for battle there must be from one of crude, primitive force, whether physical, political, or, indeed, industrial, to one of intellectual efficiency or usefulness to society. And these working idealists of both races understand one another better than most people think. Dr. Mitchell and President Alderman understand Booker T. Washington, and he understands them. This is not saying that they agree, but agreement upon every abstract principle is not necessary where both parties are hard at work at practical, definite, and immediate tasks. Self-criticism in the South. The new Southern statesmanship began, as all new movements begin, with self-criticism. Henry W. Grady, a real statesman, by criticizing the old order of things, announced the beginning of the New South, an active, working, hopeful South. He saw the faults of the old exclusive agricultural life and the danger of low-class, uneducated labor, and he urged industrial development and a better school system. R. H. Edmonds of Baltimore, through the Manufacturers' Record, and many other able business leaders have done much to bring about the new industrial order. The day of new railroads, cotton mills, and coal mines. The day of cities. But it is in the educational field that the development of the new statesmanship has been most remarkable. Although it was unfortunate in one way that so much of the political leadership of the South should have fallen to men of the type of Vardaman, Jeff Davis, and Heflin, it is highly fortunate in another way. For it has driven the broadest and ablest minds in the South to seek expression in other lines of activity, in industry and in the church, but particularly in educational leadership. It is not without profound significance that the great American, General Lee, turned his attention and gave his highest energies after Appomattox, not to politics, but to education. The South today has a group of schoolmen who are leaders of extraordinary force and courage. The ministry has also attained an influence in the South which it does not possess in most parts of the North. The influence of Bishop Galloway of Mississippi, Dr. John E. White, and Dr. C. B. Wilmer of Atlanta, and many others has been notable. For many years after the war, the South was passive with exhaustion. Young men, who were not afraid, had to grow up to the task of Reconstruction. And no one who has not traced the history of the South since the war can form any conception of the magnitude of that task. It was essentially the building of a new civilization. The leaders were compelled not only to face abject poverty, but they have had to deal constantly with the problem of a laboring class just released from slavery. At every turn, in politics, in industry, in education, they were confronted with the Negro and the problem of what to do with him. Where one schoolhouse would do in the North, they were compelled to build two schoolhouses, one for white children, one for black. It took from 25 to 40 years of hard work after the war before the valuation of wealth in the South had again reached the figures of 1860. The valuations in the year 1890 for several of the states were less than in 1860. South Carolina in 1900, 40 years after the beginning of the war, had only just caught up with the record of 1860. Since 1890, however, the increase everywhere has been swift and sure. Courage and vision of new leaders. Well, it required courage and vision in the earlier days to go before a poverty-stricken people, who had not yet enough means for living comfortably, and to demand of them that they build up and support two systems of education in the South. And yet that was exactly the task of the educational pioneers. Statesmanship, as I have said, begins with self-criticism. While the mere politician is flattering his followers and confirming them in their errors, the true statesman is criticizing them and spurring them to new beliefs and stronger activities. While the politician is pleading rights, the statesman also dares to emphasize duties. While the politicians in the South, not all, but many of them, have been harping on race prejudice and getting themselves elected to office by reviving ancient hatred, these new statesmen have been facing courageously forward, telling the people boldly of the conditions of illiteracy which surround them, and demanding that schools be built and every child, white and black, be educated. In many cases they have had to overcome a settled prejudice against education, especially education of Negroes, and after that was overcome they have had to build up a sense of social responsibility for universal education before they could count on getting the money they needed for their work. After the war the North, in one form or another, poured much money into the South for teaching the Negroes. Lesser sums, like those coming from the Peabody Fund, were contributed toward white schools. But in the long run there can be no real education which is not self-education. Outside influences may help, or indeed hurt, but until a state, like a man, is inspired with a desire for education and a willingness to make sacrifices to get it, the people will not become enlightened. In the middle '80s the fire of this inspiration began to blaze up in many parts of the South. Various combustible elements were present. A sense of the appalling condition of illiteracy existing in the South, a pride and independence of character which was hurt by the gifts of money from the North, a feeling that the Negroes, in some instances, were getting better educational opportunities than the white children, and, finally, the splendid idealism of young men who saw clearly that the only sure foundation for democracy is universal education. Inspiration of Democracy in North Carolina. Not unnaturally, the movement found its earliest expression in North Carolina, which has been the most instinctively democratic of Southern states. From the beginning of the country, North Carolina, with its population of Scotch Presbyterians and Quakers, has been inspired with a peculiar spirit of independence. When I was in Charlotte, I went to see the monument which commemorates the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence, the work of a group of stout-hearted citizens who decided, before the country at large was ready for it, to declare their independence of British rule. North Carolina was among the last of the Southern states to secede from the Union, and its treatment of its Negroes all along has been singularly liberal. For example, in several Southern states little or no provision is made for the Negro defective classes, but at Raleigh I visited a large asylum for Negro deaf, dumb, and blind, which is conducted according to the most improved methods. And today North Carolina is freer politically, the state is nearer a new and healthy party alignment, than any other Southern state except Tennessee and possibly Kentucky. Such a soil was fertile for new ideas and new movements. In 1885 two young men, Charles D. McIver and Edwin A. Alderman, now president of the University of Virginia, began a series of educational campaigns under the supervision of the state. They spoke in every county, rousing the people to build better schoolhouses and to send legislators to Raleigh who should be more liberal in educational appropriations. In many cases, their rallies were comparable with the most enthusiastic political meetings. Only no one was asking to be elected to office, and the only object was public service. As Alderman has said, "It was an effort to move the center of gravity from the courthouse to the schoolhouse." And it really moved. The state took fire and has been afire ever since. Governor Aycock made the educational movement a part of his campaign. Governor Glenn has been hardly less enthusiastic. And the development of the school system has been little short of amazing. When I was in Raleigh last spring, J. Y. Joyner, State Superintendent of Schools, who was also one of the pioneer campaigners, told me that a new schoolhouse was being built for every day in the year, and new school libraries established at the same rate. Between 1900 and 1906, the total amount of money expended for schools in North Carolina more than doubled, and while the school population in the same years has increased only 6%, the daily attendance had increased 28%. North Carolina compared with Massachusetts. To give a graphic idea of the progress in education, I can do no better than to show the increase in public expenditures since 1872. 1872 total school expenditures $42,856. 1880 total school expenditures $349,831. 1890 total school expenditures $787,145. 1900 total school expenditures $1,091,610. 1906 total school expenditures $2,291,053. I have looked into the statistics, and I find that North Carolina spends more per $100 of taxable property for school purposes than Massachusetts, which is perhaps the leading American state in educational expenditures. In 1906, North Carolina raised 40 cents on every $100, while Massachusetts raised 38.7 cents. But this does not mean, of course, that North Carolina has reached the standard of Massachusetts. It only shows how the people, though not rich, have been willing to tax themselves. And they have only just begun. The rate of illiteracy of the state, as in all the South, is still excessive among both white and coloured people. According to the last census, North Carolina has more illiterate white people than any other state in the Union, a condition due, of course, to its large population of mountaineers. While the progress already made is notable, the leaders still have a stupendous task before them. At the present time, although taxing itself more per $100 worth of property than Massachusetts, North Carolina pays only $2.63 each year for the education of each child, whereas Massachusetts expends $24.89, nearly 10 times as much. I do not wish to overemphasize the work in North Carolina. I am merely using conditions there as a convenient illustration of what is going on in greater or less degree all over the South. One of the group of early enthusiasts in North Carolina was P. P. Claxton, who is now in charge of the educational campaign in Tennessee. With President Dabney, formerly of the University of Tennessee, and State Superintendent Minders, Mr. Claxton has conducted a statewide campaign for education. Every available occasion has been utilized: picnics, court days, decoration days, and often the audiences have been larger and more enthusiastic than political rallies. Indeed, the meetings have been carried on much like a political campaign. At one time, over 100 speakers were in the field. Every county in the state was stumped, and in 2 years it was estimated that over half of the entire population of the state actually attended the meetings. Labor unions and women's clubs were stirred to activity, resolutions were passed, politicians were called upon to declare themselves, and teachers' organizations were formed. The result was most notable. In 1902 the state expended $1,800,000 for educational purposes. In 1908, 6 years later, the total will exceed $4 million. A similar campaign has been going on in Virginia, under the auspices of the Cooperative Educational Association, in which the leaders have been Dr. S. C. Mitchell, Professor Bruce Payne, President Alderman, and others. In this work, ex-Governor Montague has also been a force for good, both while he was governor and since, and Governor Swanson at present is actively interested. Local leagues were formed in every part of the state, to the number of 324. Negroes have also organized along the same line, and now have 10 local associations in 5 counties. How the South is Taxing Itself. One of the most striking features of the movement has been the development of the system of local taxation for school purposes, which is a long step in the direction of democracy. In the past, the people have looked more or less to some outside source for help, to state or national funds, or the private gifts of philanthropists, or they have depended upon private schools. but now they are voting to take the burden themselves. In other words, with the building up of a popular school system supported by local taxation, education in the South is becoming, for the first time, democratic. It would be difficult to overestimate the importance of this movement in stimulating the local pride and self-reliance of the people, or in inspiring each community with educational enthusiasm. Another development of profound influence has been going on in the South. As I have already pointed out, the so-called Northern philanthropist has long been interested in Southern education, especially Negro education. For years his activities awakened, and indeed still awaken, a good deal of hostility in some parts of the South. Many Southerners have felt that the Northerners, however good their intentions, did not understand Southern conditions, and that some of the money was expended in a way that did not help the cause of progress in the South. End of Part 1 of Chapter 13. Part 2 of Chapter 13 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. South and North work together. But both the Northerners, whatever their mistakes in method may have been, and the new Southern leaders were intensely and sincerely interested in the same thing, namely, better education and better conditions in the South. It was natural that these two groups of earnest and reasonable men should finally come together in a spirit of cooperation, and this is, indeed, what has happened. Out of a series of quiet conferences held in the South grew what has been called the Ogden Movement and the Southern Education Board. This organization was made up of three different classes of men. First, a group of the Southern leaders of whom I have spoken, Mitchell, Alderman, Dabney, Curry, Houston, Hill, McIver, Claxton, Edgar Gardner Murphy, Sidney J. Bowie, and Henry E. Fries. Second, Southern men who, living in the North, were yet deeply interested in the progress of the South. Men like Walter H. Page, George Foster Peabody, and Frank R. Chambers. And finally, the Northerners, Robert C. Ogden, who was president of the board, William H. Baldwin, H. H. Hanna, Dr. Wallace Buttrick, Albert Shaw, and Dr. G. S. Dickerman. One of the inspirers of the movement, also a member of the board, was Dr. H. B. Frizzell, who followed General Armstrong as principal of the Hampton Institute. Each year conferences have been held in the South, a feature of which has been the Ogden Special, a special train from the North bringing Northern citizens to Southern institutions and encouraging a more intimate acquaintanceship on both sides. No one influence has been more potent than this in developing a spirit of nationalism in the Southern educational movement. So far in this chapter I have had very little to say about the Negro, and especially Negro education. It is important to know the view of the new leadership on this question. I have shown in previous articles that the majority view in the South was more or less hostile to the education of the Negro, or, at least, to his education beyond the bare rudiments. The new leaders have recognized this feeling, and while without exception they believe that the Negro must be educated, and most of them have said so openly, the general policy has been to emphasize white education and unite the people on that. "In education," one of the leaders said to me, "it doesn't matter much where we begin. If we can arouse the spirit of the school, the people are going to see that it is as important to the state to have a trained Negro as it is to have a trained white man. One of the troubles in the South, one of the reasons for the prejudice against education, and particularly Negro education, has arisen from the fact that what has been called education was not really education at all. In the first place, many of the schools have been so poor and the teachers so inefficient that the education acquired was next to worthless. There was not enough of it, nor was it of a kind to give the Negro any real hold upon life, and it often hurt him far more than it helped. Much of the prejudice in the South against Negro education is unquestionably due to the wretched school system, which in many places has not really educated anybody. But, deeper than all this, the old conception in the South of a school was for a long time the old aristocratic conception, what someone has called useless culture, of educating a class of men not to work but to despise work. That idea of education has wrought much evil, especially among the Negroes. It has taught both white and coloured men not the doctrine of service, which is necessary to democracy, but it has given them a desire for artificial superiority, which is the characteristic of aristocracies. It has made the Negro uppish and bumptious. It has caused some white men to argue their superiority when they had no basis of accomplishment or usefulness to make them really superior. The Inspiration of Hampton Institute. But when the idea of education began to be democratic, when men began to think more of their duties than of their rights, a wholly new sort of school appeared, and it appeared first among the Negroes. The country has not yet begun to realize the debt of gratitude which it owes to the promoters of Hampton Institute, to the genius of General Armstrong, its founder, and to the organizing ability of Dr. H. B. Frissell, who followed him. These men will be more highly honored 100 years from now than they are today, for Americans will then appreciate more fully their service to the democracy. The Hampton idea is the teaching of work, of service, of humility, of duties to God and to man. It is in the highest sense the democratic idea in education. And it has come, as most great movements have come, from the needs and the struggles of those who are downtrodden and outcast. And how wonderfully the idea has spread! Out of Hampton sprung Tuskegee and Calhoun and Coalinga and scores of other Negro schools, until today nearly all Negro institutions for higher training in the South have industrial or agricultural departments. The best Southern white people were and are friendly to schools of this new type. They thought at first that Hampton and Tuskegee were going to train servants in the old personal sense of servants who become only cooks, butlers, and farmers, and many still have that aristocratic conception of service. But the Hampton idea of servants is a much greater one, for it is the democratic idea of training men who will serve their own people and thereby serve the country. Men who graduate from Hampton and Tuskegee become leaders of their race. They buy and cultivate land, they set up business establishments. In short, they become producers and state builders in the largest sense. New World idea of education. The idea of Hampton is the New World idea of education, and white people in the South, and in the North as well, are now applying it everywhere in their educational movements. Agricultural and industrial schools for white boys and girls are spreading throughout the South, schools to teach work, just as Hampton teaches it. Only last year the state of Georgia provided for 11 new agricultural schools in various parts of the state, and there is already talk in the South, as in the North, of agricultural training in high schools. These men, white and black, who are educated for democratic service, will in time become masters of the state. The new leaders, then, of whom I have spoken, do not oppose Negro education. They favor it, and will go forward steadily with the task of bringing it about. So far, the Negro public schools have felt little of the new impulse. In some states and localities, as I have shown in other chapters, the Negro schools have actually retrograded, where the white schools have been improving rapidly. But that is the continuing influence of the old leadership. The new men have not yet come fully into their own. I could quote indefinitely from the real statesmen of the South regarding Negro education, but I have too little space. Senator Lamar of Mississippi once said, "The problem of race, in a large part, is a problem of illiteracy. Most of the evils which have grown up out of the problem have arisen from a condition of ignorance, prejudice, and superstition. Remove these, and the simpler elements of the question will come into play. I will go with those who will go furthest in this matter." No higher note has been struck in educational ideals than in the Declaration of Principles adopted last winter (1907) at the meeting of the Southern Educational Association at Lexington, Kentucky, an exclusively Southern gathering of white men and women. Their resolutions, which for lack of space cannot be here printed in full, should be read by every man and woman in the country who is interested in the future of democratic institutions. I copy here only a few of the declarations. 1. All children, regardless of race, creed, sex, or the social station or economic condition of their parents, have equal right to, and should have equal opportunity for, such education as will develop to the fullest possible degree all that is best in their individual natures, and fit them for the duties of life and citizenship in the age and community in which they live. 2. To secure this right and provide this opportunity to all children is the first and highest duty of the modern democratic state, and the highest economic wisdom of an industrial age and community. Without universal education of the best and highest type, there can be no real democracy, either political or social, nor can agriculture, manufactures, or commerce ever attain their highest development. 3. Education in all grades and in all legitimate directions, being for the public good, the public should bear the burden of it. The most just taxes levied by the state, or with the authority of the state, by any smaller political division, are those levied for the support of education. No expenditures can possibly produce greater returns, and none should be more liberal. The New South on Negro Education. Concerning Negro education, I am publishing the resolutions in full, because they voice the present thought of the best leadership in the South. 1. We endorse the accepted policy of the states of the South in providing educational facilities for the youth of the Negro race, believing that whatever the ultimate solution of this grievous problem may be, education must be an important factor in that solution. 2. We believe that the education of the Negro in the elementary branches of education should be made thorough, and should include specific instruction in hygiene and home sanitation, for the better protection of both races. 3. We believe that in the secondary education of Negro youth, emphasis should be placed upon agriculture and the industrial occupations, including nurse training, domestic science, and home economics. 4. We believe that for practical, economical, and psychological reasons, Negro teachers should be provided for Negro schools. 5. We advise instruction in normal schools and normal institutions by white teachers, whenever possible, and closer supervision of courses of study and methods of teaching in Negro normal schools by the State Department of Education. 6. We recommend that in urban and rural Negro schools there should be closer and more thorough supervision, not only by city and county superintendents, but also by directors of music, drawing, manual training, and other special topics. 7. We urge upon school authorities everywhere the importance of adequate buildings, comfortable seating, and sanitary accommodations for Negro youth. 8. We deplore the isolation of many Negro schools, established through motives of philanthropy, from the life and sympathies of the communities in which they are located. We recommend the supervision of all such schools by the state, and urge that their work and their methods be adjusted to the civilization in which they exist, in order that the maximum good of the race and of the community may be thereby attained. 9. On account of economic and psychological differences in the two races, we believe that there should be a difference in courses of study and methods of teaching, and that there should be such an adjustment of school curricula as shall meet the evident needs of Negro youth. 10. We insist upon such an equitable distribution of the school funds that all the youth of the Negro race shall have at least an opportunity to receive the elementary education provided by the state, and in the administration of state laws and in the execution of this educational policy, we urge patience, toleration, and justice. Signed, G. R. Glenn, P. P. Claxton, J. H. Phillips, C. B. Gibson, R. N. Rourke, J. H. Van Sickle, Committee. In this connection, also let me call attention to the reports of J. Y. Joyner, Superintendent of Education, and Charles L. Kuhn of North Carolina, for a broad view of Negro education. I have already shown how the South and the North came together in educational relationships in the Southern Education Board. I have pointed it out as a tendency toward nationalization in educational interests. But the Southern Education Board, while it contained both Northern and Southern white men, was primarily interested in white education and contained no Negro members. At the time the board was organized, an active interest in the Negro would have defeated, in part at least, its declared purpose. The South, the North, and the Negro at last worked together. Since that time another highly significant movement has arisen. In 1907 Miss Jeanes, a wealthy Quakeress of Philadelphia, gave $1 million for the encouragement of Negro primary education. She placed it in the hands of Dr. H. B. Frizzell of Hampton and Dr. Booker T. Washington of Tuskegee. In the organization of the board for the control of this fund and its work, a further step forward in nationalization and, indeed, in the direction of democracy was made. It marks a new development in the cooperation of all the forces for good in the solution of this difficult national problem. The membership of the board includes not only Southern and Northern white men, but also several leading Negroes. The president and general director is a Southern white man, coming of an old family, James H. Dillard, Dean of Tulane University of New Orleans. It will be of interest to publish here a full list of the members, because they represent, in more ways than one, the new leadership not only in the South, but in the nation. Southern white men: James H. Dillard, President. David C. Barrow, Chancellor, University of Georgia. Belton Gilreath, Manufacturer and Mine Owner, Alabama. Dr. S. C. Mitchell, of Richmond College, Richmond, Virginia. Northern white men: Robert C. Ogden, of New York. Andrew Carnegie, of New York. Talcott Williams, of Philadelphia. George McAneny, President of the City Club of New York. William H. Taft, of Ohio. To these must be added Dr. H. B. Frizzell, of Hampton Institute, a Northerner, whose work and residence has long been in the South. George Foster Peabody, Treasurer, a Georgian, trustee of the University of Georgia, who resides in the North. Walter H. Page, the editor of The World's Work, a North Carolinian who has long lived in the North. Negro membership: Booker T. Washington, Bishop Abraham Grant, of Kansas. R. R. Moton, of Hampton Institute, Secretary of the Board. J. C. Napier, a banker of Nashville, Tennessee. R. D. Smith, a farmer of Paris, Texas. In a true sense, the Southern Education Board and the Jeans Fund Board represent organizations of working idealists. Such cooperation as this between reasonable, broad-minded, and unselfish men of the entire country is, at the present moment, the real solution of our problems. It is the solution of the Negro problem, all the solution there will ever be. For there is no finality in human endeavor, there is only activity, and when that activity is informed with the truth and inspired with faith and courage, it is not otherwise than success, for it is the best that human nature at any given time can do. In making this statement, I do not, of course, wish to infer that conditions are as good as can be expected, and that nothing remains to be done. As a matter of fact, the struggle is just beginning. As I have shown in previous chapters, all the forces of entrenched prejudice and ignorance are against the movement. The political leaders who still dominate the South are as hostile as they dare to be. The task is, indeed, too big for the South alone, or the North alone, or the white man alone. It will require all the strength and courage the nation possesses. Universities feel the new impulse. Besides the campaign for better common schools, the educational revival has also renewed and revivified all the higher institutions of learning in the South. The state universities, especially, have been making extraordinary progress. I shall not soon forget my visit to the University of Georgia, at Athens, nor the impression I received while there of strong men at work, not merely erecting buildings of mortar and brick, but establishing a new sort of university system, which shall unify and direct to one common end all of the educational activities of the state, beginning with the common school and reaching upward to the university itself, including the agricultural and industrial schools, and even the Negro College of Agriculture. The University of Georgia is one of the oldest state colleges in America, and the ambition of its leaders is to make it one of the greatest. Mr. Hodgson drove me around the campus, which has recently been extended until it contains nearly 1,000 acres. He showed me where the new buildings are to be, the drives and the bridges. Much of it is yet a vision of the future, but it is the sort of vision that comes true. I spent a day with President Soule of the Agricultural College on his special educational train, which covered a considerable part of the state of Georgia, stopping at scores of towns where the speakers appeared before great audiences of farmers and made practical addresses on cotton and corn and cattle raising, and on education generally. And everywhere the practical work of these public educators was greeted with enthusiasm. I heard from Professor Stewart of his work in organizing rural high schools, in encouraging local taxation, and in bringing the work of the public schools into closer correlation with that of the university. Seeing the educational work of states like Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and others, one cannot but feel that the time is coming shortly when the North will be going South for new ideas and new inspiration in education. In a brief review like this, I have been able, of course, to give only the barest outline of a very great work, and I have mentioned only a few among hundreds of leaders. The work I have described is only illustrative of what is going on in greater or less degree everywhere in the South. Many important developments have come from these campaigns for education. The actual building of new schoolhouses and the expenditure of more money for the struggle with illiteracy is only one of many results. For the crusade for education, supplemented by the new industrial impulse in the South, has awakened a new spirit of self-help. The success with which the public was aroused in the educational campaign has inspired leaders in all lines of activity with new courage and faith. It is a spirit of youthfulness which is not afraid to attempt anything. Much printer's ink has been expended in trying to account for the spread of the anti-saloon movement throughout the South. But there is nothing strange about it. It is, indeed, only another manifestation of the new Southern spirit, the desire to get things right in the South. And this movement will further stir men's minds, develop self-criticism, and reveal to the people their power of concerted action, whether the politicians are with them or not. It is, indeed, significant that the women of the South, perhaps for the first time, have become a powerful influence in public affairs. Their organizations have helped, in some instances led, in both the educational and the anti-saloon movement. No leaders in the Virginia educational movement have been more useful than Mrs. L. R. Dashiell and Mrs. B. B. Munford of Richmond. Practically all the progress of the South, both industrial and educational, has been made by non-political movements and non-political leaders, often in opposition to the political leaders. Indeed, nearly every one of the hopeful movements of the South has had to capture some entrenched stronghold of the old political captains. In several states, for example, the school systems a few years ago were crippled by political domination and nepotism. Superintendents, principals, and teachers were frequently appointed not for their ability, but because they were good members of the party or because they were related to politicians. New statesmen against old politicians. In Alabama I found prominent men attacking the fee system of payment of lesser magistrates. The evil in this system lies in the encouragement it gives to trivial litigation and the arrest of citizens for petty offenses. Let me give a single example. A Negro had another Negro arrested for assault and battery. Both appeared in court. The accused Negro was tried and finally sent to the chain gang. The justice suggested to the convicted man that if he wanted satisfaction he should turn around and have his accuser arrested, which he did, promptly accusing him of abusive language. Another trial was held, and in the end both Negroes found themselves side by side in the chain gang. The magistrate, the constable, the sheriff had all drawn liberal fees, and the private contractor who hired the chain gang, and who also "stood in" with the politicians, had obtained another cheap laborer for his work. It is a vicious circle, which has enabled the politicians and their backers to profit at every turn from the weakness and evil of both Negro and low-class white man. In attacking the fee system and the old, evil chain gang system, as the new leaders are doing in many parts of the South, in closing the saloons, always a bulwark of low politics, in building up a new school system free from selfish control, the new leaders are striking squarely at the roots of the old political aristocracy, undermining it and cutting it away. It is sure to fall, and in its place the South will rear a splendid new leadership of constructive ability and unselfish patriotism. There will be a division on matters of vital concern, and a turning from ancient and worn-out issues to new interests and activities. When that time comes, the whole nation will again profit by the genius of Southern statesmanship, and we shall again have Southern presidents. Already the old type of politician sees the handwriting of fate. He knows not which way to turn. At one moment he harps more fiercely and bitterly than ever before on the issue which has maintained him so long in power, the Negro. And at the next moment he seizes frantically on some one of the new issues: education, prohibition, anti-railroad, hoping thereby to maintain himself and his old party control. But he cannot do it. Every force in the South is already making for new things, for more democracy, for more nationalization. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Following the Color Line: An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14: What to Do About the Negro: A Few Conclusions. The deeper one delves into the problem of race, the humbler he becomes concerning his own views. Studying a black man, he discovers that he must study human nature. The best he can do, then, is to present his latest and clearest thought, knowing that newer light and deeper knowledge may modify his conclusions. It is out of such expressions of individual thought no one man has or can have all the truth and the kindly discussion which follows it, and why shouldn't it be kindly, that arises finally that power of social action which we call public opinion. Together, not otherwise, we may approach the truth. The world today is just beginning to meet new phases of the problem of race difference. Improved transportation and communication are yearly making the earth smaller. As Americans, we are being brought every year into closer contact with black and yellow people. We are already disturbed not only by a Negro race problem, but on our Pacific coast and in Hawaii we have a Japanese and Chinese problem. In the Philippine Islands we have a tangle of race problems in comparison with which our Southern situation seems simple. Other nations are facing complexities equally various and difficult. England's problems in both South Africa and India are largely racial. The great issue in Australia, where Chinese labor has become a political question, is expressed in the campaign slogan, "A White Australia." What is the race problem? Essentially, then, what is the race problem? The race problem is the problem of living with human beings who are not like us, whether they are, in our estimation, our superiors or inferiors, whether they have kinky hair or pigtails, whether they are slant-eyed, hook-nosed, or thick-lipped. In its essence, it is the same problem magnified, which besets every neighborhood, even every family. In our own country we have 10 million Negroes distributed among 75 million white people. They did not come here to invade us, or because they wanted to come. We brought them by force, and at a fearful and cruel sacrifice of life. We brought them not to do them good, but selfishly, that they might be compelled to do the hard work and let us live lazily, eat richly, sleep softly. We treated them as beasts of burden. I say "we," for the North owned slaves too, at first, and emancipated them, by selling them to the South, because it did not pay to keep them. Nor was the anti-slavery sentiment peculiar to the North. Voices were raised against the institution of slavery by many Southern statesmen from Jefferson down, men who knew by familiar observation of the evil of slavery, especially for the white man. Differences between Southern and Northern attitudes toward the race problem. But differences are apparent in the outlook of the South and North which must be pointed out before we can arrive at any general conclusions. By understanding the reasons for race feeling, we shall be the better able to judge of the remedies proposed. In the first place, the South is still clouded with bitter memories of the war, and especially of the Reconstruction period. The North cannot understand how deep and real this feeling is, how it has been warped into the souls of even the third generation. The North, victorious, forgot, but the South, broken and defeated, remembered. Until I had been a good while in the South and talked with many people, I had no idea what a social cataclysm like the Civil War really meant to those who are defeated, how long it echoes in the hearts of men and women. The Negro has indeed suffered on his way upward, but the white man, with his higher cultivation, his keener sensibilities, his memories of a departed glory, has suffered far more. I have tried, as I have listened to the stories of struggle which only the South knows, to put myself in the place of these Anglo-Saxon men and women, and I think I can understand a little at least of what it must have meant to meet defeat, loss of relatives and friends, grinding poverty, the chaos of Reconstruction, and after all that to have, always at elbow touch, the unconscious cause of all their trouble, the millions of inert, largely helpless Negroes, who, imbued with a sharp sense of their rights, are attaining only slowly a corresponding appreciation of their duties and responsibilities. The ruin of the war left the South poor, and it has provided itself slowly with educational advantages. It is a long step behind the North in the average of education among white people not less than coloured. But more than all else, perhaps, the South is in the throes of vast economic changes. It is in the transition stage between the old, wasteful, semi-feudal civilization and the sharp new city and industrial life. It is suffering the common pains of readjustment, and, being hurt, it is not wholly conscious of the real reason. For example, many of the troubles between the races attributed to the perversity of the Negro are often only the common difficulties which arise out of the relationship of employer and employee. In other words, difficulties in the South are often attributed to the race problem, which in the North we know as the labor problem. For the South even yet has not fully established itself in the wage system. Payment of Negroes in the country is still often a matter of old clothes, baskets from the white man's kitchen or store, with occasionally a little money, which is often looked upon as an indulgence rather than a right. No race ever yet has sprung directly from slavery into the freedom of a full-fledged wage system, no matter what the laws were. It is not insignificant of progress that the basket habit is coming to be looked upon as thievery, organized charity in the cities is taking the place of indiscriminate personal gifts, wages are more regularly paid and measure more accurately the value of the service rendered. But the relationships between the races still smack in no small degree, especially in matters of social contact, which are always the last to change, of the old feudal character. They are personal and sentimental. They express themselves in the personal liking for the old mammies, in the personal contempt for the smart Negro. A large part of the South still believes that the Negro was created to serve the white man, and for no other purpose. This is especially the belief of the conservative country districts. "If these Negroes become doctors and merchants or buy their own farms," a Southern woman said to me as a clinching argument against Negro education, "what shall we do for servants?" Another reason for the feeling in the South against the Negro is that the South has never had any other laboring class of people, to speak of, with which to compare the Negro. All the employers have been white, most of the workers have been black. The North, on the other hand, has had a constant procession of ignorant working people of various sorts. The North is familiar with the progress of alien people, wherein the working man of today becomes the employer of tomorrow, which has not happened in the South. Confusion of Labor and Race Problems. An illustration of the confusion between the race problem and the labor problem is presented in certain Southern neighbourhoods by the influx of European immigrants. Because the Italian does the work of the Negro, a tendency exists to treat him like a Negro. In Louisiana, on the sugar plantations, Italian white women sometimes work under Negro foremen, and no objection is made. A movement is actually underway in Mississippi to keep the children of Italian immigrants out of the white schools. In not a few instances, white workmen have been held in peonage like Negroes. Several such cases are now pending in the courts. Here is a dispatch showing how new Italian immigrants were treated in one part of Mississippi. Only the Italians, unlike the Negroes, have had an active government behind them. Mobile, Alabama, October 3rd. The Italian government has taken notice of the situation at Sumrall, Mississippi, where the native whites are endeavoring to keep Italian children out of the schools and where a leader of the Italians was taken to the woods and whipped. The Italian consul at New Orleans, Count G. Moroni, reached Mobile this afternoon and began an investigation of the situation. He today heard the story of Frank Cialioni, the leader of the Italian colony at Sumrall, who was a few days ago decoyed from his home at night with a bogus message from New Orleans and unmercifully whipped by a mob of white men. A decided tendency also exists to charge up to the Negro, because he is a Negro, all the crimes which are commonly committed by any ignorant, neglected, poverty-stricken people. Only last summer we had in New York what the newspaper reporters called a crime wave. The crime in that case was what is designated in the South as the usual crime offenses against women for which Negroes are lynched. But in New York not a Negro was implicated. I was struck while in Philadelphia by a presentment of a grand jury in Judge Kinsey's court upon the subject of a crime wave, which read thus: "In closing our duties as jurymen, we wish to call to the attention of this court the large proportion of cases presented to us for action, wherein the offenses were charged to either persons of foreign birth or those of the coloured race, and we feel that some measures should be taken to the end that our city should be relieved of both the burden of the undesirable alien and the irresponsible coloured person." Here, it will be seen, the undesirable alien and irresponsible coloured person are classed together, although it is significant of the greater prejudice against the coloured man that the newspaper report of the action of the grand jury should be headed "Negro Crime Abnormal," without referring to the alien at all. When I inquired at the prosecutor's office about the presentment, I was told, "Oh, the Dagoes are just as bad as the Negroes." And both are bad, not because they are Negroes or Italians, but because they are ignorant, neglected, poverty-stricken. Thus in the dust and confusion of the vast readjustments now going on in the South, the discomfort of which both races feel but neither quite understands, we have the white man blindly blaming the Negro, and the Negro blindly hating the white. When they both understand that many of the troubles they are having are only the common gall spots of the new industrial harness, there will be a better living together. I do not wish to imply, of course, that an industrial age or the wage system furnishes an ideal condition for race relationships. For in the North the Negro's struggle for survival in the competitive field is accompanied, as I have shown elsewhere, by the severest suffering. The condition of Negroes in Indianapolis, New York, and Philadelphia is in some ways worse than it is anywhere in the South. But, say what we will, the wage system is one step upward from the old feudalism. The Negro is treated less like a slave and more like a man in the North. It is for this reason that Negroes, no matter what their difficulties of making a living in the North, rarely wish to go back to the South. And as the South develops industrially, it will approximate more nearly to Northern conditions. In Southern cities today, because of industrial development, the Negro is treated more like a man than he is in the country, and this is one reason why Negroes crowd into the cities and can rarely be persuaded to go back into the country, unless they can own their own land. But the South is rapidly shaking off the remnants of the old feudalism. Development of mines and forests, the extension of manufacturing, the introduction of European immigrants, the inflow of white Northerners, better schools, more railroads and telephones, are all helping to bring the South up to the economic standard of the North. There will be a further break-up of baronial tenant farming. The plantation store will disappear. The ruinous credit system will be abolished, and there will be a widespread appearance of independent farm owners, both white and black. This will all tend to remove the personal and sentimental attitude of the old Southern life. The Negro will of necessity be judged more and more as a man, not as a slave or dependent. In short, the country, South and North, will become economically more homogeneous. But even when the South reaches the industrial development of the North, the Negro problem will not be solved. It is certainly not solved in New York or Philadelphia, where industrial development has reached its highest form. The prejudice in those cities, as I have shown, has been growing more intense as Negro population increased. What, then, will happen? Two elements in every race problem. Two elements appear in every race problem. The first, race prejudice, the repulsion of the unlike. Second, economic or competitive jealousy. Both operate, for example, in the case of the Irishman or Italian, but with the Negro and Chinaman race prejudice is greater because the difference is greater. The difficulty of the Negro in this country is the color of his skin, the symbol of his difference. In China the difficulty of the white trader is his whiteness, his difference. Race lines, in short, are drawn by white men, not because the other race is inferior (the Japanese and Chinese are in many ways our superiors), nor because of criminality (certain classes of foreigners are more criminal in our large cities than the Negroes), nor because of laziness, but because of discernible physical differences black skin, almond eyes, pigtails, hooked noses, a peculiar bodily odor, or small stature. That dislike of a different people is more or less instinctive in all men. A tendency has existed on the part of Northern students who have no first hand knowledge of the masses of Negroes to underestimate the force of race repulsion. On the other hand, the Southern student who is confronted with the Negroes themselves is likely to overestimate racial repulsion and underestimate economic competition as a cause of the difficulty. The profoundest question, indeed, is to decide how much of the so-called problem is due to race repulsion and how much to economic competition. This leads us to the most sinister phase of the race problem. As I have shown, we have the two elements of conflict: instinctive race repulsion and competitive jealousy. What is easier for the race in power, the white race in this country, the yellow race in Asia, than to play upon race instinct in order to serve selfish ends? How shrewdly the labour union, whether in San Francisco or Atlanta, seizes upon that race hatred to keep the black or yellow man out of the union and thereby control all the work for its members. Race prejudice played upon becomes a tool in clinching the power of the labour monopoly. How the politician in the South excites race hatred in order that he may be elected to office! Vardaman governed because he could make men hate one another more bitterly than his opponent. The Rev. Thomas Dixon has appealed in his books and plays to the same passion. In several places in this country Negroes have been driven out by mobs, not because they were criminal or because they were bad citizens, but because they were going into the grocery and drug business. They were becoming doctors, dentists, and the like, and taking away the trade of their white competitors. So the stores and restaurants of highly efficient Japanese were wrecked in San Francisco. What is easier or cruder to use as a weapon for crushing a rival than the instinctive dislike of man for man? And that usage is not peculiar to the white man. In Africa the black man wastes no time with the different-looking white man. He kills him, if he dares, on the spot. And how ably the Chinaman has employed the instinctive hatred of his countrymen for "foreign devils" in order to fight American trade and traders! We hate the Chinaman and drive him out, and he hates us and drives us out. Chief danger of race prejudice. And this is one of the dangers of the race problem in this country: the fostering of such an instinct to make money or to get political office. Such a basis of personal prosperity is all the more dangerous because the white man is in undisputed power in this country. The Negro has no great navy behind him. He is like a child in the house of a harsh parent. All that stands between him and destruction is the ethical sense of the white man. Will the white man's sense of justice and virtue be robust enough to cause him to withhold the hand of unlimited power? Will he see, as Booker T. Washington says, that if he keeps the Negro in the gutter he must stay there with him? The white man and his civilization, not alone the Negro, will rise or fall by that ethical test. The Negro, on his part, as I have shown repeatedly in former chapters, employs the same methods as the white man, for Negro nature is not different from human nature. He argues: "The white man hates you; hate him. Trade with Negro storekeepers. Employ Negro doctors. Don't go to white dentists and lawyers." Out of this condition proceed two tendencies. The first is the natural result of mutual fear and suspicion, and that is a rapid flying apart of the races. All through my former chapters I have been showing how the Negroes are being segregated. So are the Chinese segregated, and the blacks in South Africa, and certain classes in India. Parts of the South are growing blacker. Negroes crowd into "coloured quarters" in the cities. More and more they are becoming a people wholly apart, separate in their churches, separate in their schools, separate in cars, conveyances, hotels, restaurants, with separate professional men. In short, we discover tendencies in this country toward the development of a caste system. Now, one of the most striking facts in our recent history is the progress of the former slave. And this finds its world parallel in the progress of people whom the vainglorious Anglo-Saxon once despised: the Japanese, Chinese, and East Indians. In 40 years the Negro has advanced a distance that would have been surprising in almost any race. In the bare accomplishments, area of land owned, crops raised, professional men supported, business enterprises conducted, books and poetry written, music composed, pictures painted, the slaves of 40 years ago have made the most astonishing progress. This leads to the second tendency, which proceeds slowly out of the growing conviction that hatred and suspicion and fear as motives in either national or individual progress will not work, that there must be some other way for different people to work side by side in peace and justice. And thus we discover a tendency toward a friendly living together under the new relationship, in which the Negro is not a slave or a dependent, but a man and a citizen. Booker T. Washington preaches the gospel of this new life. And gradually, as race prejudice becomes inconvenient, threatens financial adversity, ruffles the smooth current of comfortable daily existence, the impulse grows to set it aside. Men don't keep on fighting when it is no longer profitable to fight. And thus, side by side, these two impulses exist, the one pointing toward the development of a hard caste system which would ultimately petrify our civilization as it has petrified that of India, and the other looking to a reasonable, kindly, and honorable working together of the races. End of Part 1 of Chapter 14. Part 2 of Chapter 14 of Following the Color Line, An Account of Negro Citizenship in the American Democracy, by Ray Stannard Baker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What are the remedies for the evil conditions? So much for conditions. What of remedies? I have heard the most extraordinary remedies proposed. Serious men actually talk of the deportation of the entire Negro population to Africa, not stopping to inquire whether we have any right to deport them, or calculating the economic revolution and bankruptcy which the deportation of the entire laboring class would cause in the South, without stopping to think that even if we could find a spot in the world for 10 million Negroes, and they all wanted to go, that all the ships flying the American flag, if constantly employed, could probably not transport the natural increase of the Negro population, let alone the 10 million present inhabitants. I have heard talk of segregation in reservations, like the Indians, segregation out of existence. I have even heard unspeakable talk of the wholesale extinction of the race by preventing the breeding of children. All quack remedies and based upon hatred, not upon justice. There is no sudden or cut-and-dried solution of the Negro problem, or of any other problem. Men are forever demanding formula which will enable them to progress without effort. They seek to do quickly by medication what can only be accomplished by deliberate hygiene. A problem that has been growing for 250 years in America, and for thousands of years before that in Africa, warping the very lives of the people concerned, changing their currents of thoughts as well as their conduct, cannot be solved in 40 years. Why expect it? And yet there are definite things that can be done which, while working no immediate miracles, will set our faces to the light and keep us trudging toward the true goal. Down at the bottom, it will seem trite, but it is eternally true, the cause of the race problem and most other social problems is simply lack of understanding and sympathy between man and man. And the remedy is equally simple: a gradual substitution of understanding and sympathy for blind repulsion and hatred. Consider, for example, the Atlanta riot. Increasing misunderstanding and hatred caused a dreadful explosion and bloodshed. What happened? Instantly, the wisest white men in Atlanta invited the wisest coloured men to meet them. They got together. General explanations followed. They found that there had been error on both sides. They found that there were reasonable human beings on both sides. One of the leading white men said, "I did not know there were any such broad-minded Negroes in the South." In other words, they tried to understand and sympathize with one another. Over and over again men will be found hating Negroes or Chinamen or Dagoes, and yet liking some individual Negro or Chinaman or Dago. When they get acquainted, they see that the Negro or Chinaman is a human being like themselves, full of faults, but not devoid of good qualities. As a fundamental proposition, then, it will be found that the solution of the Negro problem lies in treating the Negro more and more as a human being, like ourselves. Treating the Negro as a human being, we must judge him, not by his color or by any other outward symbol, but upon his worth as a man. Nothing that fails of that full honesty and fairness of judgment in the smallest particular will suffice. We disgrace and injure ourselves more than we do the Negro when we are not willing to admit virtue, or learning, or power in another human being because his face happens to be yellow or black. Of the soundness of this fundamental standard of judgment there can be no doubt. The difficulty lies in applying it practically to society as it is today. In the suggestions which I offer here I am trying to do two things: to outline the present program and to keep open a clear view to the future goal. Shall the Negro vote? Let us approach, then, without fear, the first of the three groups of problems, political, industrial, and social, which confront us. Shall the Negro vote? Thousands of Negroes in this country are fully as well equipped, fully as patriotic as the average white citizen. Moreover, they are as much concerned in the real welfare of the country. The principle that our forefathers fought for, taxation only with representation, is as true today as it ever was. On the other hand, the vast majority of Negroes, and many foreigners and poor whites, are still densely ignorant, and have little or no appreciation for the duties of citizenship. It seems right that they should be required to wait before being allowed to vote until they are prepared. A wise parent hedges his son about with restrictions. He does not authorize his signature at the bank, or allow him to run a locomotive; and until he is 21 years old he is disfranchised and has no part in the government. But the parent restricts his son because it seems the wisest course for him, for the family, and for the state that he should grow into manhood before he is burdened with grave responsibilities. So the state limits suffrage, and rightly limits it so long as it accompanies that limitation with a determined policy of education. But the suffrage law is so executed in the South today as to keep many capable Negroes from the exercise of their rights, to prevent recognition of honest merit, and it is executed unjustly as between white men and coloured. It is no condonement of the Southern position to say that the North also disfranchises a large part of the Negro vote by bribery, which it does. It is only saying that the North is also wrong. As for the agitation for the repeal of the 15th Amendment to the Federal Constitution, which gives the right of suffrage to the coloured man, it must be met by every lover of justice and democracy with a face of adamant. If there were only one Negro in the country capable of citizenship, the way for him must, at least, be kept open. No doubt full suffrage was given to the mass of Negroes before they were prepared for it, while yet they were slaves in everything except bodily shackles, and the result during the Reconstruction period was disastrous. But the principle of a free franchise, fortunately as I believe for this country, has been forever established. If the white man is not willing to meet the Negro in any contest whatsoever without plugging the dice, then he is not the superior but the inferior of the Negro. What shall be the industrial relation of the races? So much for the political relationships of the races. How about the industrial relationships? The same test of inherent worth must here also apply, and the question will not be settled until it does apply. A carpenter must be asked not, "What color are you?" but, "How cunningly and efficiently can you build a house?" Of all absurdities, the judgment of the skill of a surgeon by the kink of his hair will certainly one day be looked upon as the most absurd. The same observation applies broadly to the attempt to confine a whole people, regardless of their capabilities, to menial occupations because they are dark coloured. No, the place of the Negro is the place he can fill most efficiently, and the longer we attempt to draw artificial lines, the longer we shall delay the solution of the race problem. On the other hand, the Negro must not clamor for places he cannot yet fill. "The trouble with the Negro," says Booker T. Washington, "is that he is all the time trying to get recognition, whereas what he should do is to get something to recognize." Negroes as a class are to day far inferior in education, intelligence, and efficiency to the white people as a class. Here and there an able Negro will develop superior abilities, but the mass of Negroes for years to come must find their activities mostly in physical and more or less menial labor. Like any race, they must first prove themselves in these simple lines of work before they can expect larger opportunities. There must always be men like Dr. DuBois who agitate for rights. Their service is an important one, but at the present time it would seem that the thing most needed was the teaching of such men as Dr. Washington, emphasizing duties and responsibilities, urging the Negro to prepare himself for his rights. Social contact. We come now, having considered the political and industrial relationships of the races, to the most difficult and perplexing of all the phases of the Negro question, that of social contact. Political and industrial relationships are more or less outward, but social contact turns upon the delicate and deep questions of home life, personal inclinations, and of privileges rather than rights. It is always in the relationships of oldest developments, like those that cling around the home, that human nature is slowest to change. Indeed, much of the complexity of the Negro problem has arisen from a confusion in people's minds between rights and privileges. Every one recalls the excitement caused it became almost a national issue when President Roosevelt invited Booker T. Washington to luncheon at the White House. Well, that feeling is deep in the South, as deep almost as human nature. Many Northern people who go South to live come to share it. Indeed, it is the gravest question in ethics to decide at what point natural instincts should be curbed. Social contact is a privilege, not a right. It is not a subject for legislation or for any other sort of force. Social questions, as Colonel Watterson of Kentucky says, create their own laws and settle themselves. They cannot be forced. All such relationships will work themselves out gradually, naturally, quietly, in the long course of the years, and the less they are talked about, the better. Jim Crow Laws. As for the Jim Crow laws in the South, many of them, at least, are at present necessary to avoid the danger of clashes between the ignorant of both race. They are the inevitable scaffolding of progress. As a matter of fact, the Negro has profited in one way by such laws. For the white man has thus driven the Negroes together, forced ability to find its outlet in racial leadership, and by his severity produced a spirit of self-reliance which would not otherwise have existed. Dr. Frizzell of Hampton is always talking to his students of the advantages of disadvantages. As for laws against the intermarriage of the races, they do not prevent what they are designed to prevent: the mixing of white and coloured blood. In many parts of the South, despite the existence of such laws, miscegenation, though decreasing rapidly, still continues. On the other hand, in the North, where Negroes and whites may marry, there is actually very little marriage, and practically no concubinage. The solution of this question, too, lies far more in education than in law. As a matter of fact, the more education both races receive, the less the amalgamation. In the South as in the North, The present tendency of the educated and prosperous Negroes is to build up a society of their own, entirely apart from and independent of white people. As I have shown in a former chapter, a white woman in the North who marries a Negro is declassed, ostracized by both races. The danger of amalgamation lies with ignorant and vicious people, black or white, not with educated and sensitive people. As in the case of the Jim Crow laws, separate schools in the South are necessary, and in one way I believe them to be of great advantage to the Negroes themselves. In Northern cities like Indianapolis and New York, where there are no separation laws of any kind, separate schools have appeared, naturally and quietly, in districts where the Negro population is dense. That the pupils in each should be treated with exact justice in the matter of expenditures by the state is axiomatic. And the Negro boy should have the same unbounded opportunity for any sort of education he is capable of using as the white boy. Nothing less will suffice. One influence at present growing rapidly will have its profound effect on the separation laws. Though a tendency exists towards local segregation of Negroes to which I have already referred, there is also a counter tendency toward a scattering of Negroes throughout the entire country. The white population in the South, now 20,000,000 against 9,000,000 Negroes, is increasing much more rapidly than the Negro population. The death rate of Negroes is exceedingly high, and the sharper the conditions of competition with white workers, the greater will probably be the limitation of increase of the more inefficient Negro population. As for the predictions of amalgamation, a mongrel people, black domination, and other bogies of prophecy, we must not, as I see it, give them any weight whatsoever. We cannot regulate our short lives by the fear of something far in the future which will probably never happen at all. All we can do is to be right at this moment and let the future take care of itself. It will, anyway. There is no other sane method of procedure. Much as we may desire it, the future arrangement of this universe is not in our hands. As to the matter of superiority or inferiority, it is not a subject of argument at all. Nor can we keep or attain superiority by laws or color lines, or in any other way, except by being superior. If we are right, absolutely right, in the eternal principles, we can rest in peace that the matter of our superiority will take care of itself. The real solution of the Negro problem. I remember asking a wise Southern man I met what, in his opinion, was the chief factor in the solution of the Negro problem. "Time," he said, "and patience." But time must be occupied with discipline and education. More and more education, not less education. Education that will teach first of all the dignity of service not only for Negroes but for white men. The white man, South and North, needs it quite as much as the coloured man. And this is exactly the program of the new Southern Statesmanship of which I spoke in a former chapter. These wise Southerners have resolved to forget the discouragements and complexities of the Negro problem, forget even their disagreements, and go to work on present problems, the development of education and industry. Whether we like it or not, the whole nation, indeed the whole world, is tied by unbreakable bonds to its Negroes, its Chinamen, its slum dwellers, its thieves, its murderers, its prostitutes. We cannot elevate ourselves by driving them back either with hatred or violence or neglect, but only by bringing them forward, by service. For good comes to men, not as they work alone, but as they work together with that sympathy and understanding which is the only true democracy. The great teacher never preached the flat equality of men, social or otherwise. He gave mankind a working principle by means of which, being so different, some white, some black, some yellow, some old, some young, some men, some women, some accomplished, some stupid, mankind could, after all, live together in harmony, and develop itself to the utmost possibility. And that principle was the Golden Rule. It is the least sentimental, the most profoundly practical teaching known to men. End of chapter 14. End of Following the Color Line, an account of Negro citizenship in the American democracy by Ray Stannard Baker. This recording has been by Roger Moline.